What you're about to witness is over 100 hours of surviving in Project Zomboid, a journey that spanned numerous adventures of mine within the newest build of the game. What began as a goal to reclaim a beautiful resort in the wilderness overrun with zombies and develop it into the ultimate home and farm would evolve into a journey across the map to conquer the endless undead at the LV airport. And finally, I would breach into the most dangerous city in the game, Louisville, build a fortress in the dead center of town, and attempt to reclaim the most deadly block in the entire city. This is an enhanced, reimagined full movie of my entire Build 42 adventure. So if you enjoy, please subscribe to join the Survivor Army. We are so close to 100,000. Now this journey of mine starts deep within unknown territory. So please enjoy Chapter 1. With a new build comes a new world, and this map is bursting with unique and exciting new locations to explore, clear, and take over. At the core of this journey is a home so large and in charge that after every near-death experience, I can rest and relax with the sounds of the winds whistling through the trees. Nestled right here at Dark Swallow Lake is this beautiful forest resort. This place has its own car park, its own fencing, a beautiful fishing area, true solitude and serenity. But there's always a catch, isn't there? Because this place is filled with hundreds of zombies. So to succeed in this journey and develop sustainable life in the wilderness, I would first have to overcome that. The closest place to my destination was none other than Rosewood. I awoke in a house on the outskirts of the town. My destination, the resort. But getting there was just half the goal, because I didn't know what to expect. So along the journey, I was hoping to obtain any materials, tools, and the like to help me on my course. Fortunately, unlike journeys in the past, my first house was quite favorable. Not only was I surrounded by trees and free from any nearby hordes, but this house provided many of the essential items I would need to start my journey off with confidence. First, a decent starting supply of food to keep me sustained, but then I found my way into the basement where I would obtain a lead pipe, and this was a nice get to start things off, since sometimes just acquiring a functional melee weapon can cause a huge delay to the start of your adventure. And in the bedroom, I found something even more valuable, a duffel bag. Normally, during the first hours of the apocalypse, you walk around lugging dozens of items in your pockets. It's neither convenient nor fashionable. But this time, I'd been freed from both the proverbial and physical burden. In addition, I found some other items that would come in handy. First, a wilderness magazine, equipped with a few key recipes for my future days in the wilderness. While it was true that the resort was quite the urban location in and of itself, due to the excessive nature of the hungering undead, it was also true that the location was far away from almost any notable civilization, meaning being able to take advantage of items from the wilderness might well come in handy. Checking the shed outside, I managed to nab some knee pads. For new adventurers in this build, this meant protection, but at the cost of comfort. Managing my own comfort was now something I'd have to passively attend to, though I'd found it did not lead to significant downsides, so I wore the knee pads for now. I made my way up the road, seeking a neighboring house to further stock up on. Unfortunately, the first house I'd found was a continuation of my impeccable luck so far, a survivor house. The windows and doors were barricaded, a good sign that this house would be home to some decent loot for the journey ahead compared to a normal house. I mulled over some options on how to gain entry, but after spotting some Zeds on the inside trying to find their way out to me, I knew that sometimes the optimal course of entry was to do nothing. I sat contemplating my very existence. We continue to survive, but what does it all mean? I was but a speck of dust on the universal tapestry. What if one were to fade into... Anyway, they broke out pretty quickly. Having had some more practice in this build, I made quick work of the 3 nearest Zeds before removing the glass on the window and making my way within. I prioritized removing whatever Zeds I could locate inside before checking the most promising room. However, both gun lockers were completely empty. I would have been more frustrated by this had I not spotted multiple valuable tools in the metal cabinets. A shovel, a pipe wrench, some schematics, all valuable additions to my arsenal for now. In the kitchen cabinets, I found a recipe for forging a knife blade. I had no idea what that would entail and why they were reading it in the kitchen, but it was useful nonetheless. Fortunately, this survivor house also had a basement, which provided a couple of valuable items like a rubber hose, but nothing game-changing. I looted up everything remaining and made my way through the grassy field to the next houses along the road. At this point, my priority was picking up any quick extras and then seeking a car for the long trek ahead. As I tackled the first Zeds between me and the next houses, I paced myself calm, making sure not to approach things with too much aggression while focusing on isolating Zeds in a pattern. Peeling off Zeds and taking them out one or two at a time was by far the most optimal way to fight in this new land. When things got a little too heated, it was always best to reposition and use your environment to your advantage. After clearing out the two closest houses, I'd acquired enough clothing, armor, and food to sustain me for my journey. But since it was getting late, I headed back to the most secure house, the survivor house, and decided to spend the night. Frankly, this journey so far was a welcome change from my last experience, but that was to be expected in a lower population area like Rosewood. In the morning, I reviewed my map and mulled over the best path forward to obtain a car. With the new heat maps in play, any parking lot was bound to be both congested, but also the best chance of getting a functioning vehicle. I followed the road and scanned the school car park, spotting several good condition cars. But whether I could find a key or not was a different question altogether. For now, since I had a fence protecting me on the school side, I peeled off zombies in small groups and started to clear out any in front of the car park entrance. This was pretty light work, since I understood a little bit more about my physical limitations, and I made sure to take light breaks as soon as I became exhausted. As the cold fog swamped the area, I made my first steps into the car park. The first car I checked was in great condition, but the doors were locked, forcing me to break open the window, which was probably a bit of a bold play, especially since I didn't find a key inside either way. After checking the second car and having equally bad luck, I drew the attention of most nearby Zeds. I made sure to isolate them where possible and pick them off. And all things considered, I did a pretty strong job of clearing them out, but after all that work, not one of the cars in the car park was functioning. So instead, I made my way over the fence and to the next street across, and hopped into the first garage I found, and my great luck continued. Vehicle key, hold on. At this point, things were going pretty great, and they definitely weren't going to spiral anytime soon. That's foreshadowing. This car was in great condition and full of gas, meaning we were pretty much good to go with our long drive to the destination. Now, I didn't know the area too well, so I drove for a little while around Rosewood before making my way to the road out towards our goal. We had a pretty long drive to the resort, but it was a drive over sparse roads and highways, so the only concern was if we got tired or if we crashed, and we pretty quickly encountered the former. As it grew later in the day, I searched for a side road hoping that we might find a quiet farm to hole up in overnight. Given the type of region we were in, that wasn't too hard to find. And fortunately for me, the first farm I found only had a few zombies around to deal with. It was certainly good for me to get some practice with killing Zeds before the challenges to come. The door to this house was open, and I was able to quickly deal with any trouble left over. Inside the house, I looted anything valuable I could find. In the TV cabinet, I found an interesting novel that would require further investigation. In this new build, there were many new books and collectibles to be found. I headed upstairs to peruse the greater intricacies of this book. As I read, I contemplated the true beauty of its illustrations. It was things like this that could keep a lonely survivor moving forward with greater intent. After finishing my reading session, I laid down to sleep for the night, excited for what was to come. Early in the morning, the rain fell heavily on the farmhouse and its surrounds, but I had little time to waste. Since the sun hadn't yet risen, I spent some time looting the kitchen for food and cooking tools, and came across an essential part of my future travels, an empty pan. It might not seem like much, but it allowed me to throw together quick roast meals, which would prove a more dense and satisfactory bite to eat. With my pan, I threw together a quick roast of some of the stuff within the farmhouse: bacon, sausages, and any vegetables on hand. I was no Michelin star chef, but it certainly helped to fill the balance, and I could take it on the go for my trip ahead. I grabbed a quick bite to eat and headed out to my car, continuing the long trek. Though the distance to the resort was long, with a car in good condition and an early start, I'd comfortably be able to make it there by nightfall. At first, as I neared my destination, I took a wrong turn, or lack thereof, and headed down a side road. But it had the added bonus of introducing me to the atmosphere of this area. It was largely peaceful, uninterrupted by the hellish undead outside these woods. Unfortunately, that was something I could not say for what I discovered next. I retraced my steps and made my way down the correct road, following the sign for Dark Swallow Lake. Knowing that I might have to take out a few Zeds, I parked a little further out from the car park for the resort and started to eliminate any undead on the way in. And this all went to plan, but it was cold, and this process was tiring, so this wasn't exactly the most pleasant environment to be in. But as I neared the car park, I became more acutely aware of the circumstances I'd found myself in, and how unprepared I was. Armed with only my shovel, I scanned over the building itself and the car park, spotting 10, 20, 30, even more. This was not going to be a simple job. With muscle strain and exhaustion to be worried about, this would be a slog. But nonetheless, I began the long process to freeing my future home from the clutches of the undead. This is so sketch, bro. So I'm trying to hit them with the wheels. Oh my god.
see, they're giving the hood a bit of a beating when I do it like this. Oh, my engine's red. Well, I took out about half. Now, it's up to you whether you consider that a victory, considering I now don't have a car. Obviously, my strategy approaching this group had its flaws, if it wasn't already obvious. But with all the factors affecting my ability to melee hordes now, this was the right move. I had just not exactly mastered the positioning of the vehicle and took far too many hits to the hood. I attempted to clear just the Zeds on the outskirts. It felt both at once that I had cleared a lot of the horde, but also just the tip of the iceberg. I wasn't sure what to think at the time. My thought process was if I could clear the stragglers, I might find another car key and be able to resume my more successful strategy from before. But try as I might, I found no more keys, clearing Z after Z. The weather once again growing worse and the evening growing closer. I intermittently rested when feasible, recovering strength and energy for another push. But as the weather worsened and darkness fell, I knew I needed another plan. I couldn't even recover my car to sleep in it since it had a completely broken engine. So I worked my way through the forest, remembering that there were some other buildings around Dark Swallow Lake that I might yet be able to take refuge. Unfortunately, there was some very, very close by. In the first cabin I found, I quickly closed all the curtains, trying to remain as stealthy as possible, since it was too dark to see if there were any zombies nearby. I did find one Z inside, but dispatched of it quickly, and to ensure I didn't suffer from any corpse sickness, I dragged it back inside the bathroom before sitting down and eating some more of the roast I prepared at the farmhouse. Afterwards, with my stomach full, I went to sleep for the night, hoping I wouldn't encounter any rude awakenings. Fortunately, I was in luck, waking up in the early morning to once again confront the same challenge I'd faced prior. With each passing hour, I peeled off more and more Zeds, but felt that I wasn't making any headway. In reality, with each group I'd kill, more would exit the resort itself, and I didn't know it yet, but the amount of zombies inside that resort would far outscale even my wildest nightmares. Determined to complete my task, I just kept clearing. Resting, clearing, resting, clearing. It was an exhausting task, not just for my character, but for me. I felt truly wary of the cyclical nature of my approach. The brightest spark of all of this being something meaningless I discovered on a fresh corpse. Like when they fall on top of each other and then they flip and like, holy shit, did you see those boots? Now, this would have taken a lot longer, but in my long fight so far, I had come across one car key, particularly for a Chevalier dart, but I'd made my way through most of the darts on the outskirts of the car park, so I had a pretty safe bet that the key was for the dart closest to the resort. It was tantalizing, standing where most of the congestion existed, but I didn't rush. I slowly cleared my way through until eventually, on day 2 of my war, I managed to dash into its passenger door and quickly attempted to start it. I didn't have the time to check it and escape safely, but fortunately, the car started, meaning there was at least a little bit of gas in the tank. This was fortunate, but this wasn't the sturdiest of cars, so I'd have to use it sparingly. Keeping that in mind, while I tackled groups that were manageable, I used my shovel where possible, knowing that if there were any large amounts of zombies inside the resort, the car might be a necessity to clear through any heftier groups. Finally, after almost 2 days of clearing, I had most of the car park under control, so I headed back to my cabin to get some more food, water, and dry myself off. If it wasn't apparent, any time I stood pretty much anywhere in the car park or the driveway, I would immediately feel unwell. I didn't know enough about Build 42 to know what the new effects of corpse sickness were, but I couldn't imagine it would be a good thing, so I had to be careful of how much time I spent hovering around meaninglessly. Instead of rushing back into fight, I spent the afternoon trying to get my bearings around some of the wilderness elements I had yet to understand. I grabbed some sticks and logs from the woods outside and opened up the carving menu to see what I was able to carve. This would be an ongoing experience for me in this adventure, trying to learn about some of the new mechanics and recipes that were completely fresh to the apocalypse now, but I didn't find much of value to be made, so I guess I was stuck with doing this the hard way for now. After another night's sleep, I chowed down on whatever food I had left, my supplies beginning to diminish. Surely my goal of clearing the resort was almost complete. Utilizing the windows in the foyer, I baited the few zombies that I could see outside and made quick work before entering the foyer for the first time. At a glance, things appeared to be mostly empty, but as I picked off each remaining Z, another would appear without fail. Again and again, they appeared from within the resort, leading me to believe that this problem was far beyond what I'd imagined. Wanting to get a sense for the scale of the problem, I decided
decided I'd try and hit 2 birds with 1 stone. I peered around the side of the building and spotted a dining area, which I knew might have some extra food to keep me sustained. So I removed the broken glass and snuck inside, planning to get a look at the interior, but also a look at what food I could grab. Fortunately, I managed to find a nice surplus of food inside the kitchen area, and didn't have to tackle too many undead to get it. With the food acquired, I snuck back out and took my profits, returning to the cabin area and checking a neighboring cabin along the way home. With meat and vegetables acquired, I was able to prepare another roast that would keep me sustained for the next few days. Having this fire-fueled oven was great in the short term and the long term, since when the power eventually went out, it would still be usable if I didn't have a generator. I made my way back to the car park to clear out the excess Zeds that had accrued outside, and decided to check one of the taxis I hadn't checked earlier, and much to my surprise, the key was in the ignition. While it did need gas to get started, this was gonna be an easy get, since I'd be able to siphon it from my broken down wagon. And so, after a quick refuel, the taxi was now operational, meaning I would be able to employ the car as a far more reliable source of weaponry for any remaining undead. With the car park clear, I was full of confidence. Now, there is many adventures yet to come, but before we continue, I want to thank today's sponsor, ExpressVPN. If you've never used a VPN before, it's basically a secure tunnel between your device and the internet. It encrypts your connection and routes it through a private server, so what you're doing online stays private. One of the main reasons I personally use ExpressVPN is just for privacy and security online. Your internet provider can actually see and log the websites you visit, and on public Wi-Fi, it's surprisingly easy for people to intercept your data. ExpressVPN encrypts all of that traffic so your browsing activity stays private. Another thing I use it for a lot is changing my online location. Streaming services like Netflix have completely different libraries depending on the country you're in. So with ExpressVPN, I can just switch locations and access shows that normally aren't available here. The app itself is super simple. You literally just open it, hit connect, and you're protected in seconds. Find out how you can get up to 4 extra months by scanning the QR code on screen, clicking the link in the description below, or by going to expressvpn.com/Kezza. Again, that's expressvpn.com/Kezza, and you can get up to 4 extra months free. Big thanks again to ExpressVPN for sponsoring the video. Because I was getting a little tired of progressing so slowly, I had to know just how many Zeds were inside this place and rip off the band-aid. By no surprise, there were far more than I anticipated. They poured out from the entrance. Obviously, they were sitting in droves on the higher floors, but at the very least, I had a car. If I was more careful than my last attempt, I could clear through a huge amount with it before breaking down. And so that is what I did. I reversed, taking out a few here or there, moving forward, repositioning, reversing again. This was by no means easy. It still took a ridiculous amount of time, focus, and energy, but at least I wasn't facing the muscle strain and exhaustion of taking them out by hand. The worst part of all this was that as I drove on this road, I couldn't escape the horrid stench of the bodies left around. I wasn't truly sure what impact this had on me, but I didn't imagine that would be good. After another full day of attempting to clear this not so humble abode, I drove the car back up the road and left it for the next day, making my way through the trees to my quiet hidden cabin. Fortunately for me, there was enough distance between the car park and my cabin that it was unlikely any Zeds would find their way over, giving me a safe respite away from the chaos. And in the morning, we continued again. This long war against the remaining Zeds seemingly endless. In truth, it was symptomatic of this entire new build. Doing something like this, clearing out such a large building, was a huge endeavor. I mean, without the cars, I'm not even sure it would be possible. At this point, I'd killed hundreds of Zeds just outside and on the outskirts. I'm not even sure that many people could fit in this resort, and yet here they were. I had started to spiral mentally. Just trying to clear out a place like this for so many days on end was draining, but I couldn't stop here. I just had to continue, persisting until my task was complete. After spending half the day clearing, I was finally able to re-enter the foyer, though my re-entry was short-lived since I immediately drew more Zeds out towards me. However, now that I was more comfortable with my physical limitations, I was able to take out the first batch that pushed out one by one and re-entered past the threshold that I'd previously been held to. I was now officially in the building, but I was frustrated enough already. So when I took a moment to rest, the onslaught continued and my mental decline continued also.
I'm crashing the fuck out, bro. I am crashing out. At this point, like, I wouldn't be surprised if the devs have just trolled us, like put a fucking like permanent spawner on the top floor. And if you think this is bad, imagine how long it's going to take me to drag all these fuckers out of here. Dude, it's just endless. Oh my god, are you serious?
But despite my emotional instability, I did not give up. I continued. I re-entered the resort again. I cleared the bottom floor again. I used the car, attracting them with the horn, summoning another clump of them from within. Growing weary of the sights of all these bodies, I decided to rotate around, entering the resort from the deck area. I climbed. Perhaps this was it. Was it over? No, still more.
Oh, cool. Just flip on the fucking ground. Don't you fucking get up. Straight up. Oh, there's one behind me. Where are they all coming from? I would be shocked if this many people stayed at this establishment. There's more on the roof. Fucking fuck off. Well, now my fucking stick's broken.
Try as I might, with every Zed I killed, 2 more appeared. This was a test not of my skill, but a test of my mind. One that my success with was questionable at best. I returned to my cabin, weary, exhausted, and prepared a new roast to keep me sustained. Nothing like the delicious combination of vegetables, shrimp, garlic, and anything else I had scrounged up. In some ways, this adventure would have been more successful if my only goal was to learn how to cook, since this pan started to make me seem like a Michelin star chef. After another night's sleep, I woke up with hope and courage in my eyes. If it wasn't apparent, though I had rested my body, my mind was not rested. I still carried the burdens of the almost week-long battle in this wooden prison, but I had no choice. To turn back now would leave me equally unsatisfied, so I just had to keep fighting, wallowing in my self-pity. After another half a day of fighting, I caved to my desires, opting instead to finally get my bearings with this new aiming system, which provided mixed results, but some progress.
Oh, yeah.
But to save you the burden that I had to endure, in the end, I stood victorious. In total, across this week-long battle, I had slain almost 400 Zeds. This resort holding over 300 of them. But it was mine. It was filled with corpses and nightmares, but it was my resort. It was time for me to embark on taking over this place, making a life for myself, a future for myself.
We're pretty set up, but I mean, there's kind of primary problems. Obviously, like, this place needs a lot of work. I need tools. I need those kinds of resources. And also, we do have a shortage of food. I have a lot of food right now, but it's not going to last forever, and I kind of need seeds. So I think maybe we go back around to the farmer's market and the warehouses near there, because they might have all the stuff we need. Hopefully our car is in good enough condition to make that trip.
So my plans for the near future were set. The next chapter of this adventure was about getting set up for the long term. What would I need to become self-sustainable out here in the wilderness? And to be honest, even though I went through hell to get here, the silver lining was that this place had so much potential to become one of the very finest homes, and was so far from civilization that now seeing a Zed out here was going to become a very, very rare occurrence. But unfortunately, to find all those essential items to become self-sustainable, I'd still have to take on a lot of Zeds in the coming days. I was, however, about to receive a valuable addition to my journey that I didn't expect.
What is it? Franklin Value Loan? Is that one of the vans?
So with the van acquired, I had high hopes for the next steps. I hadn't ventured outside of this area for almost a week, but it was gonna become a necessity eventually. With everything in order, I set forth on my next journey. First, to the farmer's market opposite March Ridge, and the warehouses nearby. My hope being that we could find some extra food, and maybe a precious axe to add to my toolset. This new world had quiet roads, a nice change from the congested hellhole that I'd spent the last 5 days clearing. But reaching the start of the main road, I was reminded about a gas station in this extremely convenient location. All I'd have to do was clear it out.
Yeah, I have to admit, I took a fucking break between sessions and it was a bad idea. Really bad idea.
But despite the fact my sloppiness had earned me an injury, it was fortunately not a bite. The car, on the other hand, wasn't looking so good. Using it to run over a few Zeds had netted it a damaged engine, meaning this thing was borderline dangerous to go a long distance with if I couldn't find an alternative. But fortunately, sometimes luck shines on you in mysterious ways.
What are you missing? Tell me it's just gas. Tell me it's just gas. Oh my god. I'm not saying the head injury was worth it, but I mean, I'm sitting pretty right now.
I looted the gas station and the fishing store opposite the road for nearly everything it had. Finding tools, resources, magazines, hardware, I found a heap of valuables that would help me with my future goals. So much so that my new van was already packed full of stuff, forcing me to take a trip back home and drop everything I'd obtained off. Since it was the afternoon by the time I'd unloaded everything, I decided to once again toy with the new crafting system. There was no point venturing out when I'd need to sleep soon anyway. I carved a couple of pieces of timber up to test out the new carving recipes, before starting to investigate how I would go about crafting an axe. This was a pretty complex equation. With the new system, a lot of recipes required skill levels, skill recipes, or alternative skills to build what you need.
What can I make? Crude stone axe. That is possible. Now, long handle, can I make that yet? I have to get level 3 carving. I just need to carve a bunch of shit. How do I get a flint nodule? How do I get a flint nodule, my guy? Okay, full transparency, I had to Google it. I believe I can get a flint nodule by foraging. I can't even make the large stone axe. I need the recipe.
So it wasn't going to be as simple to make a stone axe as I thought. I was kind of expecting it, but nonetheless, it was worth a try. With that goal out of the question, I instead decided to dip my toes in the new fishing system. It was exciting to have so many things I was unfamiliar with to mess around with again. But try as I might, I could not acquire a fish. Just a few cans and bottles. I suppose that was to be expected. I was an entry-level fisherman for now. With that in mind, I called it a night. Waking up in the morning prepared to set out on my original planned journey. And on the way to my destination, I thought I'd give hunting a try also.
Dude, if a fucking deer runs on this road, I am running it the fuck over. That jawbone could make for a good axe. Buddy, come here! Oh, I feel bad, but like it needed to be done. I'll cut you up right now. I don't care, even though you're gonna be off, but like I kind of want to see if I get the bones. I don't even really want the meat. Oh, animal brain. Cool, I'll keep that. Don't know why, but I will. Yeah, if I collect enough, I can start to implant them in my own brain and make myself stronger.
And though it was a little morbid, taking out these rabbits on the road led to a lot of decent sized meat and some bones, which I knew might be useful later in creating bone tools. Though I wasn't sure how involved that process would be, I had spotted bone axes and the like in the crafting menu earlier. I returned to my original plan nonetheless, following a long road past the March Ridge entrance and further down to the turnoff for the farmers market. These areas had far fewer Zeds than I'd been used to, so I was able to get to where I wanted to go pretty quickly. The farmers market didn't exactly have much to offer. In fact, other than a few potatoes, pretty much everything here was rotten. I'd kind of expected that, but it's always good to check either way. And the potatoes would definitely come in handy for beefing up my future roasts. Heading further down the road, I made my way to some of the food warehouses. Again, a lot of what I found was rotten foods, but I managed to net a few more sturdy vegetables, onions and potatoes to add to my collection. Also in this area was a little temporary area with some military gear, and it wasn't much, but I managed to grab several upgrades to my clothing. And considering how easy they were to acquire, I saw this as a big win. Unfortunately, despite my best efforts, that was pretty much all I found in this whole section of the map, leaving me with a lot of questions to answer. The first and most important question was where the hell I could reliably find an axe. I knew that if I trekked all the way to West Point or further, I would find a fire station or something in the area. But to be completely honest, I was enjoying my life out here in the country. It wasn't much, but it was fresh, exciting. It was nice to get out of the places I'd seen back to front. So instead, I decided to head on a bit of a road trip around this side of the world, checking some key areas and looting whatever would come in handy. I had a few ideas, but frankly, it was already getting pretty late, so I decided to head across the road and try and find a quiet farmhouse to settle into for the night. And it didn't take me long at all. Despite the fact the weather was starting to worsen, the first farmhouse I found was not too congested at all. Parking up in the shed, I was extremely excited to find a bunch of useful resources in the boxes outside, particularly some gardening supplies and seeds, which would come in handy down the line.
Oh my, that's fucked up. They can't be, somebody's gotta patch that out. What the fuck? That was messed up. It was like a fucking horror movie. The fucking dude pulled up like in the window outside, like right as I was standing by it.
And despite my heart taking hefty damage from that comforting fright, I still made quick work of any Zeds and headed inside before settling down for the night. And when I awoke, the weather had grown much worse, but I couldn't let it slow me down. So I set forth on the next leg of my plan. I had eyed off a number of locations on this side of the world that might be fruitful. But as always, finding one that wasn't infested by Zeds was the priority, and in this build that was easier said than done. The first place to check was Rosewood. I made a few passes through the main street of the town, but I didn't see anything that resembled a warehouse, nor did I see any easily accessible locations that weren't swarmed by the undead. And without backup vehicles nearby, using my van to run over any hordes would be pretty risky to say the least. So instead, after umming and ahhing for a little bit, I decided to move to the next destination on my list. I followed the long road in the rain, enjoying the peacefulness of this region. It wasn't much in terms of loot, but these areas felt for a moment like they weren't affected by the apocalypse at all. It was a fresh change from my history with buildings overrun with the undead. My destination now was Echo Creek. It was quiet and hopefully not too populated, but there were a couple of places I thought might be worth looking into for some tools and food. After navigating past a few roads in town, I found myself at a garage. After checking through the place and finding not much of value, I headed further down the road to the gas station, which I'm pretty sure has been universally deemed as the new hit spot to make a home, but it was a little too peaceful for me. I prefer my bases to require several days worth of mental anguish and emotional damage, if you couldn't already tell. But this place had plenty of valuable stuff. Food, drinks, some hardware, no tools that would be game changers for us, but still some stuff that will be a nice addition to the collection. Since it was getting later in the day, I decided to call it a night here, enjoying the comfort of a nice bed. In the morning, I checked out the shed nearby, dismantling the door, hoping that I might find an axe hiding in the shelves inside, but I didn't have any luck. I did, however, come across an upgrade for my duffel bag, which was a welcome stroke of luck. With my belongings transferred and my new bag equipped, I headed back on my way, loading up with gas before heading off. On my path to the next destination, I will be traveling past a few points of interest. The first of which being the shooting range, which apparently was a pretty popular place to reside in the lead up to the end of the world.
Fuck. Oh, this is just such a bad idea. I gotta get through there, bro. Bro. What have they done with this heat map, bro? How many people could really be at that shooting range when the apocalypse hit? Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Evidently, this was not going to be an option for me for the time being, and certainly for the foreseeable future. In a lot of regards, high-value loot areas were far harder to reach in this build, that was for sure. On the same road, a little further down was a large factory, an industrial area. I had a hunch that this might be deceivingly empty, but decided to check it out anyway. The first warehouse I checked required some work to access, and it would have been a nice place to settle down, but in terms of loot, there was pretty much nothing to be found. You'd think these places might have some supplies or tools, but I suppose that wasn't the case. As I continued down the road, I encountered the main complex of the factory, and after eliminating a few Zeds outside, I managed to snag some keys to the place. But again, despite my work checking each building, I found little of value. I also managed to run a little bit too close to the edge of the catwalk, which didn't end too well for me.
Oh, dude, they gotta be farming with that. They have to be farming with that. Are you joking? No, I just jumped over the edge.
Fortunately, I didn't take too much damage from my fall, but I still decided to abandon this place because frankly, I just didn't have much hope that this would be anything more than empty warehouses. Again, a nice place to settle down and secure for a base, but certainly not a place where loot was aplenty. And I already had my beautiful resort home to return home to. Well, it'd be more beautiful when it wasn't covered with corpses. So that left me with just one remaining plan. And it was pretty much plan C at this point, but it was still something to work with. If I followed the road the long way home, I'd be able to duck into a small store on the corner that I had seen on a pamphlet earlier, and I was hoping there might be some valuable resources. Still, my hope was to find a decent axe, but honestly, any kind of gardening resources, key furniture, or materials would come in handy. So I began the long trek, calmed by the sights of open fields and farms. I relished the short moments on the road. In all honesty, this was the most I'd enjoyed Project Zomboid in a while. It was peaceful out here, a big change from the chaos of previous adventures. But my road to the next chapter had one very valuable interruption, one that I hadn't anticipated.
Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh my fucking god. I always said that today was a great day. I always said it. I always felt great about, I don't know what it was. I just felt wonderful today and there's nothing could go wrong.
On the road, I stumbled across a police checkpoint. Knowing that this might hold some weapons, ammo, or armor, I came to a stop and took care of the Zeds waiting there. In checking their inventories in the cars, I did manage to come across a little bit of ammo, some decent armor, new gloves, some nice upgrades to my kit moving forward. And considering this was just about as free as you could get gear, I was pretty happy to take it into my arsenal. And then I continued on. The long road to my destination was as relaxing as the one before. Though I anticipated that my destination itself might not be the most relaxed place in the apocalypse, I was hoping it was at least manageable, but one that would be hugely important in the days to come. Before I knew it, I had arrived, following a side road nearby the crossroads. I approached my next goal, but as I'd expected, it was not going to be the easiest place to take control of. I pulled my car to a stop to take a closer look at the car park and the entrance. Since I couldn't really afford to run past all these Zeds without consequences, I started clearing out any on the outskirts. At first this went pretty well, but they started to group up in larger numbers, making my attempts a little bit more challenging. Still, I attempted to take them on. My confidence slightly inflated from my efforts at the resort, and for a little while this worked. But these are the kinds of fights you just can't take on in Build 42, as I was about to find out.
Okay, I guess I got out of the fucking vehicle. I don't know how that happened. I don't know how I even got out of the vehicle. I didn't click it.
Though this was a neck wound, it was only a scratch, so hopefully it wouldn't lead to anything more. But that was on me for getting sloppy and trying to take on more than I could handle. I was a little concerned about the fact that night was only a few hours away, and I had tried to rush the process to avoid fighting in the darkness. Knowing that I needed to reposition, I looped around and grabbed my car, moving it further back down the road in an attempt to shuffle the pack and force the Zeds to isolate themselves. Overall, this worked pretty well, forcing them to split up into more manageable quantities, allowing me to walk back up the road and pick them off one by one, resting when necessary. I still got a little exhausted and eventually drowsy, but by the time that occurred, I had dealt with a large number of the Zeds. Bringing my car back into the car park area, I ducked inside a side building to see if there was somewhere I could rest for the night before entering the store. And as if my luck was turning around, I found a little side area within the building that was pretty much just a little house. After clearing out any lingering Zeds and closing the place down, I settled in for a sleep before tackling the store tomorrow. Fortunately, my night went without interruption. In the morning, I first checked the garage in the same building and got my hands on a new shovel that would help with any leftover Zeds. Heading out into the car park with a good night's sleep and a new weapon, I started picking off any remaining undead. And with my shovel and the newly adjusted muscle strain, this was pretty light work. Certainly I had to be wary of my positioning, but with that in mind, I was able to clear out any opposition without too much stress. Heading into this market, Mad Dan's Den as it was called, I picked off the Zeds within, of which there weren't too many, and immediately started checking for any kind of tool storage areas. And I was in luck, because getting through this back door, I was able to access some storage areas, which led to shelving, crates, and other key looting areas where I might find some of the things I was after. While this was a great find, as I shuffled through each shelf, I became more and more perplexed, confused as to why in this entire area I couldn't lay my hands on at least one axe. But my disappointment was slightly numbed by the other valuable resources I did find. Nails, other tools, new weapons, lots of stuff that would come in handy for converting my resort into a proper survivor home. I spent some time loading everything into my van and shuffling loot around to make the best possible use of space, since my entire storage, including the seats, was pretty much stacked to the brim. To make more room, I took some of the rabbit I'd prepared earlier and used one of the ovens inside the store to make a new roast. The rabbit wasn't the best quality, but it still made for a hearty meal and helped me fit a few more tools into my van. And with my entire car filled in every single space possible, I knew that unfortunately this road trip would have to come to an end. I was reasonably close to my resort, and going anywhere else would be way out of my path. Unfortunately, that meant that some of the essential things I'd been looking for would have to wait, namely a generator and above all else an axe. But this wasn't the last looting trip I'd go on, and on the next one at least, I was able to confirm that the locations I'd been to had not been fruitful in that regard. So I finally started the long trek home, my car feeling a little bit weighed down with the monstrous amount of loot I'd acquired. Yeah, it wasn't the perfect run, and I hadn't really found what I'd wanted, but I'd be returning home mostly uninjured with a functional car and a trunk load of valuable resources, so I certainly wouldn't be complaining. The drive home was a long way. I was pretty close to my resort in comparison to some of the places I'd been, but in truth, even being pretty close was a long way, because the resort was truly out in the wilderness. It was a long way from any notable civilizations. Nevertheless, I kept my eyes forward and my hands on the wheel, enjoying that respite between locations. Arriving home was a comforting feeling, despite the flesh slums filling up my driveway. But on the bright side, some of the older corpses had started to disappear, so hopefully within the next week this place would naturally clear out, and I'd be free to walk through my beautiful lake resort unburdened by corpse sickness. Home had started to feel like home. It needed a lot of work and I had some plans, but again, without an axe, that was going to be a challenge. And I was keenly aware that my time before the power went out was dwindling. And to be frank, I actually forgot what I set it to, so I really had no idea how long it was left. I started putting my clothes through a washing run, running around half naked and organizing some of the belongings I'd left around the place. I had parked the car on the deck behind the resort, allowing me to quickly take bulk amounts of the loot upstairs to my temporary storage area. It was kind of weird picking one hotel room considering they were all identical, but I guess this was my choice for now. Recognizing my lack of an axe was impeding my progress, I once again investigated the crafting menu, thinking that this time I might be more equipped to tackle the issue. But to make even a crude stone axe, I would need maintenance, and knowing how to level up maintenance was kind of not as simple as you might think. I thought I'd tried breaking down some doors since I know that used to do the trick, but no luck. So I put that plan to the side for now. After meandering around the base for a while, I decided to end the night by settling down and reading the first mechanics book. If I was able to level up both my mechanics and electrical, I'd be able to access the fleet of cars in the car park by hot wiring them, which was going to be a great help in the journeys to come. But I'm getting used to the feeling of subverted expectations in this game. And more than that, I'm getting used to the feeling of being caught completely off guard by things I should totally have anticipated more. So now I didn't have power, and I mean I've been in worse positions when the power went out, but it didn't change the fact that getting power back up and running was pretty important for the long term, and I hadn't seen a generator, nor did I have any idea where I might find one nearby. The goal of finding one had gone from a secondary goal to my #1 priority, because even if I got my farming set up and running, without a fridge to store my produce, it would quickly go stale and then rotten. But to start off with, I had something in mind to help me in the short term, because sometimes one of the hardest things to find if you don't have power is a stove that runs on fire and not power. Unfortunately for me, I knew of several, just a few minutes walk outside the restaurant. So I headed across to the cabins nearby and picked up one of the old stoves, bringing it back to my main hotel room and reinstalling it there. At the very least, it would give me the ability to cook food until I could get the power back up and running. With that covered for now, I decided to spend the remainder of the day making some progress on converting this resort into a proper base, the way I'd envisioned it. And then tomorrow I would plan for the big trip to seek a generator. To start off with, getting rid of all the clutter on the first floor was the #1 priority. Both the dismantling experience, which you can enable and disable in the sandbox settings, but also to make room for what I wanted to do in this space in the long term. I'd get to that a little later. But after disassembling a few tables, I realized that if carpentry experience was what I wanted, there would be a far more optimal output for it than these tables. So I headed upstairs and started disassembling each and every one of these double beds. I had more than enough beds in this place, and they provided a decent chunk of experience. So even though it took me most of the day, soon enough I was starting to make real progress on my carpentry levels. Before heading off to sleep, I spent a few hours clearing out some of the walls with the sledgehammer I'd picked up earlier. This was the start of my long-term vision for the bottom floor, because with 4 floors in this place, I had plenty of room to work with. So I saw the bottom floor as a place where I could drive cars all the way inside, store them, repair them, upgrade them, and unload loot from them. It'd take some work, but this was a start. After spending the night sleeping, I decided to delay my road trip for one more day. To be completely honest, this was really just me appreciating the peace and quiet of my home. It was a welcome change from my last trip. I started the day by working on my first construction with my new carpentry levels. To secure the second floor and upwards from any zombie surprises, I started progress on a door frame and a door on each respective stairway. With all the doors that had been knocked down in this building and all the beds that I disassembled from the day prior, there was plenty of planks, door hinges, and door handles lying around on the floor. I'd just have to go around and collect them. So I did exactly that. I collect enough materials from the ground, head to a staircase, and start building. These weren't exactly optimal, but in truth they were a stopgap until I could work on the access areas from the bottom level, which, with all the windows and by extension broken windows, might take a little while. After I'd set up most of the doorways, I knew that getting a farm started would be something that would be better done now than later, and I'd accumulated a fair amount of seeds and information about farming from literature across the last few days. So I set forth on making a small plot to the side of the resort. It was was a nice area nearby the water, and it was on the protected side of a compound, so it's unlikely I'd be jumped out here. I took a bit of time to review the optimal growing seasons and prioritize the plants that I knew would grow well over the next few months. I wasn't particularly sure how important that was, but nonetheless it was probably a good strategy going forward. After finishing up with the farm, I messed around with the crafting system a little more. I was able to make myself a stone hammer. Not that I knew why I needed one, but I made one, and it was mine. Absolute victory. Finally, I went to sleep for the night, prepared for the next big journey. The journey to find an axe, a generator, and hopefully not get eaten by the hungry undead. In the morning, after a little bit of preparation, I filled up the van and set forth on the journey. My destination, Irvington, a brand new location. And frankly, I didn't really know what to expect from Irvington. I knew that based off the map I had that it was likely I might find what I need somewhere in the town, but I expected that was easier said than done. This was a long journey down the highway, but again, it was a calming journey, since for the most part, the dead didn't congregate on these roads. But it was a give and take. Where I might find peace here, I would find chaos pretty much anywhere I was looking for loot. Instead of driving through the main road of Irvington, I opted instead for the long round trip. There was a road that led past the factories south of Irvington, and it was certainly likely to be less congested. Given that I expected to near the town later in the day, I thought this might be the best choice so that I could scout safe temporary bases to stay in near the more occupied areas. And I did spot a few nice houses that weren't too congested, but it was still only early in the afternoon, so I decided to drive through the outskirts of Irvington and get a feel for exactly what I was dealing with. My first sighting was a small mall on the outside of town, and it was a confronting sight.
What is that? A pancake house. This is a mall. Yeah, man.
Now, believe it or not, I thought I might leave that fight for another day, or just another survivor entirely. Instead, I kept heading down the road, intending to scout around a little further. In my travels, I came across this trailer, which wasn't in great condition, but I figured I'd be able to repair it later on, and it'd be a great way to bring more stuff on the long trip home. A bit further down the road was a small satellite station, with a very lucky and very useful item hidden inside the van here.
Generators how to use. I mean, that's useful if we can find the generator.
I was learning very quickly that finding some of the things you needed in the apocalypse was not what I was used to. In the past, visiting a bookstore or a gun store or a warehouse would almost always lead to a plethora of items, many of them being what you were after: skill books, tools, magazines, and the like. But now I was finding key items I needed in more abstract places, in car glove boxes, or in trash cans, or in survivor houses. It was a change that I'd adjust to, but one that was a lot harder to calculate. Now it was more sustainable to start checking every house you came across instead of just focusing on a few hotspots. I noticed on the side of the road that these little rock outcroppings actually gave flint nodules, and I knew from my time trying out the crafting that these nodules could potentially be used to make tools, axes, and the like. So I spent some time breaking them up with the sledgehammer and loading the resulting nodules into my trunk. Once that was dealt with, the night was growing closer, and conveniently enough, a little further down that very same road was a house that would make a perfect home for a night. I cleared out any Zeds on the outside. There were a few of them, but nothing problematic. In the garage, I found some useful books, particularly a welding book, a glassmaking book, and a second mechanics book. The inside of the house was nothing special, but it was free from any Zeds, and there was quite a clearing around the house, meaning that this night would be a pretty safe one from any interruptions. Since I hadn't become drowsy yet, I spent some time reading some of the books I collected earlier, the Generator magazine and the welding book. They weren't urgent on my to-do list, but there was no point standing around wasting time, and for some reason, managing my sleep schedule was something I was becoming more wary of. So I wanted to stay up a bit later before heading to sleep. By about 11 PM, I decided to head to sleep either way. I awoke at 3:30, which was a little early, but again, that was because I wasn't drowsy, so my sleep wouldn't be as long as ideal. With no power, I instead lit up my flashlight and continued to do some reading until the sunrise. Before heading off, I spotted a propane barbecue in the backyard, making sure to remove the tank since I knew it might come in handy in the future. But after that, we were back on the road. I decided to take a brief rest stop at the next house along since I noticed it had a garage. At this point, I was hoping to find an axe in pretty much all the less likely places. The house didn't have an axe, but it did have a car battery charger, which would come in handy. And without wasting much time, I continued my trip. And at this point, you're probably wondering where exactly I'm heading.
So there is a scrapyard up to our left here. I don't even know what that means. I assume it's like some kind of dump, but I mean, I could see there being a generator there. kind of what I'm banking on, because at this point, anywhere else I go for a generator is just going to be ridiculous.
In reviewing the map, I had spotted a point of interest called the scrapyard, somewhere that I had never been. And maybe it was a little ambitious of me, but when I pictured a scrapyard, I thought that maybe there was a very slim chance that it might have a warehouse, or more importantly, a generator. And with no resources to see what this place actually looked like, this was at best a shot in the dark. But this was the case for every survivor out there right now. You just had to explore these places to uncover the secrets within. As I approached the scrapyard, I caught sight of the entryway and the large walls that surrounded the place. The location was a lot larger than I had initially anticipated, and in all honesty, I had to toss up between slowly making my way in or just hopping over the wall and trying to get a look. But without knowing how many Zeds were inside, that would be extremely risky. So I opted instead to try and clear an entrance and drive inside. I traveled to the further entrance down the road and picked off individual Zeds, working my way through to the building on the outside. And the building itself didn't have a lot inside, but it did give me a few skill books that might be useful in the future. After clearing the place out, I had a decision to make. I could drive straight in and hope for the best, or work my way in on foot, be able to abandon ship if things got bad. But I was getting a little bit tired of fighting Zeds, so I decided to do it the stupid way.
Yeah, it's a lot of wrecks. Surprise, surprise, I am not seeing a generator. I mean, I know it was oh my god. Oh, how am I gonna clear all of them? I don't need to, I just need to draw them away. I can't believe it. Okay. I have to be really smart here because this could definitely get me killed.
After getting back out of the scrapyard, I used my horn to draw as many as I could towards the entrance and away from the generator, because my plan from here was simple. Acquire the generator by whatever means necessary, and I had learned in my Build 42 adventures so far that stealth was far more valuable than anything else. After drawing as many as I could towards the main road, I took my van off-road to the side of the scrapyard and began a stealth mission to acquire the generator from within.
I think they can see me, I don't know how, because what the fuck, but still. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. So if I just wait, he might just clear out. In and out in a flash. I can't believe that the scrapyard had a generator. I genuinely, this was like such a long shot. Even when I drove in, I was like, well, there's just nothing in here.
This was the kind of luck I needed to get my momentum back. Having this generator meant that not only could I acquire fuel from gas stations, but that I could use fridges, washing machines, lights, ovens, everything to keep my resort operational. I just had to get it home in one piece.
What the fuck? I thought that was like my fucking, like in IRL. What happened? Why did it fall out? Does it need to be in the boot? What have they done? What did the devs do? Why have they done this to me? Haven't I been through enough?
Moral of the story there is that things in broken trailers don't tend to stay in broken trailers. With my belongings reorganized and the trailer empty, I set off back down the road. There was just one thing on my list of goals that I had yet to acquire, despite looking for one since day one of this adventure, an axe. All that being said, that brought me right back to where I started this run, Irvington. I didn't know the layout, I didn't know what buildings were within, but I knew that there had to be something worth trying to visit. I drove into town with the main goal being to find a promising location that was potentially achievable. And at first that wasn't looking very likely. But after cycling around the residential area, I pulled onto the main road and spotted a fire department, which might have been achievable if there wasn't a horde of around 50 Zeds on either side of the entrance. I used the van's horn to try and draw as many away from the building as I could, but because of the density of the undead, I actually caused myself more problems than solutions, since my horn meant I'd drawn in all the Zeds from behind the building towards it, essentially closing off any rear access. I drove through the town in circles a few times, hoping that things might just magically resolve themselves. But with each circuit, I noticed less and less opportunities to get in. So for now, I pulled off to a side road, noticing my fuel was getting a little low. After refilling in a slightly less precarious position, I drove to the southern side of town, seeking any opportunities, and came across exactly what I was looking for.
Oh my god, a hardware store. That's doable. That is doable.
Unfortunately, while this was a good find, I was already drowsy, And with the approaching Zeds, this was a death trap, but I had it marked down, and at this point, this was all I needed. By now, I had a pretty good sense of direction in the town, so I knew that this hardware store was not a long way from the outskirts where I'd be able to hole up for the night. For now, I retreated, following the winding dirt road out of town to a farmhouse I could call home for a little while. I cleared through the few Zeds outside and made my way indoors, noting my tiredness was growing. But if I went to sleep now, the likelihood is that I'd wake up too early in the morning to do anything anyway. So I spent a little bit of time moving some stuff around, looting the house and prepping for the next day. Eventually, I called it a night. In the morning, I reviewed my map and strategized how to approach the tool store. The Zeds were definitely more of a problem than it seemed. Just driving past the warehouse would probably attract more than I could easily tackle. But as time would pass, that would become more and more of an inevitability. At first, I attempted to park up for a moment outside the store. Perhaps it was a little ambitious, but it was the morning and I was feeling reinvigorated. Unfortunately, things got quickly out of hand, and I wasn't willing to die to ensure I succeeded on the first try. So instead, I hopped back in the van and bailed out. After the first failed attempt to take the tool shop, I considered my options once again, looping around the town and weighing up whether the fire department was a possible target still. It did still seem quite congested, but I thought I'd give one more strategy a try before I gave up. A few blocks away from the fire department, I found a broken down ambulance, and it was a little risky, but it was worth the risk. So I snuck inside, turned on the sirens, and quickly ducked away once again in my van. If anything was going to draw the Zeds away, ambulance sirens would be the #1 method. After driving around Irvington a little more, I found a second ambulance, perhaps a stroke of luck that would help guide me to my first success. And hopping inside, I turned on the siren here as well, drawing zombies away from the fire department in both a southern and eastern direction. I didn't expect this to be a foolproof plan, but it was worth a shot. Even if it was a little risky ducking in and out of the hordes I was amassing. But after doing a few loops in and around the area, it didn't seem to be doing enough to make the run into the building feasible. I thought it might be possible that I could find a functional car with a siren, which would make for a much more effective method, as I'd be able to move it close enough to the fire department to actually draw any Zeds there away faster. And on the outskirts of town, I did actually find a car that could potentially do the trick. But after sneaking around buildings and trees and fighting back some Zeds, I quickly ducked inside the car and found it didn't have a key. Obviously, I could just take out endless Zeds and hope one dropped a key, but frankly, I knew that would be a time-consuming task and a long shot, so I conceded on the fire department and returned back to plan A, the tool store. But try as I might to think my way through a tactical approach, I'd begun to accept the inevitable. But there was no way into this store without one hell of a slog, and so I decided after all that planning to just do things the hard way. I dashed into the car park, turned off my van, ran behind the store, and started grinding, picking off Zeds from the outside, attracting groups and shaking them up within the trees, resting at any possible opportunity, and then returning to clear more. The last time I had to deal with this kind of confrontation was back when I was clearing out the resort, and so it wasn't unfamiliar, but I was feeling a little rusty. I was a little low on food, so I was forced to check a few of the nearby houses, but fortunately, most of the Zed traffic was focused on the buildings closer to the road, and I thought if I could get myself a car somehow, I might just clear them with the same car reversing strategy I'd used in the car park of the resort. But try as I might, I could not find any nearby cars with keys, even heading over to the Spiffo vans and trying each one there. So devoid of the options, I returned to the grind, delivering swift justice to any Zeds that approached. And at first they seemed endless, but as time began to drag, I made more and more progress, moving closer and closer towards the store and my van. Finally, after several hours of clearing Zeds, I had returned to my van in the car park, allowing me to at least eat some food before checking what Zeds remained in the store. If I'm being honest with myself, my initial hesitance to just brute force this store was partly because I'd put little faith in my ability to do so, but I'd begun to understand my limitations, so I probably could have been a little bit more ambitious. Finally, after several days of parading around this town in search of a single axe, I entered the hardware store, fearful that even this might not be enough to find what I was after.
Oh my fucking god. Okay. Give me another one. No, I want another one. I deserve it. I do deserve it. You can't deny I deserve it. Box of batteries? That's based.
Unfortunately, this single firefighter axe was the only one in the whole store, but it was an axe. It was exactly what I needed. I funneled through the rest of the loot within the store, but most of the stuff here had been acquired in my previous travels. So when things started to get a little cagey inside, I decided to call an end to this journey and return home to follow through on my primary goal. And this drive towards home was extremely cathartic, knowing that I had persevered against the odds and found not one, but two of the things I had desperately needed to turn my resort into the ultimate home I had pictured. I stopped over at a house on the outskirts for the night, since driving while extremely tired didn't seem like the smartest move. But in the morning, I continued my homeward trek, only stopping once to check a small garage, which provided plentiful seeds to add to my collection. This drive home was all the more comforting, knowing that for now, I had everything I needed to truly live out in the wilderness for a little while. Obviously, with crafting being a lot different, and in general some factors of survival being unusual with the new changes, there was a possibility I'd recognize something missing that would require another loot trip down the line. But my eyes were firmly focused on making my resort entirely self-sustainable, and that was going to be my focus from here on out. Finally, as I neared my forest home, I stopped at the gas station outside, plugging in my generator and using it to fill up all the gas tanks I had. I had to shift some storage around to make space since everything was packed to the brim, but this was a valuable stop so that I could keep the generator running at home while I began to make all my upgrades. As I drove down the long driveway to my home, I was blessed with the sight of a clean car park. For the most part, the Z corpses had finally cleared. There were a few left over, but for now this was an extremely positive change. The corpse sickness was one thing, but just having to look at the mess outside was doing my head in, so I felt refreshed being free of that one extra burden. I began the next steps of my journey by unloading all the stuff within the van, which brought a newfound sense of appreciation for all the work I'd done, seeing just how much stuff I'd managed to lug back with me. I had a laundry list of objectives to start the conversion of this resort to a proper base. I'd need to clear out this first floor, get my farming set up operational, get power sorted, and potentially start to get my head around fishing. I started by getting the generator connected outside, bringing light back to the resort. Then I spent some time with my sledgehammer, clearing a large chunk of the clutter from one of the downstairs rooms. I envisioned this as a wide open space where I could park cars and do repairs, so all of this stuff would need to go. After catching some sleep for the night, in the morning I did some general looting, organizing, and moved the fridge from the kitchen to an area closer to the generator, since it didn't reach the front side of the building. That wasn't a particularly huge problem right now, I'd just reposition my key furniture closer, but perhaps down the line I might sort a more long-term solution. And after all that was dealt with, I continued the great clearing, eliminating each and every chair that stood in my way. After that, I began to dismantle some of the walls also, opening the space up. The bottom floor was starting to take shape. I had noticed that the rain had returned, so I took the opportunity to expand my farm. With all the new seeds I collected, I could make use of more space, and it wasn't like I was limited for areas to dig new furrows. This was a job that I had on my list for a while, but since the rain was pouring down, I knew I wouldn't have to water the new crops. So in a way, by being not lazy, I could be more lazy. Afterwards, I returned to the mission at hand, clearing and more clearing. Everything had to be empty and open. It wasn't the most ambitious or inspired design choice, but functionality came first. After clearing out the wide space on the bottom floor, I spent time using whatever planks I had lying around to begin to seal some of the broken doors and windows on the rear entrance. When I cleared through this space a few weeks back, all of the doors had taken a beating, and few of them had survived. On top of that, most of the full-length windows were taken out also, so they needed replacing with proper walls to keep this place secure. I wasn't sure how I was going to deal with the windows bordering the main road sections, but this was a start. Once everything was looking in better shape, I decided to start bringing in some of the cars from the outside to test that everything would work as intended. And as part of this task, I did get a little bit distracted. Having read the mechanics book earlier, I knew that I was only 2 mechanic levels and 1 electrical level away from being able to hotwire all these vehicles. So despite the fact the weather was extremely poor, I began removing and replacing vehicle parts to grind up my mechanics level. Despite the storm running through, I remained focused and made relatively quick work of leveling up my mechanics skill. To be frank, I hadn't run an adventure by myself in a while, and the fast forward option made these kinds of monotonous tasks far more manageable. After dealing with my mechanics levels, I headed inside and grabbed a screwdriver. This resort was stocked to the brim with televisions and a few computers, so even without an electrical book, I was able to grind my way through the first electrical level with relative ease. Oh, and side note, if you play Build 42 by default, keep in mind that dismantle experience is disabled and has to be re-enabled in your sandbox settings, and that is a setting I would recommend enabling 100% of the time, since the way this world is right now, doing things without dismantling experience is opening yourself up to hell on earth. After leveling up my electrical skill, finally I had acquired the ability to hotwire, which was going to be a game changer in the days and weeks to come. But for now, I would start on the cars in the car park outside, which all went pretty well until I learned about one of the new quirks of this build while I was stuffing my face.
What the fuck just happened? My fucking wheels just fell off. What the fuck?
So it turns out that in this build, when you remove and replace a wheel, you need to refill it with a tire pump because it'll start off with no air in it. I don't know if it makes all the sense in the world, but the lesson learned is that the answer is always only a few Reddit posts away. After refilling all the wheels and bringing all my new cars inside the hotel, things were starting to take shape. And in reality, that left me with one big goal before I felt like the first chapter of this journey was complete. I wanted to catch a goddamn fish, because so far I had only caught a bunch of cans and bottles, and eating snacks instead of fresh fish was starting to wear down my morale. So on the first morning of August, I took all my fishing gear and returned to the lake, finding the little ripples that indicated fish were aplenty. And I tried time and time again, but no matter what I tried, all I pulled out was junk. Now I had a hunch why that might be, because I didn't have any bait. So despite the fact that it was a little detour, I thought I might take a walk through the calming forest and begin to see exactly what changes foraging had undergone in this new world. And maybe it's because I've never done foraging before and never seen it, but all the neat resources, medical supplies, foods that I found on my journey of foraging were pretty fascinating. Not only did I find plenty of bait, but I found plenty of useful crafting resources, herbs, and food as well. My haul was pretty substantial by the time I returned. And now, equipped with the bait I had been seeking, I returned to the task at hand, convinced I could accomplish my goal.
Okay. That has got to be a fish. Oh, it's acting different. No. Just chill. Okay, now come here. Okay, I understand. Let's fucking go! That's a fish! That is a fish. It can be small, I don't care. Who would have guessed that we'd need bait to be good at fishing?
This fresh fish would become part of a delicious roast with mushrooms that I'd gathered in the forest and some potatoes from my earlier looting run to the farmer's market and some spices I'd collected along the way. This was the life in the wilderness I had been seeking, and this resort was a place bursting with potential. In the zombie apocalypse, your success or failure will be defined by several needs, but the one above all others is food. And with the plethora of new options to create a sustainable life in an undead world, I wanted to know what it took to create the ultimate farm, home to endless crops, various livestock, and most importantly, the hub for a safe haven to rival them all. Now that journey starts right here at Dark Wallow Lake, because I had managed to take control of this giant resort, but my focus now was on the farm of my dreams. In the early days of this new chapter, I was initially getting my bearings, both for what I'd done so far and how to attack the key problem of acquiring everything I'd need to get the farm established. So before gallivanting off around the world aimlessly, I set forth a few key goals to try to accomplish as a part of my farm plans. Number 1, I would need to build an initial area for livestock to keep them secure. Number 2, we'd need to locate a place where livestock was free for the taking. And number 3, all the while I'd have to make upgrades to my home to sustain my life long enough to make this ultimate farm a reality. Because setting all these plans out for livestock and then dying before I could complete them, that didn't seem like the best strategy. So we took things one step at a time. While I refamiliarized myself with the resort, I started working on a proper home area. I didn't exactly feel like heading out into trouble just yet, so making use of the next couple of days with base upgrades seemed like a way to start things off on a positive note. First, I laid out the plans for a main hub area in my home. A large room where I could install a kitchen, a bed, and hopefully, eventually, some plumbing to allow myself a safe place to prosper while I got the farm up and running. That required a lot of breaking down walls, collecting various planks from around the resort, and completing the border of the room with what carpentry skills I already had. By the time I got the basics of the room down, I was already beginning to run low on my food stocks, so I put my fishing skills to the test, heading out into the rain and finding a hotspot, and sure enough, this was pretty light work thanks to my fishing pier, and my skills in fishing I'd established previously.
Oh, this is a big one. This is a big one. Come a little closer. Whoa, that is absolutely similar size, is what I was going to say. Hey, some people call that big, you know. That's all that matters. That's a real big. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Oh, that's a juicer. What is that? Alligator guy? Is that a fish? I don't even know what that is. That's gotta be a big boy. That thing is oh my god. It's like, oh my god, it's heavy. It's huge.
As I had improved my fishing skills, my catches grew more and more substantial, some weighing so much just lugging them back to the fridge was problematic enough. Speaking of the fridge, now that my new room was semi-functional, I'd begun to install and place a few cabinets and the like to create my new kitchen area. With my carpentry skill being what it wasn't much, but it did the job. But I was so successful at fishing that the fridge space I had so far just wouldn't cover it. So I headed down to the lower floor to collect one of the fridges from the main restaurant of the resort. And it took some work to lug back, but now I had a little bit more space to work with. And to add on to all that, no kitchen is complete without a stove. So I collected my fire stove from my temporary room and brought it into the fold so that I could prepare meals with far more efficiency. Eventually, I wanted to get an electric oven installed, but right now I didn't have the electrical skill required to do so. And frankly, I had a lot of scrap wood lying around anyway, so it wasn't too much work to light a fire. These were all important advancements in making my little home area more equipped for post-apocalyptic life. So with the framework of my living space now in place, I directed my eyes to the first steps of one of my other goals. I suspected that in order to keep livestock, I'd need to have an area where they could be safely homed. In reality, the livestock zones did function without walls, but if at any point they witnessed too much noise, or worse, a Zed, they would flee off in every direction. So I opted instead for a more civilized option, and started working on a fenced off area to the left side of the resort. Fortunately, creating this area was aided by the usage of my axe, which I'd acquired on the long journey to Irvington, and my carpentry skills were by no means insignificant, so I was able to make slow but steady progress. And to be frank, this is definitely what you would consider slow. Each fence piece would require a few planks, each tree would provide a couple of logs. All in all, I pretty much wiped out the entire tree covered area besides the resort, and started having to cut down the forest outside my walls for more timber. Though in this case, the fact that I was so far from civilization meant that I wouldn't run into much trouble here anyway, making this more of a brute force task than one that would require finesse. After several days of slogging away at my first pen, I finally had the outer structures established enough to be able to start playing around with the livestock zone system. Though at this point it was rather superfluous, I still tested a few arrangements just to learn what I was dealing with. And though it was a little buggy in some instances, with the zones becoming strangely conjoined but also separated at the same time, I felt comfortable enough that if I could acquire some animals, they would at least stay inside my fenced area for now. With a few different zones established, I placed a few troughs within the walled area of each section. For livestock to prosper in this world, they'd require both food and water. Water could be easily gathered by just waiting for a rainy day, but food would come in a few different forms. First, there was animal feed bags, which could be looted. And in the past, I had acquired a few bags here or there that I'd kept on hand. But in addition, one way to produce feed for animals was to obtain grass cuttings, which, you guessed it, came from cutting grass. These weren't as substantial as the animal feed bags, but being surrounded by almost infinite grass made this a pretty sustainable option either way. Between the three spaces I'd set up, I felt comfortable enough to say that if I came across any animals, I'd be in a good spot to house them, temporarily at least. And to be clear, I had a grander plan for my farm that was a little bit more polished, but for now this would do the trick, which left me with one thing to address, because I hadn't thought about it up until this point, but acquiring some of the larger livestock would require one thing that I definitely didn't have.
I have done some thinking, and by thinking, I really mean that I have been looking at the map, because my thinking no think right now. But I believe there are, there's going to be plenty of locations that we can find animals potentially. There is a fundamental problem with anything we do, and that is that if we don't find a livestock trailer, we are cooked. And there's a problem with that because the only livestock trailer that I can remember seeing is the one that is near the mall in Irvington. No easy task to get to. So, but we need one because we can get chickens and stuff, but we can't get the big boys. We need the big boys. We need the cows. So the only way we can get them, livestock trailer. How do we get a livestock trailer?
So with a rough plan in place to acquire a livestock trailer, I took care of some basic needs of the base, preparing for the trip, refilling the generator, and then heading out with one of the taxis I'd acquired for my first look around the area. In reality, I didn't really have a great idea of where I could acquire a livestock trailer, but I thought for a start, checking any nearby farmhouses and looting them in the process would be a win-win. If I found a livestock trailer, then I could get started on my farm, but if I didn't, I'd still be able to loot these houses for any essential farming or livestock items, and collect any additional food and resources that would help with other issues I had to address, since I was also starting to run low on some of the basic items like seasonings and the like to keep my calories up. My weight had taken a hit over the past few days, so I was starting to get a little thin, which definitely didn't help with any hand-to-hand combat. It may not seem like it, but I had been stuck inside my resort area for a fair while, so it was nice to be on the road and exploring again, even if it wasn't on the scale I'd tackled prior. The first house I came across was quaint, and I had to tackle a few zombies out the front, but no livestock trailer to be found. I still checked through most of the containers inside to see if there was any loot worth taking, and there was actually a pretty substantial amount of goodies to acquire. In addition, I found a peculiar note in the bedroom on the second floor.
State log. Again, a good book. Romantic letter. The hell is this?
Patrice, how I long for your company once again. But alas, father says I must stay here in France so that one day I can take over his shoeshine business. That precious summer we celebrated by Dark Wallow Lake fills every empty space in my heart. But do not fear, my dear. When you receive this message, I will already be on my way to visit once more. The only thing that could separate our love now would be the apocalypse itself. I will see you soon, my love. Regards, Theodore.
Well, that was fucking weird. I'm gonna leave that here.
Afterwards, I made my way to the barn outside to check if there were any animals or feed bags, but the only thing I found was not exactly useful.
Oh my... Fuck you! Why does this always happen to me? Why does this always happen to me? Oh, I'm gonna have heart issues, man. What the hell?
After recovering my mental stability, I circled back around to the house, remembering that I hadn't yet checked the garage. And it was fortunate that I had remembered, because inside I found a second generator to add to my collection. I made my way further down the road to continue looting any additional houses I could find, and it had become clear at this point that bringing the taxi may not have been the best option, since in each and every house I found a pretty decent amount of valuable items, making my space quickly diminish. The second generator itself occupied around 45 units of space, but I was convinced with some meticulous organizing I could fit just a little bit more. In one of the sheds from a nearby house, I saw something pretty promising, what appeared to be some sort of gun locker, so I made my way inside in the hopes of finding some weaponry to use down the line.
Which chair is it? Or was that me? That was me. Right. Am I wrong? Or is that a gun locker? I just can't help but feel like I've been scammed. I don't really know what to say about that. I guess I'll take the welder's mask. I already have one, but...
Now, in all honesty, it was a little disappointing that I didn't find anything else of note, but at this point in my journey, finding useful tools and the like was enough to keep me happy. And overall, this looting run added a heap of valuable top-ups to my essential needs. I followed the long road home. Devoid of any wandering Zeds, the country offered a familiar serenity that I had grown comfortable in. I was certainly not free of the threat of the undead, and further in this adventure, I would yet again go toe-to-toe with a few of them. But for now, I was focused on my humble and peaceful goal of creating the ultimate farm. Once I'd arrived home, I first unloaded the generator, deciding to try and hook it up to the front of the resort. I'd hoped this might provide coverage of the other side of the building that my initial generator couldn't reach. But in all honesty, I'm not sure if it was execution or lack of functionality, but it really didn't cover any of the building, instead providing power to just a few lights out in the car park. For now, I left it running, mostly because I wasn't aware of that yet, and I was in a hurry to get other things done. I unloaded the remaining items from the taxi onto the floor. As many survivors know, the floor is the most expansive and free-flowing form of storage you can have in Project Zomboid, so I made sure to take advantage of it when possible. Since I wasn't yet too drowsy, I spent some time working on my base. First, I'd need to get a proper bed set up in the headquarters, which wouldn't be too difficult, since I could acquire the parts for one from the various leftovers of my bed dismantling run in the resort. And though it took me a bit of fiddling, particularly because I didn't realize I'd need all 4 parts of the original bed, eventually I lugged back each part to the main HQ and got a bed set up. With the bed in place, I called it a night. Though I'd stayed up a little late, the fact that I had the wakeful trait meant that I had still woken up nice and early in the morning, ready to tackle another day. Now, this place wasn't perfect, but it was starting to take shape as a HQ for my farm, and it would be something I'd passively focus focus on upgrading across this journey. For now, I moved all the loot from the day prior up the stairs onto my advanced storage system. Afterwards, it was time for me to prepare for another trip out. Having learned my lesson from the day prior, I opted instead to take out my green van. Before heading off, I noticed it could use a little touch-up, so I commandeered another hood from a separate van, transferring it to my green van, which was in far better condition. My mechanic's skill meant that this took a few tries, but eventually I was able to look upon a decent conditioned vehicle that would certainly be capable of supporting any future journeys. To fill the rest of the day, I prepared a few meals for the trip ahead, since I wouldn't want to be dependent on food if my trip went longer than planned. And after a short sleep, I woke up bright and early, before the sun had even risen. In most situations, this would be a little dangerous, but I knew I had a couple of hours drive before I'd reach anything of note to loot either way. As I made my way down the road, I ummed and erred between two options. I'd been trying to avoid the idea of going as far as Irvington, since even though I knew that there might be livestock trailers there, in reality it was extremely risky just to get in and out safely. And at this point I wanted to stay focused on the farm, rather than get caught in a week-long war with the undead. So instead I headed somewhere a little closer, a small residential area about halfway down the road, in the hopes that I might find a wayward livestock trailer here. But if I didn't, I'd still find plenty of loot to add to my stores, particularly food seasonings and spices to bump my weight up. As I arrived, I faced a few wayward Zeds, but nothing like I'd find in Irvington. These zombies were pretty manageable. Now normally I'd try and shove and stomp zombies wherever possible, but now that I had a decent supply of tools, I was intermittently using my shovel where needed, since leveling up my long blunt skill would make my tools do more damage, take less work to maintain, and cause less muscle strain. After clearing the excess of undead, I worked my way through the houses here, finding an assortment of food, literature, and tools that would come in handy. These general looting trips were satisfying but not groundbreaking. However, many of these items would be essential in the setup for my farm, particularly having a decent supply of food to keep me sustained while building was a necessity. After making my way through the houses, I opted to head further down the road. For people who know their way around the new map, down this road was a familiar location, a lodge that resided on the other side of Darkwallow Lake. While it wouldn't be essential to my progression, it was something that piqued my curiosity.
Yeah, that's not looking worthwhile, I don't think. That's a few days of clearing, at least. Back to plan 8, checking the farms.
So the lodge was a little bit out of reach for now, but it was interesting to lay my eyes on it at least for the future. That's not foreshadowing, I really am not going back there, for now. On the way home, I dropped by one more farmhouse. It wasn't much, but it filled the remaining space in my van, forcing me to trek back to the resort. And before night fell, I had made it home, my use of time growing more efficient with each passing day. I quickly unloaded the van into my high-tech storage system, before taking care of a few random tasks and calling it a night. I hadn't lost focus on my goal. I now had enough excess food stocks and various items to keep me going at the resort, but my primary issue still existed. I needed a livestock trailer. And though I had tried to avoid it up until this point, I could no longer deny that the only trailer I knew about was the one outside the mall. Well, until I remembered another one.
So, I believe, if I remember correctly, the trailer was located like right here. If I remember correctly. If I don't remember correctly, I probably already mentioned it in the recording, in the video, so you know that I'm going into ruin. But right now, I have high hopes and I'm feeling confident. I'm not particularly excited to be going back to Irvington. This is not a looting trip. This is exclusively to get a livestock trailer. Please let me remember that when I get there. God help me if I see something enticing.
So with a general plan in place, I headed off down the long trek to Irvington, hoping that I might be able to sneak in and out with the livestock trailer required. As I followed the road further and further, I decided to opt for a bit of a niche strategy. Knowing that this potential trailer was just a few steps away from the train track in Irvington, I took the turn off onto the train tracks halfway down the road, thinking that I could follow them all the way into town and avoid the large groups of undead near the main street. However, after following this train track for a hefty amount of time, it became apparent that it was just not really worth it. The lack of speed on these tracks was too significant, and I didn't want to be arriving in Irvington in the middle of the night. So once I saw a turn off back onto the regular road, I took it, knowing it would eventually lead me back onto the main street and I could continue on my journey at full speed. Sometimes all the wrong decisions can lead to just a little bit of luck.
What is this? Tell me that's a livestock trailer. I genuinely don't know. It's gotta be. It's a cattle farm, bro. So annoying, man. So annoying. Bro, that's gotta be... It's like, what are you? Oh, let's go! Let's go! Let's go! This is a cattle farm as well. I might find like cows in here. Oh, baby. Never mind Irvington. Oh my goodness. If I hadn't have chosen to turn off, we never would have found this. Moral of the story, always make bad decisions because eventually they'll lead to good decisions. All right, let's see what we got. Farming store. Take that key. I hear one. Oh yeah, there it is. Please don't be many. There's storage in there. I'm starting to feel really good about this. The hell? It's like a stage. Just like farm shows? I don't know. Weird though. Looks like that's more of a farm over there. Alright, I mean, let's check this place out. Boy, really? Shit. Gonna be a little bit more complicated than I thought. What I was gonna say is we're really kind of hoping for cows because cows make milk, milk makes butter, butter makes calories. That is a cow. It just phased through the wall, so that's a good sign. All right, nice and slow here. You want to kind of line them up in a rhythm. Hopefully get those first few like that. Well, that almost couldn't have gone better, which means I'm due for some bad luck. Bro, those cows are losing it. That's another thing, is the cows are probably losing it because of the Zeds. So I wonder if they'll just, as soon as the Zeds are gone, they'll just stop. That would be nice, because I would love to not have them be a pain in the ass to catch. Okay, there's pigs here as well. If I sledge the side, there's a very real possibility they'll all come flying out. I don't know if I necessarily want that. I think I might have to take the risk. They're less panicked now, it looks like. Okay. There's chickens in here, I can hear them. Ooh, turkeys. This is the mother load, but I need that rope. Please tell me there's supplies and a rope. There's Zeds in here. Cool, that is a rope. I don't know what I want most. You can tell if they're a male or a female. Gender female. I don't have enough rope. I need more rope. Surely there's a little bit more rope in here. You really gotta watch the ground these days. There's more stuff on the ground than like in old builds. Oh my god, there's literally every animal I'd ever need here. Okay. It's a little scuffed, but it's fine. Let's go, Angus cow. You will be the first member of my new family. I shall name you Denise. Yes, henceforth you shall be known as Denise, the Angus cow. Oh, they are escaping. That's okay. All right, so now the question is, how can I fit one cow in here? Like, what's the situation? I would assume I can only fit one animal in here, but I might be able to take chickens in my hands. Put animal in trailer. Oh, there is, okay. Check animals in trailer. So I have 159 space left. Shall I take some sheep? Oh god, they're dying of thirst. I need to save these animals. Aww. A little lamb. Will you fit in? 26? It'll be snug. No, it won't fit. But I can carry one in theory. Can I put you in like the boot, literally? No, okay. Sorry, Suffolk lamb, I'll have to come back for you. Okay, that's livable. Let's do our first trip. Listen, lamb, I would strongly... Editor, cut that out. He walked into it. What was I supposed to do? I had no choice.
So with all things considered, this was an exceptionally successful trip. Not only had I acquired a livestock trailer, but I began my trek home with a few new members of the family. My Angus cow Denise and company. My farm was officially off to a red hot start.
I'm now recognizing that I will need a gate, because otherwise how are they going to get inside the pen? I can't lead them in. I don't think you really need to lock them in. It's just more like a, you know, immersion thing. Like, I don't want them to just walk out. Well, that one's going head on. And I need fuel badly. So it doesn't seem like a long drive, but when you're actually driving it, it feels like a very long drive. So that's why I kind of need to be efficient with like what animals I take, because I need to get the right pairs so I can reproduce them on my end. But I want to collect everything, bro. I want to catch them all.
After arriving home, I recognized that without a gate on my pen, things weren't exactly going to work out as planned. So for now, I used a sledgehammer to open up a hole in the fence. With the zones set up, the only reasons animals would actively run out of their space was if there was too much noise or zombies strayed nearby. So even a hole in the fence would be okay in the short term, as long as I replaced it with a gate down the line. I unloaded my new friends into their new home. The weather wasn't the most welcoming, but frankly, it was still probably nicer than their dark, damp barn that they were trapped in prior. After a little bit of organizing of loot, I headed back down during the night and started to fix up some of the missing pieces of the farm. I installed a gate in the fence and became quickly aware that my chicken would need a chicken hutch. For what purpose, I wasn't sure, but nonetheless, it wouldn't be too hard to find the parts for one, even in darkness.
Oh, shit. Ow. That chicken just fucking bit me in the dick. That chicken just bit me in the dick. That was an accident.
Following a few minutes of acquiring items and shifting around, I finally placed down a chicken hutch in the bottom corner. Though I couldn't really look at it in all its glory since, well, I couldn't see much at this time of night. Instead, I quickly headed inside to call it a night, knowing my animals were at least set up for now. And by the time the morning came around, I was reinvigorated by my recent successes, opting to waste little time in clearing out the taxi and heading off for another run to the farm. It was nice to feel a resounding sense of progress. Not the kind of progress that was superficial like minor upgrades to my humble abode, but the kind of progress that drew me closer to my goal, the farm of my dreams. The drive to the barn felt long, but in reality I was getting used to traveling long distances, since my home was a long distance from pretty much everything.
Alrighty. Priority number 1, Angus cow, male. The Angus cows are the blacks, and we're looking for a male. I think they will actually look different, so I assume they're gonna look like bulls. This is obviously a female, but okay, just to be sure. You are also a female. This is obvious. Everyone knows that, right? You have horns. You are what I'm looking for, Angus bull. So something I've just clocked is I don't know if will attack animals of the same species means cow or Angus cow. I think it's going to mean cow, which means I do need to separate them. Uh-oh. That could have gone a lot worse. God forbid if I shove this thing. I already had a chicken by my dick. Okay, East Frisian. A ewe is obviously a female, I guess. Ewe. That could be a male right there. It looks different. Okay. No East Frisian male. Alright, let's move to plan B then. We get ourselves some bacon. I mean, pigs. It seems like in general the females are more common, so maybe we look for a male or whatever it is we're taking. You can kind of fast walk with this. Cannot run, but you can fast walk. Yeah, it does fit. We're not going to fit much else. 2 we can do. 2 is doable. It's going to be a lot of food, but I got to fatten myself up.
Night had fallen by the time I returned home with my second load of animals, so I quickly shifted them into pens and headed inside to call it a night. In the morning, I prepared another fish roast. Though it was becoming a little bland, the excessive amount of seasonings and spices I'd collected were certainly doing their part in making it more palatable. As opposed to spending another day on the road, I instead opted to check on some of the work I'd done previously on my farm. Unfortunately though, I started to uncover some troubling signs.
What happened to it? Didn't it rain? It's been raining. Why are like some of them just dead? I don't know why. Like half of them are just dead. Like I don't really understand. Did they get overwatered? Like this, I can't water it. Is there a roof over this? No? I don't really understand. Is that the disease?
So not everything was going to plan, and this issue killing my crops would become a consistent issue, one that I wouldn't fully unpack until further down the line. Needless to say that the extra food I'd acquired was certainly all the more useful now that it was my only food. For now, I opted to try attempt number 2 on my crops, setting up a new area on the other side of the road, with the hopes that whatever went wrong with attempt number 1 would be resolved in this new location. I was fortunate to have an extensive amount of seeds, so it was no issue to set up some crops that were strong at this time of year. After spending the next few hours watering the new space, I took care of some much needed organization inside the base. And by that, of course, I meant I spent some time moving all the items from downstairs into their storage home upstairs, amongst the rest of my items in the great storage pile to rule them all. With that dealt with in a manner befitting my incredible organization skills, I took some time to be in touch with nature once again, heading to the pier to further increase my fishing skills. And where before I had caught just one fish, this time I caught many more. Multiple fish, some weighing so much that I could barely even carry them upstairs. It was truly proving to be an incredibly sustainable source of food. Though the problem still remained. Without supplies from crops to fill out the meals, this would ultimately barely keep me alive. A well-balanced diet was the key to surviving out here in the wilderness. Nonetheless, I spent time lugging these giant fish inside, and they were so giant that I actually ran into a lack of fridge space. So I headed downstairs to the restaurant area of the resort. Since I knew there were plenty of fridges back here, and though it took some work, I managed to one by one install several more fridges back in the HQ. The only problem being that these would certainly cost a lot more power, which wouldn't be the best option in the long run. For now though, it was a problem I was happy to have, since now I was stocked up on fish enough to keep me going for a long while. Now I could direct my focus forward on one of my next large goals. Yes, I could spend day after day lugging animals back and forth, but in all honesty, this pen area was not sustainable for the amount of animals I wanted to have. And while I had plenty of space out here in the forest, most of it was not secure. So how could I resolve this? Well, my plan started with a wall that would completely surround the remaining open sides of my resort, inclusive of a large field area for my animals and an area where I could fit crops too. And this was going to be a huge undertaking, but in the interest of being fully secure and completing my ultimate farm, it had to be done. So without further ado, I took the first steps laying out the framework for the future. I started at the top end, where this new wall would join my existing one, since getting a large wooden gate set up would save me in the long run if I needed to do any more looting runs. Once I had a gate up and running, I began the long haul. First, the frames would need to be established. I worked tirelessly, cutting trees, sawing logs, moving planks, each full backpack completing a new section of wall frames, each new section bringing me closer to my goal. And by the time a full day had passed, I had completed the basic structure. It still needed to be reinforced with the actual, well, walls, but half the job was complete. After completing the frames, I spent some time doing a few basic upgrades to my HQ, moving a few lights around, cleaning things up. It wasn't a requirement to move forward, but taking regular breaks away from the monotony of the wall building was necessary for my mental health at the very least. The next morning, my task continued. More trees, more logs, more planks, the structure beginning to take shape. My stability was questionable. Being out here so long, alone, it took its toll on a man. I just kept moving forward, these timber walls beginning to feel like a jail cell, but whenever I lost focus, I was able to take in the scents, the sounds, the feeling of the wind in this serene resort location. If I was going to be trapped anywhere, this was certainly the best place to be trapped. I spent some time amongst the animals, trying to learn how to operate a farm. The chickens had started to lay eggs. As to what to do with these eggs, how they would become chicks, I wasn't sure, but it was progress still, and it was a nice little respite from the long haul on the other side of the resort. But before long, I returned to the task at hand, each load of logs covering more and more of the fence up, sealing me in, a safe haven from the undead world outside. And before long, on the following day, my outer wall was complete, allowing me to now focus on everything that this wall was meant to protect. But I got a little distracted because I spotted a chicken in my pen that I didn't remember collecting.
When did I get the third chick? Did that grow up without me even realizing it existed? What is going on? They're attacking each other. There's 2 males. That's not gonna work. How did I... What? Why do I feel like this is a bug?
Now, one thing I had learnt from the multiple warnings on the UI is that 2 males from the same species would not work well together. So I was fortunate that the wall was up and running because I had to quickly put together the first of my new pens, so that I had a home for this second male cockerel. And it was pretty thrown together, certainly not the final product, but I was able to quickly get down a new hutch, and some troughs to supply this lone soldier with enough to get by for now. Now that I had dealt with that short-term problem, I was able to spend some time using my temporary pen as a template for the long-term plans. Now at this point, obviously setting out any amount of pens would be arbitrary, since I didn't particularly know how many pens I would need. So for now, I just went with what fit into the space I had comfortably. I laid out each pen to the same sizes, using the zoning system to configure the sizings and make it nice and clear for me to build around. One secret benefit to the zoning system that you might not consider is that it actually acted as a little space planning tool, since opening the zone UI would show your set areas and closing it would hide them. It was a little bonus that might come in handy, not just for now, but for down the line. So with my pens set out, I focused first on building the corners of each fence. That way I'd be able to close the zone UI and continue working without having to check the areas. But to be frank, I was starting to grow a little tired of the same site each day, so I planned a little looting trip to break the pattern.
I think we finish one field and then we go out and get some more animals and pick up some food on the way. Okay, so this is a looting trip, not a farm trip. I need to keep that in mind. I'm not really sure where I can go. I mean, I could check out those factories there that are further down. I don't know if there'll be much loot there. We can just have a look and see what's going on. I think until we can properly finish the fields, if bringing more animals back is going to be pointless, because in reality they're all going to attack each other. What would be other? I guess we could go to March Ridge. Oh, actually, I don't know, it might not be closer. You know what, let's do it. I literally don't think I've ever been there.
I wasn't particularly familiar with the March Ridge area, but I did know that the outskirts were pretty low density and good areas to loot a few residential houses. In this current version of the world, looting houses was actually deceivingly valuable, since a lot of the resources that you used to find in abundance at hotspots like tool warehouses and libraries were now actually pretty common finds in household bookcases or garages. So spending some time in areas like this was pretty valuable for your long-term survival prospects. I didn't find much that was game-changing, but I was able to stock up on more of the seasonings that would increase my caloric intake, which was helpful in getting my weight back up to healthy. And as an added bonus, I was able to put to test something that I'd read in a comment on my last video.
Grapefruit again might have seeds in it. We'll find out. Oh, here we go. Tweezers. All right, let's see. Bell pepper. Collect seeds. Perfect. Thank you. Hold on 1 second. Thanks, Dark Rajin 3648. There you go. We all learned something today, and by we, I mean I learned something, not you.
With my green van filled to the very brim, I headed back on the road towards my resort. Another successful looting trip in my rearview mirror. Upon returning home, I remembered that I had some rabbits in my freezer that I had acquired earlier. So I made a combined roast with some game, fish, vegetables, and seasonings that would be a little bit more substantial for me over the coming days. With all the time spent working on the farm, my generator was beginning to get low once again. So I spent some more time dismantling televisions and clocks for more scrap electronics, before heading down and touching up the generator. I didn't want the generator to fall too low on durability, since a fire next to a wooden resort wouldn't make the best pairing, so I made sure to always check on it. And before long, my mission continued. Hours and hours of grinding away at cutting trees, sawing logs, lugging planks, and building fences. My ultimate farm was beginning to take shape. Over the past few days, I had finished off 2 pens and got the basic markers set up for the remaining 5. I had even managed to get the fence gates set up in their entirety, so I wouldn't need to scavenge the resort for more hinges and handles. So I decided to add some more animals to my family.
No, I'm just getting chickens. I'm not taking a rope. I'm not getting distracted. Focus on chickens. Oh yeah, look at all those keys. Huh. I've got 1,700 comments about that. That would have been useful. Why didn't anyone say anything?
And with my plan in place, I headed off, following the quiet road to my destination once again. This cattle farm proving to be the most valuable find I ever could have wished for.
Oh god, I just ran over the lamb again. Oops. Alright, we don't want the males. We've already got 2. Aww. What a you little pig. Oh wait, you'll be lighter. Hold on. Hold on. You're perfect. Hold on. Female. Do I have a male? I have a male. Perfect. It is kind of a little weird because I'm picking up a piglet to take it home for it to grow up and then breed with the much older pig, but don't worry about it. Don't worry about that, okay? It's easier to transport a piglet I can't remember if we picked up a male or a female of you. Hopefully I got a hen. If not, I guess we'll have 2 toms. I think I got a hen because I don't, if I got one, I don't even remember getting one, but if I did, I'm definitely not too far from the back of the trailer. I did not write down what chickens I have, so I'm just gonna have to kind of wing it. Seems like they're all females, but that's not possible. There must be a male because there's eggs in. There's so many of them. Wait, this is the only way you can get rabbits as they run into the thing. Yay! Let's go. So the thing with rabbits is, and I learned this from a very good friend of mine, Dark Moriarty. Thank you, Dark Moriarty. Apparently you can't catch them, but if they run into a zone, a farm zone, then you can pick them up and they become domesticated. So essentially you kind of have to play this like weird game where you're like trying to trap them in a zone so they can become domesticated. But that's why that was a win-win, because one has obviously run into there, and so we have ourselves our first rabbit. Problem is you're gonna need a second one, or else it's gonna be one rabbit that heads to its untimely demise. All right, let's roll. That was really productive. With a trailer full of chickens, I headed home to populate one of my brand new pens. And throughout the night, I worked tirelessly, setting up troughs and unloading chickens. And in the morning, I checked my health and was pleasantly surprised. We're kind of slowly climbing back up on the weight. 72 is not bad. We were at like 65 or something, so just those looting trips has helped a lot. Have a quick look at the state of affairs over here, and then we'll get back to work on the other pens. I spent a large part of the day working on the pens outside, with more and more of them coming together. But in the evening, I got distracted by a small side goal that I had been thinking about for a while. Yeah, those jeans got ripped up real fast. Wait, what electrical do I need to be to install the laundry machines? So, do you need to be plumbed? Why can't I turn you on? I don't know why I can't turn you on. Just gonna place the other one here for now. Is it because it needs water? I guess we'll find out, because this would work then. Okay, so you work. So you need to be plumbed or something. Okay, time to try and figure out if this is possible to be plumbed. Now, in Build 42 by default, you cannot plumb them. There's just no way. But I do have a mod installed, which hopefully should fix it. Only problem being I have to somehow find the exact spot and build up to it. How am I going to build up to it, you might ask? Well, that would require me to have carpentry level 6, which I don't have, so I'm not going to be able to. Or I could build log stairs, which would cost me 12 logs. I'm gonna have to get 12 rags and 12 logs. Easier said than done, would you believe? I don't have a lot of like clothes. I didn't keep them all, which would have been smart. I'm gonna be literally scrounging. Yeah. So this equation was a little bit more complex than it might initially seem. To set up plumbing, I'd have to find a way up to the roof. And since my carpentry was only level 5, the best set of stairs I could build would be log stairs. And these log stairs would require rags, which for some reason I was pretty much completely devoid of. This was going to be a little bit more difficult than I had initially envisioned, but it was a worthwhile time investment. Alright, so here's the current plan. In case it was very vague since I'm doing a billion things at once. I'm going to build a staircase to the roof so that I can hopefully plumb the washing machine. Oh my fucking god, you can't do that! You can't do that! You jerk! You can't do that! That is not right. Holy. Goes to show how long it's been since I've interacted with zombies out here. That's the first one I've seen in weeks. Alright, don't get too comfortable is the moral of the story, ladies and gents. Ironically, that zombie was actually pretty useful because he gave me the last 2 rags I'd needed. As I scaled to the top floor, I mulled over options for ascending to the roof, and conveniently I had access to a balcony that lined up with just about the right spot. So with a bit of shifting about, I was able to build my log staircase. Now this wasn't as simple as it seemed. At this height, one fall would be death, so I had to play extremely carefully, placing planks in the right places, making sure walls and roofs existed so I couldn't accidentally climb over to my death, but eventually, after shifting some timber back and forth and carving a path, I was able to climb to the roof. That allowed me to focus on the most monotonous task at hand, which was positioning my rain collector barrel right on top of where the washing machine was on the lower floors. And I did this in just about the most inconvenient way possible.
I counted tiles down, left, right, up, placing chairs as markers and moving to higher floors. The wisest among you may note that there's a giant coordinates tab on the right-click context menu. This is because in the unstable version of the game, the data is automatically shown there. But since I was so used to not having this, I kind of just forgot it was there. But either way, through hell or high water, I found a way forward, placing my rain collector barrel and making my way downstairs to check if I was successful.
So chances are this is not going to work for this. Yeah. I don't even... Oh, I nailed it. I did it. I need a pipe wrench. That would be really funny if I didn't have one. I'm always prepared. I'm always prepared. Say what you will about me, I'm always prepared. There we go. She works.
And since the plumbing setup was running effectively, I took the time to also install a sink next to the washing machine. While I certainly wasn't running low on water just yet, in the long run this was gonna pay off. My headquarters was beginning to look a full enclosed and functional home, with running water, a kitchen, a bedroom space. It wasn't the prettiest thing in the world, but it was a hell of a lot more than I was working with on day one of this new chapter. But there was one glaring weakness in my resort, because despite all my successes, I had one consistent failure point that had been there since almost the start of my adventure.
All right, if my crops still aren't growing, I don't really know what I'm gonna do. If that's the case, I think it must be bugged. Like, you just might not be able to grow them. It's really hard to determine, like, at this point in the build, it's really hard to figure out what's a bug and, like, what's a feature and, like, what's a function. So, like, yeah, they're just not growing at all. Are they dead already or what? No, they're just seedlings. Oh, never mind. These are all dead. All right, so it turns out there is a bug with the crops. So, moral of the story is, ladies and gents, build 42 is still unstable, and in order to fix it, I had to turn off growing seasons altogether. So that's a plus. I did go through and fix all my crops up here, but the ones down on the west side, I just kind of left. Take that as a sacrifice for figuring out that problem. Probably going to move most of the crops over near the new farm area where the animals are going to be. But now at least we have progress on our crops. And I've gone through and I've fixed these ones, so they should be back to normal hopefully now. They're progressing. That's progress. And now you know. And now I know too.
So it took a while to figure it out, but yeah, build 42 is unstable, people. Sometimes you just have to find a way to resolve things for now, and in the future, hopefully they'll be fixed. But for now, things were back up and running. I now had the comfort of knowing my crop problem would be resolved, meaning I could make a long-term plan for a larger crop area in the new farming space. Side note, since recording this voiceover, they have now fixed this bug, so you don't have to worry about it anymore, but yeah, it got me pretty bad. However, it was about damn time that I finished the pens, a job that I've been working on for weeks, and I was finally on the home stretch. So I stuck my head down and got to work.
That honestly might be enough to finish the last pen. How is there a chicken in there? How is there a chicken? The chickens teleport through walls. How? I don't know what I can, like, is it just when they get scared they can just teleport? I don't know what's going on.
So after a long slog of monotonous hard work, my pens were complete. Inside each pen were a pair of troughs, and I'd also used a large scythe to cut some grass from each pen and repurpose that grass as feed. The second trough in each pen would fill with water the next time it rained. Our ultimate pen space was complete, ready for our animals to be moved in. And to complete my ultimate farm, I knew that I would also need a farming plot to rival the best of them. It would be a hell of a lot of work to upkeep, but the ultimate farm required far more than just a small 4x5 space. Since I knew if the rain stopped I'd have a nightmare trying to water the crops, I opted to put my farming area right next to the lake. That way I'd be able to quickly refill and reuse a watering can or water containers, saving me precious minutes in the future. I started to dig furrows along the entire shore, a huge area to start off with given how many seeds I'd accrued across my journey so far. My plan was simple. Now the growing seasons were disabled due to the bug, there was nothing stopping me from going absolutely crazy, planting every single seed I had. That would surely qualify this as the ultimate farming space. But if I just planted those seeds now, I'd have to water each and every plot. And as someone who prioritizes working smarter and not harder, that was not the strategy I'd be going for. Instead, I would wait for the next spot of rain and then start planting every seed during the rain so that each crop would be automatically watered. And that plan didn't take too long to come to fruition, since by the middle of the day, the rain started to come down consistently and I started to make my dream farm a reality.
Right, if that's not enough produce to feed one man, Indystone, we got a problem. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I got barely any seed. That was almost all my seeds. I don't know if I really even want to fertilize it, to be honest. I guess I probably should, since I'll be able to grow some stuff faster. I'm gonna use it on like the bell peppers, since they'll actually be useful.
Now that all the puzzle pieces were coming together, I spent the afternoon moving across the animals into their new spaces, separating them by species. And once I'd completed the process of moving over the larger animals, I used all the new facilities in the HQ to give myself a well-deserved makeover. I threw all my clothes inside the washing machine and used the sink beside it to clean all the dirt and mud off of me. Dirt and mud that had caked up over the past days and weeks, and it had really been days and weeks out here. The process of setting up my farm had become so disorientating that I'd lost track of time. I took a pair of scissors and started to chop away at the luscious locks of hair, giving me a new lease on life. I now felt fresh and reinvigorated, and I looked a little suspect, but I couldn't grow hair back, so it was either this hairstyle or being bald. As I threw my cleaned and dried clothes back on, I was finally able to look beyond my farm. What did I want to achieve next? And there was one thing that piqued my curiosity.
Man, you know what? I would love to have a gun or two. That's all I'm gonna say. I just don't know if there's anywhere I could do it. I just can't see a scenario in which like it's acquirable. Maybe the West Point gun store, but it's like it could be crazy. Okay, there is a gun store. This is a bad idea, but I'm gonna you know what, sometimes you need a little bit of action in your life is all I'm gonna say. Okay, there is a gun store that's a little bit further up the road from the Mad Dude's Den, whatever, wherever I went previously. I don't know how congested it's gonna be, but I think it's possible that we could go in there and cause some trouble. So you know what, I think I'm just gonna do it. We just gotta hope it's not too crazy. It probably will be, but I mean, we've tackled a lot of things that maybe I didn't think we could, so never say never.
And so for the first time in a long time, I left my resort, heading into the unknown. But as far as what happens next, you'll find out in the next episode. No, just kidding. Let's raid a fucking gun store. Now, most locations with guns and ammunition were at best extremely difficult to get into, and at worst impossible to get near. But I think I found a hidden gem, because this was not only out in the country, but there wasn't much civilization nearby it. I'd still have to play it by ear, but at the very least, by following a back road, I was able to get extremely close without committing to anything. And as I neared the building, I discovered that this was exactly what I was looking for.
I gotta be careful not to reverse when I get up here. You're very, very close now. I could just sneak through the forest here. It's dangerous to go through the forest, but at the same time, I mean, if I can go in stealthily here, it's gonna make a huge difference. Gosh, this might be manageable, man. This is looking manageable. Where the fun begins. Dude, this place looks pretty accessible. I'm gonna bring the car in closer. I'm gonna clear out these ones though. Alright, I'm gonna bring the car. I'm not gonna take it all the way in because there's no point attracting every zombie there, but you can definitely get it closer. Yeah, not the most convenient meta event. It is the other way from the store. It is an extremely convenient meta event, actually. This almost couldn't have gone any better. Look at them, they're all leaving. This should be it here. Question is whether I can get in. I can sledge in the side. That worked out so well. I've never had a meta event literally help me before. There might be one inside. I can hear Zed somewhere here. There's a few in here. I gotta be careful. The hell have you got on your back? And what the hell are you wearing? Wow. That almost couldn't have gone any better. What the hell were you carrying? More fancy boots? Don't mind if I do. What the hell? You were loaded. Aiming one that's literally perfect. Holy. I gotta take all of this, by the way. It's a lot of ammo, man. So evidently this is a very accessible gun store compared to all the other ones. Another shotgun here. There's just so much stuff on the floor now, man. Take the hatchet. That might be, I think it's considered an axe. That's a big win. Magazine limb armor. Sure. Second aiming one as well. Nice. Okay. I think this place is pretty much cleared. I cannot fit anything else. Nor do I really think there's anything else in here. I think the next one along is a camping. It is a camping store. It might be good. I should have a peek. I had spotted a camping store right beside the gun store. And yes, my car was practically full to the brim. But with a little bit of reorganizing, I felt confident I might yet fit in just a little bit more. So I headed down the road to a single solitary house, deciding to hole up here for the night before heading back in the morning. The house itself had a few valuable items, and when I woke up in the morning, I spent some time funneling through the loot I had and what came from the house, trying to drop anything that I didn't absolutely need, and reorganize what I had kept. And though it wasn't much, I did make just a little bit of space. Enough to make this trip to the camping store worth it. What are we looking for? Another axe? We got the pickaxe, we got the, you know, we got the hatchets. They're a big thing, but a wood axe would be just disgusting. Then we'd really be set up. We can cause some trouble here with this pickaxe. Like, I'm a little bit too confident it might not be a good thing. There's more in there, I imagine. Is there not more in here? Oh. There's such good boots. Whistle apparently is quite useful. I'll probably end up dying with it, but first aid kit? It's supposed to have stuff in it, but it doesn't. I don't even know what that is, but it says axe. Say no more. This is probably better than what I'm wearing because it hasn't got any holes in it, to be honest. Nothing special. We'll take the top. I don't even know what that is, but I want it. These are heavy, but they do seem like they might be a good thing to have. I kind of have some room to spare, so I might... Oh, wait, there's stuff in the back. Never mind. I was gonna say I might take the clothes just because I might want to level up my tailoring a little bit. In reality, I could have stopped here, but if you're not seeing a pattern in how I handle situations like this, then I don't know what to tell you, because right across the road was a gas station and a diner, and getting a few more seasonings and spices would be a great upgrade with not much weight requirement. So I caved again, zooming across the road and parking up. This drew much less attention from the undead than I thought it would. Again, a huge plus to looting in areas like this is that there just isn't many undead to worry about in the first place. After checking through the first building, I spotted two good condition step vans in the car park, both of which held more storage than my green van, and were in better condition also. So, though it was bittersweet, I suspected the best move here may be to commandeer one. Now, full transparency, as many of you will know, I did know how to hotwire cars, but I'm extremely stupid, and I kind of forgot that. So instead I stuffed around trying to find a key for around 10 minutes. And though it wasn't necessary, I did remember an extremely valuable comment about finding keys on the ground, and how many I'd missed. Well, I'm happy to report that I have finally learned from my mistakes. Maybe I could just look on the ground like my comments tell me. Oh, just find the key! Just find the key! Oh my god. Oh, I need to read my comments more. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I owe that to you. I owe that to you every second.
So I had acquired a new and improved van, and this thing was in impeccable condition. Not only did I have even more storage, resolving my issues of being able to fit everything on the run home, but the hood had taken less damage, and the engine and battery were looking way better than my Greens van. I spent a few minutes shifting all my belongings from my old Greens van into my new black step van. And though it felt a little sad to leave behind my Greens van, I always had to make the best decision, regardless of sentimentality. And so I began the long trek home, not just towards my resort, but towards the end of my journey. For the sake of nostalgia, I stopped by Mad Dan's den, since it was nearby, to see if there was any furniture that might come in handy. I searched through the place and finally found a companion to share my journey with.
Wait a second. This looks just like Mr. Brollo. It's perfect. I don't even know if you can put in storage, please. I just put Mr. Brollo in my backpack. He's coming home with me.
And so I stuffed my new friend inside my backpack and took a quick rest stop inside the building outside, a familiar bedroom that I had stayed in before hopping back in the van and beginning the long journey back home, to my ultimate farm, to my resort, and to the peace and serenity of the wilderness. In Project Zomboid's newest update, there are numerous new locations to explore, from skyscrapers to Wild West towns to bunkers deep underground. But one of these places caught my attention more than all others. Far beyond the country, besides the most dangerous city in all of Project Zomboid, is an entire airport with warehouses, terminals, and even an air traffic control tower. And in this journey, my goal would be to reach the new airport, completely take it over, eliminating thousands of zombies, and make it my new home. To be clear, this was no easy task. We start this journey on the road away from my previous home in the country. While I wouldn't be gone forever, it wasn't much of a home anymore. And the long and short of it was that my beautiful resort had suffered a heartbreaking fate as a result of Project Zomboid's newest patch.
Cool, so my entire base has been reverted to the way it was before I built anything. That is awesome. That's so cool, man.
But rest assured, I would still be back down the line to visit the farm and make use of any of its produce. Instead, I looked to the future. With my van fully loaded up with all of my valuables, or those that remained at least, I set off down the highway. It was certainly too far to make it all the way to the airport in one go, so I would potentially have to take a few rest stops along the way. As I headed down the long road to my new home, I set out a few key goals to accomplish in this chapter of my story. Number one, the most obvious of them all. I'd need to reach the airport itself. And this was not as easy as you might think. As you headed closer and closer to Louisville, zombies would grow more and more congested. So just getting to my destination was not a foregone conclusion. And also I had a dangerous habit of getting sidetracked, as you'll come to see. Number two, I would clear the airport and secure it from the undead horde. And with Build 42 zombie distributions, this was even harder than my first goal, since I'd have to kill hundreds, if not thousands, of the rotting dead. And number three, I'd build a new hub for the future, a safe home with all the necessary requirements to sustain life. Since I was passing through, I'd taken it upon myself to take a quick stop in Muldra. Not only had I looted a few bits of valuable food, but I'd found a van the same as mine, meaning I was able to quickly commandeer its windscreen and install it on my primary vehicle. My mechanic skill that I'd accrued made this light work, and since for some reason the zombie population was minimal at best, this seemed like a no-brainer. As an added bonus, in checking the ambulance nearby, I found a fair few medical supplies, which would come in handy as the Great Deletion, as we'll be calling it from here on out, had vaporized pretty much all of my medical resources. With that in mind, I headed back onto the road and towards my destination. To give a bit of an update on my current stockpiles, of all the loot I'd collected, much of it hadn't survived the Great Deletion. Fortunately, I had retained a supply of guns and ammo, but more importantly, I still had two of my most important tools, my fire axe and my sledgehammer. So finding a pathway to the airport and surviving once I'd arrived was going to be much more more feasible. But I did have some key items I'd be looking out for. First, any kind of food and seasonings would be extremely important, as I'd lost my entire kitchen and all its produce. Secondly, I was extremely short on decent melee weapons. The axe would do the trick for now, but I needed something more sustainable for down the line. However, it had occurred to me at this point that melee weapons probably wouldn't be enough to clear the kind of hordes we'd be dealing with. So as I passed by West Point, I concocted a plan. Knowing that the gun store at the far side of the town was normally not too congested, I passed by the main streets and parked up my car at a safe location just outside of the site of any large groups of zombies, with a goal to acquire a few more additions to my arsenal. And of course, this goal was not one I'd accomplish alone, since I was accompanied by my good friend Mr. Brollo, who was lucky enough to survive the Great Deletion.
You're slack, Mr. Brollo. Should have defended me. You know what? I'm gonna get rid of this generator. It's taking up too much space. It's space I might need for these guns. Alright, let's do this. Oh, they all gotta go.
While I didn't manage to acquire any new high-powered firearms, I was spoilt for choice in terms of ammunition. So for now, shotguns would be the main weapon of choice. Funneling the loot from the gun shop into my trailer was another problem altogether though, since I had been full to the brim from my last looting trip before heading towards the airport. So I had to be quite strategic about how I approached my storage space. And if that wasn't enough, just lugging the loot back and forth was not as convenient as you might think. In the short term, I tried to find an alternative vehicle to load up with all the ammo. That way I could drive out of the town, park up next to my van, and take my sweet time deciding what to keep and what to leave. But things initially weren't looking too promising. Both the cars I tried to commandeer either didn't have fuel or weren't functional. So instead I opted to return to my van and drive it safely around the coast, since it'd hopefully be quiet enough to bring it straight to the gun store itself. But I was already beginning to face a problem, because all this running back and forth and all the umming and ahhing over my plans had taken up a lot of time. So after dealing with a few zombies nearby my car, I decided to take a bit of a risk and sleep in my car on the coast. It was unlikely any undead would wander by, but sleeping in your car outside like this is always dangerous, since by the time you get awoken, you could already be bitten. But that was a risk I was willing to take, mostly because I was too lazy to find any other alternative. This was, as always, a running theme.
That could have gone a lot worse. I don't really know if this is the best way to get around, but go van, go little van, go, fly like the wind, little van. Perfect. Man, that really could have gone a lot worse. There you go, boss. Bing bang bosh, there you go. Brollo, can you keep watch? Keep watch of the area, all right? You got this, Brollo. I think I'm just gonna have to like be realistic about what I actually like. I can't use half this ammo. Like, there's no shot I'm using a pistol instead of a shotgun.
With the gun store cleared, I returned to my long journey. Pause it right there. Right. Let's quite literally address the elephant in the room. For those who have followed my previous journeys, you'll know that my only friend out here in Build 42 was Mr. Brollo. He wasn't as animated as usual, but he was the best I could find. And together we had grand plans for our future in this new world. That was if we always stuck together.
Oh, the comments are gonna fucking kill me.
Now I was equipped to actually deal with any zombies inside the airport, so this was an important looting stop along the way. If it wasn't apparent already, the distance I needed to travel to reach my goal was anything but small. But I knew these areas quite well from my various journeys in the past. My strategy at this point was to navigate past the Crossroads Mall, a place I was particularly familiar with. From there, I could take the far road through the farming zones, enter the military fenced highway with a sledgehammer, and then continue on. I stopped for another night at the gas station off the highway. It made for a safe area to hole up and I didn't have to deal with too many zombies. Plus, I was able to stock up on some more food and drink to keep me sustained for my trip. Since storage was such a problem, I used any free hours I had before I slept and after I woke up to read some magazines and books. Anything that could reduce my overall load for down the line. Knowing my habits, it would only be a matter of time until I found an opportunity too enticing to resist. So being packed to the brim was not ideal in the slightest. As I prepared to head off down the road once again, I recognized that another gas station may not be as accessible as the one I was at right now. So I connected a generator, filled up the van, and then loaded the generator back into my trunk. Being optimal with each stop was going to be important for my continued survival in this build, especially since there were certainly going to be further roadblocks down the road. Speaking of which, as I followed the long road down towards the mall, the thought crossed my mind once or twice that this might well be the best opportunity to look for new vehicles. It was extremely risky, but I was certainly not a rookie anymore. So with the right approach, I could at the very least look over the area and see if anything piqued my interest. With the release of further mods as Build 42's lifecycle continued, there were certainly going to be some new vehicles that might surpass the quality of my van. As to what they looked like, however, that I didn't really know. And that was especially problematic since the car park of the Crossroads Mall had an extensive selection of cars, at the cost of a giant barrier of entry. Hundreds, if not thousands of zombies. But that wasn't gonna stop me.
Oh man, storage there. Oh, it's so tempting, man. I have to try. Oh, I have to, man. Look at it. I have to see. Okay. I gotta try and turn that police car on. That's step one. Or actually, that fire engine might work as well. Oh, this is tricky, man. This is tricky and risky. This one might work. Hold on. Leave the car on. Go. Please open. Fuck. Never mind. That one's locked. This is manageable. This is so manageable. All right, let's have a look. 143. That's so worth, man. That's so worth. Plus, it'll have more seats as well. So honestly, I could probably fit all the extra in the seats. So like in theory, so that's another 60 storage. That'll cover all the excess. A big group there I gotta be careful of. Fit whatever I can into my backpack. Did I leave Mr. Brollo behind? I didn't, did I? Did I leave Mr. Brollo behind? Oh, what a horrible realization. Oh no. I left Mr. Brollo in West Point. Oh no, I left him in West Point.
So this journey I continued on alone. Yes, I was in a pretty good spot. This new car was far more durable, fast on the roads, and had a huge amount of its own storage. But it still felt empty, because if I only had one friend in this apocalypse, it was a pretty big screw up to leave him behind.
I gotta take a rest. No, I can't believe that, bro. That's crazy. Wait. Mr. Brollo? What the hell? How did you get here? What are you doing, dude? I thought I left you in Westport. What the hell? Dude. I can't believe you. Did you change clothes? We gotta get you a new outfit, though. I don't think that one really works for you, man. So sorry about that little mix-up, Mr. Rollo. An honest mistake. That's my bad. That is my bad.
So Mr. Brollo and I were reunited. Together we continued down the road, stocked up on resources and with some space to spare. We began heading down the stretch of road that would lead us to the military road which split the world in two. And that is where we would face an unexpected adversary.
Ooh, sheesh. Yeah, this isn't good. Maybe we need to sleep before we get to the checkpoint. Well, hey, that went exceptionally well, given my track record of almost never shooting a gun.
After dealing with a large group of zombies that had held me up, night was beginning to fall. This was a pretty standard pattern, but like I said at the beginning, I expected a few stops along the way. Traveling this distance without encountering issues was at best unlikely. Fortunately, I was nearby the local farmhouse that preceded the fence itself, so I was able to bring the car in and settle in for another night's sleep. At this point in my journey, I was becoming more and more appreciative of the wakeful trait, since it meant that I spent less time in bed and more time before the sunrise, where I was able to organize my belongings, read any books, or just prepare as needed. I didn't do much looting since this house was pretty much devoid of any loot to begin with, but it did the job for a quick stay. And with all that accomplished, I headed back onto the road, to the fence, and more trouble amongst it.
Quite a few here. Oh well, let's get some more guns practice. What do you say?
Fighting zombies with guns like this was a two-pronged strategy. First, it would allow me to level up my aiming and reloading skills, and I didn't know for sure, but I suspected that when I arrived at the airport, these two skills may be essential in taking out the larger hordes that awaited. And secondly, it would clear through some of the excess ammo that I had, which I'd then hopefully be able to refill through the ammo stocks found within the fence area itself. It was like a cycle kind of thing, you know? But the little checkpoint inside wasn't the main source of loot I was looking for. I would find something inside the fence that was far more impressive, but we'll get to that in a bit. It took a pretty substantial amount of time for me to navigate my way through this space. Not only were there a heap of zombies coming from far away, but once I'd broken open the fence with a sledgehammer, even more of them started to come from the far side, through the entrance opposite me. But eventually I was able to make my way through and scavenge any leftover loot within these tents.
Ooh. I don't know what aiming books we have. And you might say, who's we? Well, of course, me and Mr. Brollo. Alright, nothing that special in here. Never mind. Hold on. Hold on. Let him cook. Let him cook. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, come on. One of these days I'll find an M16, bro. Oh, let's fucking go. Let's go. Let's go. What did I tell you? One of these days, man. One of these days.
Now from this point, I had two paths to my destination. I was getting very close, but the reality was that by the time I dealt with all these undead, it was already getting closer to the evening. And through investigating the paths on my map, I saw an area I was relatively unfamiliar with. Down at the far end of the fenced area was a set of buildings. And to be frank, I don't even know if these were new in this build. I'd just never explored them before. I assumed the former, but you never really know. But I couldn't help but think at the very least, they might provide me with a place to hole up for the night, since arriving at the airport during the pitch black night didn't seem like a great strategy.
Well, now I feel a little bit more comfortable with taking on whatever's at the airport, because I know I can hold off, you know, a decent group. Obviously none that size, but I mean, you got to start somewhere, and that aiming skill is going to be very helpful, and the shotgun upgrades, and the M16 is very big help. I still think we run shotgun for now, just because I don't know how much 5.56 we have, but I don't imagine it's a huge amount. Hold on. Okay. This is new and there's a lot of them. Hold on. We can't just rush in here. There is a lot of them here, but this seems like it's worth the shots.
So with a little bit of time on my hands and my aiming book read, I was able to continue my shotgun training, surrounded by the safe fences that would block any wayward zombies from approaching. I made it my mission to completely clear out this little military area. And this was no small task, but it was good practice for the fate in front of me. As I neared completion of my first goal, the number one stopping me from doing so safely was the threat of the undead horde. With zombie density what it was, the reality is that what awaited me in the large warehouses and terminals of the airport was a disgusting amount of zombies. So the extra training would ensure my second goal of clearing the airport was even possible. After numerous hours of combating the zombies here, I headed back to my car and made the risky decision to stay the night inside of it. It was becoming clear to me that I wouldn't be able to clear all the zombies inside of the buildings before I'd need to sleep. And drowsiness in Project Zomboid is actually one of the more dangerous conditions to combat. Unfortunately, this sleep went without issue, which was another comforting outcome to say the least. In the early morning, I returned to the building area with the car, prepared to finish what I started and clear out the remaining loot from this place, potentially replenishing any diminishing ammunition stocks that I'd used up in this fight and the one prior.
Just like a military housing area. I don't think this is in the game before. I don't remember this. I've never been here for sure. Unless I should switch my boots out. I want to say we might need a welder's mask. Ooh, I will take that. I will take that. And the shovel can go. I don't really know what I'm missing. I kind of need to settle somewhere, you know what I mean? Because without settling down and like unloading everything and figuring out what I'm missing, it's like, it's just needle in a haystack. Oh my God, what is this place? There's so much here, man. Oh God, I wish I had a bigger trailer. I might need to drop all that ammo that I was talking about, like the 9mm, 38 special. Keep just the 5.56 and the shotgun shells. This place would be crazy for a base. Like it's all fenced already. In a water cooler here. Yeah, man, what a crazy spot. It's all this stuff. Basically a whole base already here. Right, that's enough. Why Yo, never mind. Yo, all in the clear, baby. Say no more. Oh, gonna be a big night tonight. Are we finally clear? Mr. Brollo, our adventure continues.
So the long journey was about to come to an end. And yes, it would be followed with a different kind of journey, but the details of that would unfold over the coming days. For now, you can witness my first approach of the Louisville airport and the location of my future home. Hopefully.
Welcome to the airport. I've never been here. I don't know what to expect. That's a big ass trailer. More parking. A lot of Zeds. A lot more parking. Okay, so far manageable. And that would be the actual airport area. How far down does this go? Okay, so this is all airport section here. Can I get in at the end? This is a bad idea. We're gonna do it anyway. Well, we are officially probably breaking some kind of law, but this is it. This is the airport, man. I don't know if I can see in there if I get closer. Oh! What the fuck? Hold on. Hold on, hold on. What? I mean, it was a little delayed, but things just got very interesting.
Yeah, so this airport came with plenty of surprises. Some native to the game, some modded, but most, if not all of them, exciting. And what you're looking at would be a key tool for down the line, because this airport was just the beginning of a new chapter for me. One where this entire world would become my playground. Assuming, of course, I didn't die, which is really assuming something because I have a habit of doing that. For now, though, I thought it was only fair that I at least gave it a test drive.
I shouldn't. I should save it. I should save it. I shouldn't. I should save it. Well, I mean, this seems like a bad idea. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, I'm fucking flying, dude. Oh, whoa, I'm fucking flying, dude. Holy shit. Hey, man, I am freaking flying. Oh my god, okay. The game has changed. The game has officially changed. And this shit is loud as hell. Alright, now the question really is, can I land this? Alright, hold on. Nice and gentle, nice and gentle. Holy shit, this thing is loud. This playthrough just got very interesting. Well, in the meantime, it's all good and fine to be able to fly places, but where the hell am I gonna live?
Now, fun and games aside, I had a lot of work to do in this airport. For now, at least, I had accomplished my first goal. I had officially reached the airport. Now I could direct my eyes towards the future and the next steps. Since I was already beginning to feel drowsy, I drove my Humvee into the hangar to hole up for the night. And I just want to get in early and say I have literally no idea if this is technically a Humvee, but the mod has a word that looks like the word Humvee and it looks like a Humvee, so it's a Humvee now. So please don't post 300 comments telling me that the name of the vehicle is wrong because I've been through that. I've suffered enough, okay? Please don't hurt me. In the morning, I awoke safely, which was great since there were no doors to this hangar, so sleeping here was pretty risky. I drove out onto the tarmac and began my tour to try and find the best location for my new home. And the first building I came across in the center of the tarmac itself was a very, very interesting one. But in order to investigate further, I had to deal with a few unwanted guests.
It's kind of like a win-win because if there's any big hordes nearby that I don't know about, hopefully they'll come out.
With the lion's share of the nearby undead dealt with, I was ready to enter the building, but doing so would be pretty unsafe, so I needed a bit of extra comfort. Fortunately, kitted out with my new armor, Mr. Brollo was here to save the day, keeping watch on the entrance while I moved within. I quickly investigated the car parked here, but it didn't seem like a must-have, so I hot-wired it, gave it a little bit of fuel, and moved it around the corner in case I needed it down the line. With that dealt with, I headed inside to see if this would be the location for my new home.
Courtyard here, this is nice. Put a little farm there. There's already a kitchen here. This place is perfect, man. Well, there's not much up here, but I mean, it's definitely... We can turn it into something. Wait, what is this? Oh, there's a second level. Am I stupid? How did I not notice that? In reality, the power's not going to reach to the top, so I might not build up there. I might be better off building in here, in this second level. Even though the top is cool, it's the power. They just haven't figured out the power. It's not going to reach to the top.
This place was pretty much as perfect a location as you could find. And honestly, if the zombies from the airport itself weren't that problematic, this would be a pretty good base for most players. It had a secure enclosed garden area, several doors to cover the entrance, and every single ground floor window was secured by an unbreakable barrier. This was pretty much a slam dunk in terms of base spots in this new world. But it needed a lot of work. In this small area, I could and would have to establish several necessary utilities to stay alive. First, a small farm to keep me alive in the absence of my produce from back at the resort. And again, I still plan to go back there, but until I knew how to fly, that was a bit ahead of me. On top of that, I'd have to get power, a proper kitchen, and a stove, and some storage set up in here. But fortunately, I had most of the stuff to make that happen. It was just a matter of imagination and time. For now, I focused on the basics, bringing all my loot inside and unloading the trailer and the Humvee. Now I could make use of the most advanced storage system in Project Zomboid, the exact way the developers intended it. The expansive floor storage system, which I would henceforth refer to as Fs, because who the Fs wants to sort all this shit into boxes? I don't know, this joke is so cringe, but I must... Anyway, once all my loot was unloaded, I was able to take stock of what I had, what I needed, and what was limited. And things weren't as straightforward as they seemed. But I wasn't going to kill over and die in the next few days, which was a positive takeaway from all my organizing. With the basics dealt with, I had one focus, and that focus, by no surprise, was my second goal. If I was going to live in this airport and explore more of it as time went by, I had a lot of zombie killing to do. And I say this now knowing what the future holds. Spoiler alert, Build 42 and large buildings together means lots and lots and lots of undead. But hey, take comfort in the fact that I would be the one to suffer through the hours and hours of fighting, and you can watch it in just a matter of minutes. I headed over to the next building below me, and I didn't yet know it, but this building was part of a larger complex, the main terminal of this airport. For now, I just wanted to make any progress I could on the undead threat, hoping that I might be able to loot the areas on the edge of the terminal and find some of the key items to assist me as I traverse further, to quantify my needs in a way that might be more digestible. At this point, the main things I'd be looking out for would be more melee weapons, any ammunition, any extra generators, and a stove. The first of which could be pretty much anywhere I looked, so I'd have to check every shelving unit I came across. As I made my way towards and through the first access point to this larger building, I started to tackle the larger foe, the Endless Horde. And as you've seen, Build 42 is a whole different beast. In my previous days during this life, I had certainly encountered a pretty hefty amount of these zombies, but big buildings were a whole different can of worms. As you created more sound and eliminated more zombies one by one, larger groups would trail out of the building's openings. And this was just the beginning. It would only get worse from here, considering this part of the building was not the central point nor the entrance. After dealing with the initial swarms of the undead, I recognized that I was dealing far too much damage to my melee weapons. This would have been less problematic if I had a reasonable supply, but since the Great Deletion, that was not the case. So I decided to continue work on my aiming by picking up the shotgun. And this was the beginning of a multiple day effort, because naturally I would draw a lot of attention using a shotgun, but in my eyes, this was a worthwhile endeavor. Ultimately, my goal was to clear this place completely. So even if it caused me a little bit of trouble now, it was a necessary evil. And finally, after almost a whole day of just eliminating zombies with a gun no less, I was able to at least venture past the first door into this section of the building. It was apparent at this point that this particular area was a mechanics area. Fortunately, that meant I was able to grab a couple of tools, and more importantly, a couple of melee weapons. Again though, this was to be expected. A lot of the areas of this building would be lackluster. It was about trying to locate the hidden gems within this complex. With that in mind, I decided to investigate beyond the terminal for now. I took my Humvee around for a quick drive before encountering a bit more of a promising potential loot location.
I want to know what's in these buildings over here, though. Hold on. I need food. Oh, sorry about that.
So I had a plan for the coming days. This giant warehouse building was hopefully a little bit more interesting in terms of loot, and I now accidentally acquired some food to get me through the next few days also. So this was my next plan. As part of my second goal, I would clear out this large building, hopefully bringing me closer to an entirely safe airport complex. But for now, I took my new source of meat back to my new home, before realizing I didn't actually have a way to carve it.
I'm really out here putting whole deers in the fucking the fridge. Don't ask me how this works. What was I doing? I was trying to cut up things, but I don't have a knife. So ideally, if I can find a knife, that would be really convenient because I can cut up these animals and cook them up in the oven that I just realized I don't have. All the irony, so now I need an oven. But yeah, you know what? One step at a time, right? We'll be fine. Probably, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess I could look up the top buildings. That honestly might not be a bad idea because there might just be some easy food and stuff. Okay. How you doing, Mr. Brollo? Dude, Mr. Rollo's been pretty, I don't know, flamboyant ever since the mall trip. I don't know what's gotten into him. Yeah, let's check these buildings up here. I'm not going to spend ages here because I don't know if there's anything in here. A lot of these buildings are just completely empty. This looks like a flight school maybe, which long story short means that there's probably not much of value here. What are you? Another office, I think. We'll have a look just in case. It's open. It is. Thought I heard you. I have all this. Oh, there's some good magazines. All right, let's move. There's gun lockers down there. Hold on. Oh, they're bouncing to the window. That's fine. Hello, mate. That was a kitchen knife, which is one of the things I'm looking for. Thank you very much. Medical area? Why am I sad and tense? You are the one that I want. But I don't suppose you're gonna open up for me, are you?
This looting run to the office on the top edge of the airport was a pretty big win. I'd found some food supplies, some clothing, the knife I was after, and some furniture that I definitely didn't need. At this point, everything I did was to set myself up for success with the warehouse. With my new knife, I carved up some venison from the deer that had been accidentally disposed of, and before sleeping for the night, I read a few books and prepared for the beginning of my job tomorrow. In the morning, before the sun had risen, I headed outside to my Humvee and made a broad plan for my approach. First, I'd need to get a sense of the area. While you may know based on the maps that I've shared how the area shaped up, I had no idea. And frankly, it wouldn't be too much of an issue to find out. I drove down the tarmac beyond the main terminal building, and though it was pleasantly surprising that I didn't run into any huge hordes out here, I knew that the bulk of them would be within the buildings themselves. Such was the nature of their spawning now. Once I reached the first warehouse, I started by making myself an easy access point through the fence. While it was true that I could have just broken a hole in the wall on the longer side, that would potentially invite hundreds of zombies through a tiny hole towards me. I was hoping that by entering from one of the shorter sides that the flow of zombies would be more manageable as opposed to unruly.
Be ready. I hear one in there. Oh my... Bro, leave it till the last second, why don't you? Jerk. Asshole, man.
Now, at first, I had hoped that my axe would be enough to get through the bulk of the first wave, but it quickly became apparent that this was about as bad as I thought it could be. The zombies started to flow out in huge numbers, so my quiet plan quickly became a not-so-quiet plan, and I instead opted to use my shotgun, which was at this point pretty effective through all the training so far. This would become a pretty standard pattern for me, but to be honest, using guns was a nice change from all the work at the resort and everywhere I've been so far, where I'd been limited to using melee weapons in most situations.
I definitely don't want to take them where I saw a lot because that would be a really bad idea. I don't even really have to stop, to be honest, now that I'm thinking about it. My aiming is good enough that I don't have to stop to get that stability anymore. Like, it does add a lot, but like if they're that close, like I can kind of, hold on, I'm kind of cooking right now. Holy shit. Oh, it's gonna be a long day. I just don't know if I have enough ammo for this kind of...
And what at first had started as a casual encounter quickly became a test of my skills. To think that all of these zombies came from one building was kinda crazy, but that was the nature of the beast now. I had in some ways anticipated it, so I just kept on keeping on, silently clicking away to overcome the undead threat. And before long, I was able to take a quick rest before pursuing any further in.
I mean, there's shells in there. The hope would be I find another axe. Because with these things, I can, like, work my way through. The shotgun's still obviously more efficient just in terms of energy, time, and all that. But I mean, like, having another melee weapon to be able to use would be very convenient, to say the least. Oh, we come a long way from clearing out a resort, huh?
Now, since my axe had seen better days, I took a rest break at my home. Being a few hundred meters away across clean tarmac was pretty convenient. It meant it was easy for me to drive home, but any approaching zombies would be easy to spot. Once I'd sharpened my axe and repaired it as much as I could, I headed back to the warehouse, ready to hopefully investigate further in.
Go in here, see what we got. There's still a few in here, but I bet you there was a lot more before. I mean, they must have come from somewhere. Oh yeah, there's still a fair few in here. Man, they just come from every bloody corner, don't they? Right, what do we got? Not looking good so far.
So I was officially past the threshold, and if it wasn't already apparent, this warehouse building was a motherload of loot. And we'll investigate the full extent of it later, but for now, all you have to know is that this building is huge, and it's filled with various storage of different types. But even if I thought this place was clear, it certainly wasn't. With each couple of zombies I'd kill, I'd see a few more come out of the darkness. And things quickly began to spiral, particularly because of my exhaustion. But I kept on keeping on, because I actually didn't really anticipate the scale of this place just yet. It wasn't until I'd moved further in that I'd understand why it seemed like zombies just kept on appearing out of nowhere. Having been through the first few rows, I'd found some random clothes, a few miscellaneous items, and some dog food, which was not the most promising start. But as I navigated my way further in, I found the first section that seemed to indicate some value.
Surely those shells have to have something decent. You're not going to make me do all this for nothing, right? This is not bad. Would really top this off would be an axe. Hatchet, we like to see that. Box of batteries. Yeah, I'm getting really weak because I'm tired and exhausted, so I'm gonna duck out, and then when I come back in the morning, I can drive the car in here. Did that kitchen at the back have like a stove? Now I gotta check.
Now, one of the missing pieces of our new home was a way to cook reliably, since I only had a microwave in the air traffic control tower. Since it was late at night, I didn't intend to travel too far, especially since I was mid-process on looting a warehouse. But in checking the office building at the rear entrance of the airport, I found a stove exactly like I was looking for. And since I was already at the building, although it wasn't the most appealing option for bedding, I opted to collect the prison bed that I'd noticed earlier. After sledgehammering the door, it was easy enough to pick up and load into the Humvee. That was 2 essential needs checked off my list for my home: a place to sleep and a way to cook. Things were coming together a lot quicker in this new base. Obviously, part of that was the skills I had brought with me from my last adventure, but this was no easy task. Those prior skills would help me now, but taking on endless hordes would still require a hell of a lot of work. With the new bed in place, I called it a night. In the morning, I decided to actually return to the office building to completely clear the place out, since I knew in the back area there were some gun lockers behind an electric door. Any guns and weapons may be helpful as I continued to clear the warehouse, so I went in with my sledgehammer and removed the wall behind my trapped friend. After he was dealt with, I started funneling the loot back to the Humvee. There was nothing game-changing here, but some extra ammo, shotguns, and an M14 would help adding to the arsenal for clearing the warehouse and terminal. With that in mind, I stripped this place pretty clean, making sure to also check some lockers inside for clothes and some cabinets in the back area. There was nothing crazy, but some decent clothes and med supplies. I also checked this little building near the tower, but it didn't house much of value. By the time I'd returned home, it was getting close to nighttime, so I called it a night. And in the morning, I dug into a delicious venison roast I'd prepared from the sacrifices prior before confronting the elephant in the room.
All right, we're finally sorting some stuff out. This is good behavior for me. It's evolution as a person. I'm becoming a more sane individual. I don't know if I like that or hate it, but that is what it is. A lot of ammo. We're gonna need some big boxes in here. I gotta remember how to make those. You know what we should do? We really should like plant some stuff for farming. Even with the farming getting turned up, which it is, because I mean, I'm not going to play a year to get a single crop. I need to get them down sooner rather than later, because obviously stuff will grow sooner rather than later.
After completing the beginning of my sorting efforts, the thought crossed my mind that it might be a smart idea to get some kind of farming down. But I checked my piles and unfortunately my gardening tools were hit by the Great Deletion. And to travel all the way home to the resort was still a bit beyond my means, though it wouldn't be the case forever. So instead I stuck to my initial plan of returning to the huge warehouse I'd been making progress in prior. On a foggy morning I returned to the warehouse across the tarmac with my Humvee, prepared to make further headway. Initially I continued to funnel through the hardware shelving units I was up to, fortunate to find a gardening trowel which would aid me in establishing a small farm, and a number of hatchets which would help me with my melee weapon needs in the short term. The next shelving unit across, fortunately for me, appeared to be food stocks. This was convenient since having accessible food at this point was going to help me get through the next few days without having to find any proteins. But despite the looting initially going to plan, I quickly became aware that there were far more zombies alive within than I had planned. This building was a lot larger than I thought.
Oh yeah, that one level in Axe has made a big difference. Oh my god, there's one behind me. There's one behind me. Ah, I couldn't even see him. Damn it, dude. It's my hand as well. That was a rookie mistake, and it really messed up my oh man, that really messed me up. Shit.
With my now injured hand, I was having far more trouble getting through these wayward undead with a melee weapon. In some regards, this was pretty much worst case scenario for injuries, other than a fatal one at least. While it was unlikely to infect me, my swings were now extremely slow. Nevertheless, I persevered. My swings, though slow, were still able to get the job done, as long as I kept zombies a far enough distance away from one another, trailing them outside of the building at a snail's pace. After tackling the initial wave, I was able to forge ahead, checking the next shelves along, this time finding more food, some candy, and some snacks, all of which would keep my caloric intake on track. But once again, I was pushed out by a small group. A group that made me finally cave on my attempts to go quiet and pull out the shotgun. At first, this dealt easily with the small amount that I'd attracted, but it awakened a much more significant amount from further down in the building.
I expected it, but whatever. Let's just do it. I'm sick of like them coming out of nowhere while I'm in there. I just realized I don't have my shotgun shells. Uh-oh. No. Stop, please. Stop, please. Jesus.
By no surprise, shooting a shotgun had drawn a lot more attention, but this also made me realize just how many zombies were still sitting in the far corner of the warehouse. This was gonna take me some time to deal with, but again, it had to be done. It's not like I could sneak past them in the pitch black of the warehouse interior. So I got to work. With my shotgun and a huge pile of shells in my backpack, I shot zombie after zombie, trailing them away, making my way back towards the warehouse. So many had emerged from the warehouse that I ended up circling back around to the battlefield from earlier, popping head after head. Finally, after what felt like hours, I had dealt with the bulk of them. As the sun set on the day I took my leave, knowing that the darker it got, the more danger I'd be putting myself in, I returned home to my humble abode, settling in with my friend Mr. Brollo keeping watch. He had never let me down.
Oh my god, I've just realized he's gone. Where's Mr. Brollo? What the fuck? Where's my mannequin? He fucking disappeared. No, well, it must have been one of those, because my generator got disappeared. What the fuck? Okay, I just want to clarify, if anyone's watching this and says that Mr. Brollo looks different, no, he doesn't. He does not look different. He looks the same. You're probably confused. And I definitely wasn't a conflict with a mod that apparently despawned him and unstable, yada, yada, yada. Anyways, that's the same Mr. Brollo, see? He's got the same handsome and ripped figure. This is definitely the same guy. He just changed clothes, okay? If anyone plays Build 42, just be prepared, okay? There's a lot of problems.
In the evening, I dug into my leftover venison roast before heading to bed, and in the morning I returned to finish what I'd started. And this will not come as a shock to you, but I spent the entire day working away at this horde, now using my M14 to make use of a different type of ammo. And it was actually becoming a real problem because I had yet to find any more ammo since the office haul, so I had to hope my giant stash I'd arrived with would be enough to accomplish my second goal. By the time I'd reached the late afternoon, I was finally able to venture inside, to continue reaping the benefits of my my hard work. The next few units were all wins. Basically, a section of units with car parts and mechanical tools, and some more food, beans, and the like. In the first of the front entrance rooms, I found cardboard boxes filled with more non-perishable foods to add to my collection. In the process, I became aware of a small group of zombies out the front of the warehouse. So to avoid any unwanted surprises, I took the time to clear through them. By the time that was done, I was full to the brim and the night had arrived. So I made my way back to home base. And after a good night's sleep, I decided to take a short break from looting and work on my mini farm. One of the best parts about this base was that I pretty much had a free area to make a farm with open air access, and all the while it was defended by these reinforced walls, making it the perfect space. I funneled through my piles and found as many seeds as I could, planting them regardless of type. At this point, any kind of seasonings, carbs, and vegetables were welcome. With that taken care of, I collected some planks and sheets from some boxes on the tarmac that I'd seen earlier, for the eventual creation of storage crates. Yes, even I, the floor-dwelling demon, made plans for some kind of organization in the future. Over the coming days, I continued my looting runs to the warehouse, finding plenty of valuable additions to my stockpile.
There's alcohol in here. I don't know why I'd need it, but it does get lonely. What the fuck? Why is there so many baseball bats? It's just shelves of baseball bats? Okay, whatever. I guess I'll start using a baseball bat since apparently I'll have plenty of them. Okay, that is all cleared. So we pretty much cleared the left side of this building now. This we've checked. Yeah, and I think we have not checked that because I will take that propane tank. Hey, that's my car. You can't have it. Wow, that's huge. That's a lot of propane tanks, huh? That's very significant because that allows us to metal work with much greater ease. There is one fuckhead coming over here, but it's fine. I'll check this. That's the baseball bats, of which I'll take a couple. I think you can put nails in them. I don't know how effective they would be. I mean, obviously my strength is axes, so that's probably still my preference, but... And car stuff and food? I guess seems to be a mixed bag. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. I mean... Gee, I'm lost for words, man.
With a bunch of gas tanks acquired and some new generators, I finally commandeered the gas pump nearby my home, turning it on and filling up both the stacks of gas cans I collected and the Humvee. Afterwards, I called it a night and headed off to bed. And in the morning, I directed my eyes on a new task. With what I'd accomplished so far, to tackle my remaining 2 goals, I had a few key subtasks. In order to clear this airport, or at least enough that it felt like an accomplishment, the main building I'd have to tackle would be the main terminal building. The hangars at the back were largely clear, and the front buildings were just restaurants and unrelated properties. But frankly, I had just spent a whole week clearing out the warehouse. So I decided to focus on fulfilling my 3rd goal first. In order to create a sustainable base, a hub for the future, I was missing a few things. First, running water. Secondly, a proper bedding area, since my prison bed left me with neck pain most mornings. And third, a proper storage area. We were making headway, but there were still some missing pieces to the puzzle. So in the morning, I made a plan to get running water. First, I drove over to the wall of the airport next to the grassy plains outside and carved a hole for me to travel through. That allowed me an easy passageway to collect some logs for now and into the future. Initially, I collected just enough logs for my next task, which I'd mentioned earlier. In order to set up water supply to the building, I'd need to place a rain catcher of some sort above the roof on the 2nd floor. As long as that was able to line up with the sink below, I'd be able to plumb it in. But the roof didn't have an access point, so I'd have to either climb the tower and build across from there, or do the far less efficient thing and build some kind of hodgepodge weird side building staircase extension. That required, like I'd mentioned earlier, some logs, since I still didn't have the carpentry level to make proper stairs. But once my side staircase was built, I was able to get the water catcher set up and finally plumb the sink.
Oh, a pipe wrench. Plumb. Did I just do it from here? I think that worked. Yeah, man. Looks good. Then we need to go back and clear out the rest of that warehouse. Honestly, how am I with blunt weapons? Because we have that many baseball bats that I'm not bad, man. Maybe it's worth, because there's just so many in there. I think I can put stuff in them. I can put nails in it. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, baseball bat with nails. It just does more damage. Yeah, I mean, I assume it still counts as long blunt. I think that's for the best because I keep using axes and they're really good, but like there's only so many axes, whereas I have fucking like 30 baseball bats in that shelving unit.
With a new melee weapon acquired and some stuff dealt with at home, I continued my work funneling loot out of the warehouse. Since I was so sick of the darkness, I plugged in a generator to finally turn the lights on. And most experienced Zomboid players will know that this is not a good place to put a generator, because it will instantly start killing you. This was something I knew about, and yet still was too stupid to remember. So after about 4 minutes of dying slowly, I finally figured it out and moved the generator outside. With the lights on, it was a lot easier to get a true sense of the scale of this place. If it wasn't apparent, it was no surprise that this building housed hundreds of zombies. I mean, it just kept going and going and going. I managed to acquire much more general food and snacks, some more warehouse tools, a bunch of gardening equipment, some fishing gear, and most importantly, some dice and a teddy bear. Because Mr. Brollo was nice company, but frankly, he didn't exactly keep me warm at night. It's that cold, cold heart of his, sucking the life out of everyone around like a real-life dementor. That sick fuck. Anyway, I had a teddy bear now, so it'd be nice to keep me nice and snug. In addition, I got a few extra melee weapons and a new helmet, before working my way towards a side building extension to the warehouse. Outside of it, I'd acquired a bunch of medical supplies, and I ran through clearing each and every cabinet despite being extremely tired, because frankly I was sick to death of this place. I needed to stay away for a while, so I wanted to make sure that this place had been completely checked before I moved on to the big bad of this adventure. Finally, after what felt like several weeks tackling this warehouse, I turned off the generator and headed home. With one of the two biggest buildings dealt with, my eyes moved forward towards the horizon, to the last big roadblock between me and accomplishing my goals.
The thing is, so the main building I want to clear here, just for my own like kind of thought process, is I would like to clear this main terminal building, because a lot of these I think are just factories and like general buildings, but this is the cool one. This is the airport building. I guess the question is, I don't know if we have the amount of ammunition we would need to do that. That's the big problem. We have a lot of ammunition, but there's going to be too many to deal with by hand, and gosh, yeah, I just don't know if we have enough. I don't have crates, so you can't criticize me for not putting them in crates, because I would have to go get wood and that would just take time, and that's just, yeah. Mr. Brollo will watch the ammo and we'll stack it all here so we can actually get a fair gauge of what we've got. So this is all I have, which is a lot, but like there's a lot of zombies in there. Like 25 boxes of shotgun shells, and then we've got like 20 boxes of 5.56, which is the M16, which I don't think, frankly, I'm good enough at aiming right now. That's my real problem. The shotguns I could probably, like, I guess 25 boxes is what, 225 times 25 is like 500 or something. So I can kill 525 zombies with the shotguns, which sounds like a lot, but then in reality I probably killed what, 200 in them. Actually, you know what, that might get me through. I guess worst case scenario, we could always just go, like, I have a plan for where to go, and I want to take my little birdie out for a flight, but I'm not going to go there unless I need to, you know what I mean? All right, then let's go with that plan. So let's go with the shotgun for now, just because it's a little bit easier, and let's prepare for the big war.
So it was time for all-out war. I would fight the undead threat within the terminal with every last piece of ammunition I had, and this would be a huge undertaking, but it's what I'd been preparing for. If I could clear the terminal, I could accomplish my second goal of clearing the airport and then finish off my base, making this the ultimate home for me going forward. In the morning, I stole a car with a siren and parked it in front of a terminal, arousing the first group of undead to come out, and in reality, this is all I'd need, because once I started shooting, the more noise I made, the more trouble would arise.
What is going on? A single cell frozen in time. There's something funny about me sitting here eating candy while I'm waiting for a giant horde to approach. Oh yeah, there's a lot coming out from there. Jesus, why were there so many in that one building? I think the stairway up must be in there, and that's why they're all coming like through this area. Alright, it's the last box I have on me. Jesus, okay. Freaking hell. I don't know how many that was. I've killed 2,600 zombies. That's crazy. Look at the wasteland, man. Alright, I'm gonna have to stop because I'm getting like tired, and the tiredness is making my aiming worse. I got plenty more water in here before I run out, so I can afford to wait for rain. And on with the battle. Dude, they're actually endless. This is insane, man. Damn, it feels good to be a veteran. That's it. I'm out. I got no more shotgun ammo. All right. Well, you don't sign up to jobs you're not ready to finish. That's one thing I'll say. Let's dance, guys. Oh, wait. Wait. It has a different range.
After hours and hours of tireless battle, I was victorious. Now, when I fired a shot, I didn't see endless hordes emerge from doorways. I heard the peaceful sounds of silence from within the terminal itself. Not a wayward groan, not a distant door being beaten. I could tell just from that alone that my war was, for the most part, complete. Not only had I drawn all the zombies from the terminal section I stood in front of, but for the most part, all the zombies in the front car park and the terminal itself had been drawn around the side passageways in part of my fight on that side. After a long night's sleep, I spent some of the morning preparing an area for a garage, because with the second goal of my journey now accomplished, I had two main focuses moving forward. First, if only for my satisfaction, I would loot this terminal, taking out any stragglers and finding any loot of value. And second, I would complete the finishing touches on my new home. Oh, and beside that, I had a plan in mind to return home to the resort, some unfinished business from earlier, and to, at the very least, ensure my animals lived on, though I suspected the crops may not retain their vibrance after this many weeks. So getting back to the point, I cleared out this front room. My plan was to eventually carve a hole in the wall and replace it with a gate, so a single car and trailer could be driven in and stored inside. Once I'd tackled enough and the sun had come up, I headed towards the terminal itself for my looting run within.
It's a very real possibility that there's nothing of value in this building, but we've done our part. We've done everything within our power to clear it. Andrel, I think I have, but I did need it for something, so I'm gonna grab it just in case. I don't hear any Zeds, which is a damn good sign. It's like a back passageway, I guess. Storage area, maybe? Ooh, hold on. What do we got? Anything? Spade. Nothing to get excited about, that's for sure. It goes further back here, I guess. Oh yeah, there's a whole other area down here. A lot of this so far, nothing special. Who's putting letter openers and pocket knives on the toy shelf? That's what I want to know. Can you climb in through here? You're coming behind me, aren't you? Jerk off, man. Fuck you. I need to keep track of where I am because I'm starting to lose track of where I've been.
Even though my looting trip was going pretty shit so far, I saw a pretty cool car, so I mean, we take those, you know? I'm really looking for the bright side here, I'm not gonna lie.
I guess we're gonna find out how many are on the back side of this place. Oh, there's a few, but I have cleared a lot of them. There's a bus here. This thing has some torque, man. I can feel it. Holy shit. Let's grab this bad boy, which might be the one we have the key for. Small cargo trailer, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, man. Oh, we'll take it. This thing can move. Hold on. Oh, man. I'm going to end up flipping this car. I can tell you, I can already feel it. It's going to happen. And it's loud as well.
Now, I had pretty much looted the entirety of this terminal, and it didn't equate to much, I have to be honest. But I kind of saw that coming. I mean, areas like this aren't really meant to be looting areas, but it was still a hell of an achievement in and of itself that this place was clear.
After I clear the top of the airport, I have a really stupid idea, but something I kind of want to do anyway. It's probably going to be pointless, but I really want to go back to the resort because there was a lot of farm stuff there, but I think with the speed that these are going, the stuff at home's probably all dead, but the animals are all there. We could check on them and see if they're all alive. And we have a lot better ways to traverse now. For example, there's something that I haven't mentioned in a long time in this airport that will help me get across the map large distances. I don't know how reliable it will be, but it should work. So yeah, I kind of want to take it on a long trip and see how far we can get. Which side is this? This is the further down side. Either will work, to be honest. I should be careful here because there could still be Zeds here somewhere. I hear a Z somewhere. Be awfully careful. Got a potato? But the number one thing that I've seen is like a bar. That's kind of what I'm looking for. I was hoping there might be like a food court or something up here. I mean, I gotta say, like, I think they cooked with the design of it. Like, it really does feel like an airport. Everything makes sense, you know what I mean? I think by the time we clear the other side of this food court, that's gonna be most of what's here. So then we can start to look to our next goals. I mean, I'll have a look, but I think that's it. I think that's all there is here. For all intents and purposes, do not come here on a solo run. Like, hey, let me be your guide, man, because this is not worth it in any sense of the word. The amount of work that it took to clear this place, like hours and hours and hours of holding right click and clicking left click. But this is definitely not worth it for like you playing on your end. Like yeah, I mean, I think honestly, there's no profit. I lost all my ammo. I'm down on like food. The way more worth was that warehouse, because if you're looking for generators, that warehouse is disgusting. There is a lot of generators there.
So we were now starting to move towards our final goals for this adventure, but I couldn't forget my roots, and my find earlier in this journey meant that returning to them was far more feasible than with a car. So I set a plan in place. If I could get this helicopter up and running, I would journey home and visit my resort, see if there were any crops that survived, and ensure that the animals were still in good shape. Maybe even return home with some eggs. This was the freedom that being able to travel by air had brought me. So once I'd unloaded all the loot from the airport terminal, I traversed to the north side of the airport and attempted to understand how to fly this thing, to first get it to the gas pump beside my house.
This one I think is in better condition. Okay. Oh, I forgot how loud these were. All right, I'm gonna try and put this down next to the pump, but that would require the skill that I definitely do not have. Oh, it's the other side. Hold on. Okay. Please tell me that's close enough, because it's really difficult to... Hold on. Let's go! Holy shit, how long will this take to fuel? Oh my god, that's triple speed. It's actually gonna run the gas pump out.
Now, it wasn't until I started pumping gas into this thing that I realized just how large the fuel tanks were. I stood at this gas pump from 8:20 p.m. to midnight, just fueling it up. But the gas pump had enough to fill it all the way to the brim. I hoped this would last me long enough to complete a return journey. After sleeping the night away, I prepared some food. To be specific, a vegetable jerky roast, a mishmash of carbs and proteins. That's all that mattered. I was able to harvest a few crops from my farm and place them in the fridge. This was all just the final preparations before my big trek. I loaded up some spare gas in the helicopter. At this point, I realized that apparently these things come stocked with like 6 jerry cans, which was a nice bonus. Oh, and an M16, but I had one of those, so I wasn't particularly blown away. But I really have become spoiled, huh? And finally, it was time. Time to break the laws of this world and journey forth into the great glitchy unknown. For the first time ever, I would take to the skies.
It is time to go home.
As I flew across the world, I looked beyond the obvious glitchy nature of this modification and saw instead the beauty of the trees, the peace and quiet in the air, the blue sky ahead, and remembered that there was one place I had to stop at before I could go to the resort. Because the truth is, dear viewer, I have lied to you. When I told you that I met up with Mr. Brollo at the clothing store, I lied. I know this may be a shock to some of you, that all the time I have spent at the airport has merely been with an imposter. I know this may break your heart, and I'm sorry. I'm sure many of you have grown attached to this Mr. Brollo, but the whole time you were unknowingly becoming attached to a false prophet, a deceitful monster, because the real Mr. Brollo really did get left in West Point.
I gotta pick up an old friend. Should be over here somewhere. Is he? Mr. Brollo! He's here! He's here, Mr. Brollo! I'm back! I came back for you! I didn't replace you! I never replaced you. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Brollo, thank you for keeping watch. So kind of you, Mr. Brollo. Wow. Wow, what a guy. Wow. Anyway, a lot's happened, man. So we head back to the resort, okay? All right, let's go, Mr. Brollo. So sorry about that small mix-up.
Reunited with my friend, I took to the skies once again, traversing the final long stretch to my destroyed resort home. The Great Deletion could take away my hub within, but my farm remained secure, untouched. And as I approached, I felt a comfortable glow within, happy to see my livestock friends.
Well, I'll be damned. It looks like there might be some crops alive. And all the animals, they got food. Not thirsty. Wow. Any eggs? You guys are alive here, huh?
Now, in all honesty, it was the right decision to leave this behind. Though the animals remained in good shape and the farm did its job despite being left to cook a little bit too long, most of what I built within was ripped apart. So though I felt some attachment, I knew I'd made the right decision. I hadn't planned it, but conveniently enough, I was able to take one of the beautiful resort beds apart, bringing back enough parts to return home with it. After checking on the animals and ensuring they were kept in good shape, I spent a moment with Mr. Brollo, reminiscing on the pier, sharing memories of our past life together. Since I was already here, I decided I might as well collect a heap of the leftover logs that I cut down for the wall long ago. Ones that I had left behind because I had no need for them. Though I could collect timber at the airport, it certainly wasn't as readily available, and this would save me an extra trip. But even after spending a night here at the resort, I thought back to my new home and what improvements I had yet to make. I wished goodbye to my livestock, promising to return down the line and check on them again. I collected the real Mr. Brollo, promising I wouldn't leave him behind again, and I took to the skies to return home and complete the last few accomplishments I had left. After several hours flying across the land, I arrived home, landing myself on the roof, a convenient space to keep my helicopter. It was almost like I planned it that way. I left the true Mr. Brollo in the corridor, while I mulled over how best to approach my double Brollo dilemma. Because it was finally time to make good on a promise. It was finally time to organize this damn loot pile. Over the next few hours, I placed new containers, categorizing them, moving the loot within, exposing the floor I'd once left behind. It took some time and I hated every minute of it, but it needed to be done. I needed to evolve into a more civilized creature to demonstrate what separated us living from the rest of the dead. Once the storage area was complete, I made good on another small goal, breaking open several walls, clearing out a new space and installing my new bed. Alongside it, I installed a mirror, a small area with some new chairs, and a water storage area. After a good night's sleep in my new bed, I completed a harvest of my farm, gathering heaps of new vegetables and herbs, and continued cleaning up the place, removing the last of the loot from the ground. Last but not least, I finished the garage, removing the wall from the front edge and replacing it with a wooden gate before driving in a car and making sure it functioned correctly. Yeah, I don't know what to say other than I absolutely smashed it out of the park. With goals 1, 2, and 3 now complete, I was proud, even if I did miss my giant pile of shit on the floor.
Right, well, I mean, all things considered, this place is looking pretty sweet now. I don't know if my garage would fit the bigger truck, but at the moment the battery's dead in it because I left the lights on. We've got everything we could need here. We've got food, we've got an abundance of medical supplies. I mean, just have a look at like the kind of state of our loot situation, and there is, you know, potentially areas that we need to look at. So with some of our goals, maybe in the next part we will need a lot more ammo and it's not going to be an easy feat, but we have plenty of first aid stuff, food, plenty here. We also obviously have a farm that's operational here. It's not what our old farm was, but as we saw, that didn't survive too well without my guidance. But yeah, things are coming along for sure, so I'd say it's only a matter of time before we can move on to what's next. But yeah, this place is pretty amazing. The airport is cleared. We have a garage built with a door, and up the stairs we also have this bad boy, which will come in handy in the next part.
On the edge of the world lies the most dangerous city in all of Project Zomboid, filled with giant skyscrapers, stadiums, huge malls, and amongst it all, endless, overwhelming hordes of the undead. So finding a safe haven amongst all of this chaos is not as easy as you might think. But let's say you had the means to land atop one of these roofs and build a home far above the ground, one you could reinforce and use as a base of operations for your ventures into the infested streets. Now that was a bit more like it. My goals for this journey were simple. First, I would find a location that I could commandeer for my new home. Second, I would build a resilient base atop the roof, one that would give me visibility of the area and security. And finally, I would use this base to launch an assault on the city, with my primary goal being getting closer to this, the most monstrous of all the Louisville skyscrapers. Admittedly, I had a little bit of unfinished business, but we had to take things one step at a time, because I was currently living out of a beautiful self-sustaining home inside of Project Zomboid's newest addition, the airport. Now, to be clear, this home was nice, but its location, and particularly its distance from a lot of the hotspots of the city, made it far too inconvenient if I planned to continue my mission of taking back the world from the undead. And I admit this was an ambitious goal, but I'm nothing if not over-ambitious. So over the first few days of this chapter, I would be fully focused on preparing for the trip into the city to locate the perfect site for my rooftop base. At this point, I had a few key necessities to tick off the checklist, because unfortunately, this new patch had once again vaporized some of my resources, particularly all my ammo, and most of my guns were lost. That would make it a little hard to do anything productive in Louisville, but I was never without a plan. So step one, I needed to take control of this strip of shops on the outskirts of the city and acquire whatever guns and ammo I could to help me achieve my goals. I spent time adorning the numerous baseball bats from the warehouse with sharp nails. Since I was short on decent melee weapons, these would do the trick in keeping my damage output high. Now fortunately, I had actually managed to retain some ammo that I'd been holding in my trailer, so the initial attempt at the gun store would hopefully go down a little bit smoother. If I did run out of the ammo I had, at the very least, the bats would be a good backup plan. Since my farm had begun to prosper with all the rain, I spent time harvesting all the crops that were blooming. This didn't take too long, but did create another problem for me, because my little fridge was not exactly capable of storing the amount of food I was producing. So for now, I would be forced to store them in my favorite spot, the floor. With that dealt with for now, I wasted no time in heading towards my first challenge. I took my fastest car and a decent sized trailer and headed towards the strip mall, hoping that maybe, just maybe, it would be a quiet area and I could sneak in and out of the gun store with little fuss. Unfortunately, that wasn't exactly the case. As I drove through the street, it became clear that looting these shops would require a fair amount of work clearing the immediate company. Nonetheless, no matter how I approach this issue, planning in Project Zomboid is not my primary strength. In my mind, planning doth butter no parsnips. So instead of heading back home, I careened back through the main street and parked up towards the entrance, beginning my assault. Amongst the puddles and rain, I let loose on the shambling horde, swinging my nail-adorned bat until each zombie head evoked a delicious crunch. Admittedly, I enjoyed this a little too much. After struggling with muscle strain and exhaustion, my character was finally beginning to get the hang of this. But after clearing the 10 or 20 zombies that approached, my caveman brain decided that this was no longer scratching the itch. So I instead opted for a far more dangerous approach, using a gun. Now, as you probably know by now, clearing with guns is effective but risky. All the noise you make will surely attract every zombie in the area. But in this case, I was kind of banking on it, because I didn't anticipate that this little strip mall would be particularly congested. Certainly not as much as the challenges I've faced prior. But my ammo was unfortunately limited, and after clearing a few hundred zombies, I opted instead to go back to melee as I continued my approach. Fortunately, I was able to move the car right up to where the hunting store was, which meant I'd at least cleared a large amount of the zombies in my way. From there, I grabbed the bat and went to town. At first, I had aroused a lot of attention, but I was able to trail the horde into the open field and duck between the trees, which allowed me to split them into smaller, more manageable groups. And on top of that, I was even able to rest a few times to clear my exhaustion. In reality, exhaustion was one of the biggest reasons melee fighting is so difficult in this build, because even though I was fairly proficient in the weapons I used, I could still only kill 6 or 7 zombies before my exhaustion built up, making it harder to continue. And this was part of the reason why I was looting this gun store, because doing this melee fighting against thousands of zombies was a lot less feasible, so I would need the guns to acquire my rooftop. Well, potentially, you know, we'll get to that when we get to it. But as the sun started its descent at around 5 PM, I was able to make my way back to the car, free of any following undead. And with what time I had left before nightfall, I began my pillaging effort. Now, I was pretty tired at the time. Not my character, no, the brain operating it. So I didn't really note down exactly what I was taking in, but I knew it was a lot. More than enough to spend some time clearing the surrounding neighborhood if I had to. But I didn't want to get caught in the dark, and I was getting pretty drowsy. And this time I'm referring to my character, so basically both myself and my mini-me were losing focus. And if you're wondering why I'm consistently pointing out how tired I am, it's because I was about to make a mistake that I would be paying for weeks to come. Oh no. Oh no, dude. Are you kidding me? Oh, I don't even know what I was doing. I don't know why I was going that fast. That's a deep wound and a fracture, man. That deep wound is going to take so long. I got to pull these shards out and stitch it up. And a fracture. Oh, this is going to suck. I honestly don't even know why I was driving that fast. I was so locked in to dodging zombies that I didn't think that making one slight turn would be the death of me. Ugh. For your reference, here's a list of injuries you want to avoid in Project Zomboid. Neck wounds, head wounds, burn wounds, fractures, breaks, and deep wounds. The first 1 or 2 can be the death of you, but the last 3 are just annoying as hell in that they take ages to heal and they require stitches, splints, or some other type of treatment. So managing to get 2 out of 3 at this point in my adventure was not exactly ideal. Nevertheless, adversity only makes you stronger. At least that's what I kept telling myself as I began piling vegetables into trays to prepare some roasts. Keeping myself full of food would somewhat help my healing, at least for the time being. Fortunately, I had been pretty quick to stitch up my deep wound, always making sure to carry around tweezers and a needle for this very occurrence. But I hadn't yet managed to put together a splint for my hand fracture. The next morning, I foraged for a short while in the garden, thinking I would find a stick. But in reality, I actually didn't even need a stick. So once I realized a plank would do the trick, I quickly prepared the splint and attached it to my hand. To be honest, I hadn't really had to tackle a fracture in Project Zomboid before. But once I got my head around it and the splint was set up, it alleviated the immediate issues. And in reality, this was a setback, but not one that I was gonna let derail my plan. After all, once I'd looted the remainder of the gun store and any valuable stuff nearby, I would have everything I'd need to head to the city and find a roof to settle into. But knowing that one trip between these homes wouldn't be enough to ship everything I'd need, I had to make sure that my home was set up first and that I had plenty of reserves. While nursing my wounds, I spent a few days trying to tick off a couple of things that were missing from my airpod base. I at least wanted to let my wounds partially heal before I returned to the strip mall. So instead, I addressed a different pressing issue: a pile of fresh vegetables on my disgusting floor. I headed to the warehouse nearby and collected an extra generator and a large white fridge. And after a bit of shifting around in my kitchen, the fridge was installed, giving me a little bit of extra room to work with. In the evening, I headed over to the car park, crossing my wasteland of dead bodies from my last adventure, and found a suitable car to use in place of my now brutalized friend from earlier. During the remaining hours of the day, I set up some storage for the guns and ammunition I had brought home with me, and some extra boxes to allow for any more I could gather. Frankly, this wasn't really normal for me. Placing boxes, labeling them, putting stuff in them, the floor gremlin inside rejected the sheer notion of it. But I had evolved across my months in the apocalypse. I was civilized and all that shit now. Like I'd mentioned though, I wasn't gonna let my wounds hold me back. So after a long night's sleep, I returned to the shopping strip, prepared to finish what I had previously started. At first, I used a pistol I'd acquired in my first run, intending to try out different firearms to see what I felt most attuned to. But after funneling through most of my ammo, I opted to go back to the bat. With the strip mostly clear, I was able to reverse the trailer right up to the opening I created in the wall, which would allow me to efficiently unload everything. And I mean everything. I intended to leave no stone unturned. I even covered up the alternate entrance, allowing me comfort and safety to fill my trailer to the brim with every single bullet and gun in these shelves. After half a day of transferring items, I had cleared the hunting shop completely. So with the leftover daylight, I opted to check out the neighboring stores. First, I grabbed a combo washer dryer, which was something I'd been hoping to find for a while, since my clothes were so caked in mud, dirt, and blood that I resembled a walking pile of corpses. And on the other side was a gas station and a supermarket. To be clear, it wasn't that I needed anything in particular, but you never know what you might find, and any seasonings or spices would help buff up my calories for the rooftop trip. In addition, any non-perishables, of which I found a few, would help with keeping a stockpile of food at my rooftop fortress, since keeping anything that required refrigerating would require a generator, and making that much noise in the most dangerous city in Project Zomboid, not a great idea. I returned home with trailer and trunk chock full of valuable materials and resources, my long voyage drawing ever closer. And when I tell you that all this preparation was extremely useful in the long run, I don't say it lightly. My time within the city would be chaos from start to finish, as you'll come to see. The next morning, as I was cherishing my last days at the airport, I mulled over my next steps in entering the city.
I kind of want to try the Magnum, but I feel like it's just a mistake. Let's try it. Should give every gun a try, you know? There might be some hidden gems. The Magnum strikes me as one that might just be good. Well, we have no shortage of ammo now, but I think the problem is, like, it's easy to say that, but like what our goals are in the future? What are you doing, mate? You can't be here. This is off limits. What our plans are demand like an exceptional amount. We're talking thousands of zombies. Like thousands. I've killed 3,690. Like I would have to kill more. That's the scale of the problem we have. I don't know what the best move will be.
After reworking my kitchen storage with an extra fridge and shifting all my loot inside, it was time for one last looting run. See, on my first run into the strip mall, as I drove past the undead, I had spotted something in the corner of my eye. And admittedly, it may have been a bit greedy of me, but if this fire station even had a few more axes, I would be absolutely insane not to try and acquire them. My entire character build was centered around axe proficiency, so I opted to make one attempt at heading across, stopping on the way to collect a separate dryer and washer, since for some reason the combo washer dryer was not working for me. And this would have been an exceptional plan had I not given in to even more greed and ducked into a tool store between the two, because I was about to encounter a little more resistance than anticipated after a few wayward shots with a Magnum.
Where the hell did all they come from? What the Are you kidding me? What the hell? Is that all out of what was that out of? Where did they come from? Dude, what?
Suffice it to say, I was not in the business of wasting all my newly acquired ammo on clearing 1,000 zombies that came out of literally nowhere. So instead, I was now on the clock, parking my car and racing into the fire station, hoping by some miracle that I would get in and out before any serious trouble approached.
We gotta be really quick about this. I do not have a lot of time. Fire axe. Nice, fire axes, okay. Oh yeah, this is worth, hold on. I'm gonna have to grab every single one I can, even if it makes me overweight, and get the heck out of here, dude. This is gonna be serious business. Oh my, there's so many. Oh my gosh. There's like 20 or 30 of them just waiting at the front right now, man. We gotta get this in our bag and go. This was so worth.
So this was a worthwhile risk. These axes would make a huge difference in my efforts in Louisville. And speaking of which, the time had finally come. After returning to my airport base, I had everything I'd need to attempt a first run into the city. And I would certainly be back here down the line for numerous reasons, but for now, the groundwork was laid. I spent some time finally cleaning my clothes and my skin, since things may get a little bit messy from here and I deserved a fresh visual start at least. I headed upstairs to where I can now introduce you to a good friend of mine. See, if you haven't been following my journey up to this point, don't worry, I'll fill in the gaps. In the far corner of this airport, I had found this beautiful monster, and after taking it out for its first trip a few weeks prior, I now felt comfortable enough to take it into the belly of the beast. And to be clear, while this does function fairly well, it is by no means a native addition to the game. Tread carefully, fellow travelers. Following in my footsteps could lead to many bugs. Allow me to venture forth on your behalf. Let me remind you of my first goal. The first step in my grand plan was to take this helicopter and venture deep within the city, with the primary goal being a rooftop that is clear, defendable, but most importantly nearby the dead center of town, where the skyscrapers lie. Now, I didn't really know if a rooftop like that existed, but I had a hunch I'd find a few functional options. As I blazed a trail through the air, I laid eyes on the outskirts of the city. While from this high up I wouldn't be able to make out zombies, I could estimate just based off the building density that I was paving a path over not hundreds but thousands of them. If I've learned anything in my journeys thus far, it's that large buildings hold way more undead than you think. So many that it's honestly pretty traumatic. So I was expecting plenty of trouble as I neared the more congested parts of the city. But after some navigating around through the buggy chaos of this flying beast, I found the perfect place. The home of my future. The home of my rooftop fortress. This building checked all the boxes. It stood in the block just across from the most dangerous buildings in Project Zomboid. It had a secure flat rooftop with a little enclosed space, an easy to use spot as a temporary shelter while I built up my defenses. And it even had a lower edge, allowing me to drop a sheet rope down and take control of the lower floors. Since I brought a sledgehammer with me just in case, I spent some time breaking down the fixtures that obstructed my beautiful clear blueprint. Eventually, I would build further structures on the roof itself, and doing so would require a clear area. With that complete and a list of requirements now in my head for this rooftop fortress, I hopped in the helicopter and began returning home. As much as I would like to just hop off the roof and pillage all I'd need from the houses nearby, the reality is that zombie density in this city would make it almost impossible. Surrounding me were thousands of zombies in the neighboring buildings alone, as you'll come to see. The most primary necessities I needed for the base were some sheet ropes and a baking pan. The sheet ropes as I'd need a reliable way to get down so I can potentially construct some very dangerous stairs. And the baking pan because I wanted to make myself a cake. Because I deserved it. I deserve it, right? Right? So based on my location, the best place nearby the airport for me to acquire sheets was the larger residential area nearby the strip mall I'd cleared earlier. Fortunately, it was just far enough away that the horde I'd awakened probably hadn't wandered close enough to the housing, allowing me easy access with not too much adversity. After sleeping through the night, in the early hours of the morning, I took my Humvee and trailer down the road, past where I'd launched myself into a tree, and down the side road towards the housing.
I know where I want to go. I need to build a little forward base on the rooftop. In order to do that, I need plenty of supplies to take over there, and I also need probably more ammunition to start kind of clearing out that space near the ultimate goal, which is the skyscraper. The skyscraper. Yeah, it's a bit of a shambles right now. Things aren't exactly going smoothly, and I'm just trying to make the best of a bad situation. I mean, I'm still on track to do everything, but obviously I injured my arms, which doesn't make it easier to address like lots of zombies, that's for sure. And I might just get injured right now and killed. But yeah, it's making it hard to melee because, of course, meleeing without functional arms is at best tricky. So yeah, such is the kind of problem that I'm tackling at the moment. Yeah, I could pop out a gun and start shooting, but that's probably not going to end too well either. Nor do I have a gun on me right now. Yes, let's just say I'm missing functional arms. It would be really nice to have not crashed, and the main reason I crashed is because I was recording when I was really tired. I just wasn't paying attention. Stop me if you've heard that one before, because it does happen a lot actually. That's a survivor's ed. That backpack? That backpack might be better than mine, and I've been stuck with this fucking hiking pack for a long time. I deserve a little pick-me-up, don't I? Military. Gotta be better than mine. I've been promoted from my big hiking backpack. Oh, truly magnificent. What's in here? Oh, a bunch of food. Oh man, books are plenty. You know what? I will take the gas mask. I actually lost one a long time ago because of Mr. Brollo getting vaporized in an update. So that's not too bad, all things considered. It'll make me a little bit uncomfortable, but I've dealt with worse things.
Overall, this trip to the housing area was pretty much going as well as one could hope. To start with, I'd finally acquired an upgrade to my backpack. And on top of that, I'd obtained a gas mask, which would help with the constant corpse fumes I'd been running into. Once I'd cleared the local population, I began searching through houses. At first, I found a bookcase full of books and magazines, some of which were missing from my collection. This first house seemed to be a survivor house, which meant it would hold more loot than usual, as you can tell by the density of items in the bookcases, cabinets, and the like. In the back storage room, I even acquired an extra M14, which was a fine addition to my arsenal. After clearing through some wandering zombies, the next house had the exact baking pan I was after. And between this house and the last, I also acquired around 5 sheets, which would be more than enough for my sheet rope at the rooftop base. With that in mind, I didn't waste much time, as my priority was to return to the task at hand and not get distracted.
After my last crash, I'm just driving straight through them. I don't care.
Once I arrived home, I moved to the next step of my plan, particularly in relation to acquiring materials for building.
I guess the question at this point would be the base on top of the rooftop, like defenses, and I don't really need to, but I probably will anyway, build defenses out of timber. So step 1 is going to be to get a shitload of wood, which is going to give me time to heal up my arms as well, which, look, however you want to look at it, is probably a good thing. So yeah, let's stick to that for now. Let's keep it simple and we'll go from there.
Now, admittedly, I did get slightly distracted trying to feed my fat ass, toying around with preparing a cake and spending way too long figuring out how to actually turn the cake preparation into the cake itself. But once I got the hang of it, I was able to load this thing up with an obnoxious amount of candy, so much so that it would be heaping on the calories with a single bite. And while that was cooking, I prepared a few more roast meals, some to store and some to hold on me. Though they lacked any kind of protein beyond eggs, they would at least keep me satiated in my next few tasks. After sleeping through the night, I moved forward with my plan to acquire timber for the rooftop base, heading outside the airport to a forest area nearby. And after half a day of chopping down trees and loading them into the trunk, I had enough to make decent headway on my constructions in the city. So I loaded everything into the helicopter: the timber, some non-perishable food, a bunch of my fire axes, the sheet rope, and of course, more importantly than anything, I brought Mr. Brollo along, my trusty companion on this journey, who was definitely the same Mr. Brollo and didn't have to be spawned back in because the update yet again deleted him. You guys have to understand, there's a lot of lore here, it's too difficult to summarize. Anyway, with all my stuff loaded up, I set off back towards the rooftop, this time for a more extended stay in the city itself.
Here we are. Now, let's see if we can't throw a sheet rope over here. We might not be able to be honest. It might just be a visual tile, so I might have to finagle it a little bit. But first, let's get Mr. Brollo down, mostly because he's heavy. There you go, Mr. Brollo.
I spent time unloading all the loot from the helicopter. Inside the little enclosed space, I placed my prisoner bed, which I had spare at the airport. It wasn't much, but it would do the job for now. In addition, I built a few crates just to store some belongings. In reality, I'd probably end up storing more stuff on the ground, but if one pretends to be civilized long enough, then maybe it will catch on. With careful movement in mind, I built a window frame on the edge of the building to lob a sheet rope over. I wasn't 100% sure, but these half walls were likely visual only tiles, meaning they didn't have collision. So walking around this rooftop could end very poorly if I misstepped. But before long, I finally had a functional sheet rope, allowing me access to the building below, the streets, and the zombies that I'd yet to encounter. And trust me when I say you don't see them yet, but when you see them, you'll really see them. First, I hopped into the first room I could access and set up an extra checkpoint, placing a wall, a window frame, and a door. This was sort of superfluous, but at the same time, it would allow me an extra point of safety. The zombies would likely attack the door and alert me to their presence. I had hypothesized that based on my understanding of the pathfinding, I could use the next window along to access the building and build a staircase within this primary room, forcing them to instead choose to pass through the player construction and allow me safe access to get in behind them. It's really complicated, don't worry, you'll see what I mean later. This plan was all good and fine, except I faced a fair bit of adversity, to say the least. With the sound of building, a lot of the zombies from within the office flocked upstairs, causing me a lot of trouble in getting the last pieces of my checkpoint down. But eventually I was able to push them back and take control of at least this floor. My priority was to take control of this place one floor at a time, and so far it was taking some work, but it was panning out. Once I had the checkpoint set up, I barricaded the windows so that I could see outside, but the zombies couldn't instantly get in without alerting me. Now that I had a safe haven atop the roof and a way to access the building somewhat safely, I dealt with some more monotonous tasks, particularly soaring up each and every log I brought with me, which took ages. Once that was complete, I knew before I could continue that I would have to properly secure this building. I wanted to make sure that there weren't any huge hordes on the lower floors that could breach my checkpoint easily without me being able to stop it. So I pushed down to the lower floors one room at a time, eliminating any undead adversaries in my way. There wasn't a whole lot worth looting in this place, at least not anything that I desperately needed, but it was still pretty cagey clearing this place out, and I didn't feel like boarding up every window and door would be a worthwhile use of planks at this time. I was very confident that boarding up every entrance would not be worthwhile. Take note of this because it will come into play later. With the building cleared out, it was time to open my heart to the world. That is to say, it was time to build a stairway to the roof. Now, I can totally understand the train of thought that says never build a staircase because it will allow the undead to reach your roof fortress. And the truth is, I could absolutely build a bunch of sheet rope access points and have a rooftop base that could not be accessed at all by the zombie hordes. I could make this completely inaccessible, unassailable, and basically cheese the entire game altogether. But that ain't how I fucking roll. Around here, risk is the spice of life, and I wasn't going to abuse the system and take away any risk at all. So I essentially built a pathway through which I could absolutely get screwed. Now it was my job to keep it secure. But now though, I did place a barricaded door at the top since it wasn't my primary access point. It was safe to say that my first goal had officially been completed. I had found and commandeered a rooftop within the city itself. That directed my eyes towards my next goals, and in truth, I would weave in between them over the next days and weeks. Before we get ahead of ourselves, let me unpack my situation in a way that makes more sense. Remember, I said I had a longer goal on the horizon to attack the city, and part of that was some of the most dangerous buildings in the dead center of it, the skyscrapers. Well, this rooftop was one block away from those very skyscrapers. Now, in reality, I could walk across the street and start attacking them right now, but if I did that, I would awaken the thousands of zombies in each building respectfully, and they would completely congest both my pathway and potentially make their way to my home, ending my rooftop fortress. So how could I cheese this in a way that wasn't totally cheese, but was kinda a little bit cheese? Well, what if I could build a safe pathway from my rooftop fortress to a building within the skyscraper's blocks? And what if I could then work my way through every zombie in that building, removing access to the lower floors, and essentially have a giant safe spot right next to my long-term destination? This is a plan I would call the Spiffo HQ Revitalization Project, or SCURPA. And that's an acronym I will not be using ever again. So in order to get to Spiffo HQ, I would first carve a floating path to the church beside me, and then across the road to the HQ itself, where I would begin my assault. And all the while, I'd be doing upgrades to my base, which isn't much of a base right now, but we'll get there. Across the first few hours of the first day at my new rooftop base, I built out the path from my roof to the church on the other side of the alley. And while I did spot what appeared to be flooring here, I wasn't prepared to risk falling, so I kept building my timber path through it. A fall from this height was pretty much instant death, no pressure. And as an added layer of security, I built a door frame at the entrance and headed down into the office to grab some door hinges and a doorknob before completing the door itself and continuing the path across the side of the church.
Well, these planks are going farther than I thought they would. Never mind, just run out. Yeah, there's gonna be hundreds, thousands in there, man. So key things I need on a trip back. I need more wood, obviously. I've got water, I got food. I'll probably make some roasted food. Enough wood to get me to the Spiffo, and then I can start to kind of clear out that. And then we've got something that'll work on our hands.
So I needed to do a supply run back home. Like I'd mentioned, my arms were seemingly doing a lot better than before. So once I'd arrived back at the airport, I removed my bandages and checked my injuries. And fortunately, not only was my hand healed completely, but my forearm deep wound had healed, leaving me with just a scratch. This made fighting with a melee weapon now a little bit more feasible again. While I was at the airport, I spent a little bit of time cleaning up my farm, removing all the dead crops and replanting some of the more essential produce to keep my stockpile up. I wasn't short on food at the moment, but winter was getting ever closer, so I needed to be prepared. After cleaning my clothes and washing myself off, I hopped back in a helicopter, this time opting not to get timber at the base because I had a better plan. See, every time I traveled back and forth to the rooftop, I was crossing over a dense forest with giant trees, so it made way more sense for me to look for a clearing, land the helicopter, and harvest timber there, where each tree would equate to more logs. And this worked extremely effectively. I only had to deal with 2 or 3 zombies, zombies, and I got my hands on plenty of logs, filling the helicopter trunk to the brim. By the time I returned to the rooftop, the sun was still up, so I spent the last few hours of the day unloading every single log and sawing them into planks. And there were so many logs that this was a process I continued into the morning, leaving me with just over 200 planks, ready to go. And with those planks, I decided to finally make some additions to my rooftop fortress, because it wasn't much of a fortress right now. To start off with, I built the framing for a walled space surrounding the landing pad for my helicopter. I filled in the frames mostly with wooden walls, but left a few windows on each corner for access points. I wasn't 100% sure what layout I wanted this place to take, because I still needed helicopter access, and I didn't want to take away the open air feel of the place. If I just sealed it all in, then I guess there wouldn't be much of a rooftop vibe going on. Mr. Brollo watched from inside the wall while I placed a staircase, a shiny real staircase and not a log one, thanks to my new carpentry levels, and began the work on a floor layer above, particularly on the inside of the wall, to allow me sight over the wall for down the line, and it would give me a place to use if I needed to evade any wayward zombies. Not that any zombies would get up here, right? Right? I was interrupted by the sound of banging on a barricade, and this is exactly why I made the checkpoint. As I climbed down the rope and entered the alternate window, I was able to duck behind the checkpoint and clear out the zombies that were causing a ruckus. This was light work with my arms back in good shape, and soon enough I was able to return to working on the rooftop base.
We're gonna need more wood for the path to the Spifo HQ, but we'll have the fortress essentially done on top of the building, so that is gonna help a lot. Can I just walk over this, or can I? Oh, there's a lot to unpack from that. So this just gives me a lot more options. If somehow they follow me on the path back and they get through all the hurdles that they'd have to, this gives me now the option of just kind of coming up the stairs and playing off this and being able to drop down. It's a little bit more flexible. None of this stuff is optimal. I don't play to be optimal. I play because I like killing zombies, so I'm not gonna think too much about whether it's able to be better. I'm just gonna think about whether it is cool and I like it and I vibe it.
Now that the outer structure of my base was complete, I spent time sawing the rest of the logs to continue the bridge across to Spifo HQ, and after a few more hours of magically traversing across thin air, I reached a stopping point. Now, one might say that breaking through here would be easy enough, but in reality, there were a disgusting amount of zombies inside. Most buildings in this area of the city were congested with hundreds, if not thousands of zombies, so I'd have to be extremely cautious in approaching the next steps.
All right, here's the current plan. So our pathway across is complete. The idea is gonna be, and it's not a good one, but it is an idea. I'm gonna go down the path. I'm gonna pop open the wall. I'm gonna wait and see if any come out, because running in would be a bad idea. The overarching goal is to try and chop out the stairs, because if I can chop out the stairs, I can remove access from the bottom floor, which is what I want to do. That way I can secure the top area and then go from there. That's the general plan. Hey, it sounds spicy and fun. We can take control of that building, and once we've taken control of that building, we'll have our launching place for what's next, and then we can build this place up a little bit, get a couple more facilities set up here, and go from there. Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. It's not a good plan, but it is a plan.
Now that the framework was complete and the base was, well, it was a base with room for improvement, it was time to go to war. Something I'd been holding off on for as long as I could, because frankly, I have bad memories from my last experience fighting in this area in Build 42. But my condition was good, my arms were healed, my weight was steady and not over or under what it needed to be. My resources were plentiful, at least for staying here temporarily. It was time to break into Spifo HQ and uncover the secrets within.
All right, let's do this thing. But as ready as I'm ever gonna be. All right. Tell me there's a floor in there. There's not. Okay. This is now tricky. I guess we'll find out, but I don't think there is. I think that's the second floor. So we need some more planks. Yeah, see, that's just from the noise I made destroying it. It's attracted all of them there. God, this is gonna end so badly, man. Such a bad idea. I'm just gonna do this just in case I have to like move around a little bit. Holy shit, there's a lot in there. Dude, should I just start firing on the... They can't get to me. I could just fire through this window. Oh man, I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to do it. What choice do I have? It sounds like too much fun. I mean, yeah, maybe there'll be way too many and we'll never be able to take over this building, but they gotta die anyway, man.
So this entry point was not planned in advance. That is to say, I had somehow stumbled across an incredible opportunity. Because of the lack of flooring on the inside of this wall and the extremely convenient positioning of this glass window, I had a sightline to the inside of the building and the ability to set up a platform separated by one block of space. Meaning I could essentially let loose with a gun, attract as many zombies as possible to this window space and pick them off, with any excess zombies dropping down to the floors below.
Perfect. Oh my god, it's foolproof. Look at them, they're just falling down. And now the last piece of the puzzle, right? We aggravate them. Oh, this is devious. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's easier than I thought it was gonna be. Oh, bro, this is so devious. Oh, man. Yeah, jump through, why don't you? Oh, I should be wearing my gas mask when I'm doing this. Oh my god, that's going to be a disgusting pile. Hold on. I think, unfortunately, the gas mask makes me worse at shooting, but whatever. It is what it is. It's kind of making me a lot worse at shooting. This might not be worth. Might just have to go without it. Target practice. Oh yeah. Oh no. Okay. Everything's fine. Holy shit. I wonder if that's killing. I can't even tell if it's killing them or they're just coming right back up.
Now, I'm not proud of many of my achievements in Project Zomboid, but stumbling across this spot and the success that it brought me in clearing a disgusting amount of undead from this building, this was a matter of pride. See, not only did I start clearing the zombies from the building, but zombies from nearby streets started to funnel in, climb the stairs, and position themselves perfectly for the slaughter.
Dude, I could do this with the skyscraper, you know. I could just build a pathway outside the window and just start killing. I mean, you have to choose somewhere. There's no way you take it on, like... I mean, it's just you're talking about weeks of work, really.
And as if that wasn't enough, when the population at this window started to dry up, I built a floor across and recognized that I was able to reach another window, a window that directly sat opposite the staircase, meaning I could pick them off as they come up the stairs. This was a disgusting but necessary evil, as I unloaded magazine after magazine into the shambling hordes. As soon as they entered my sight, I would pick them off, one by one. At night, I would return to the rooftop base and sleep, refilling on ammo and food. And in the morning, I'd return to the Spiffo HQ, continuing the onslaught, popping head after head. And after spending so long training my aiming up over the past months, I can't lie, this was very satisfying. But after a while, the zombies coming up the stairs started to dwindle. They'd appear in hordes every now and then, but felt like a little bit of a waste of time to keep fighting like this, and I felt like I needed a change. So I decided on a really bad idea. I wanted to, at least for a while, take this fight to the streets. Now, fortunately, through my adventures, I had acquired both heaps of excess fuel and the ability to hotwire cars. So my initial thought process was to move down to the ground floor, sneak my way across to a decent condition car, and start reversing through some of the huge hordes on the streets. But as I've already touched on, this is a pretty risky plan. Even if I do kill a lot of undead, there's a risk I attract way more than I can handle. Like I said though, I had already decided on it. So despite the obvious problems, I still went ahead with it.
Oh my god. It broke my rope. Ow. I didn't even know they could do that. I was thinking as I was falling, I was like, where the hell's my rope? Okay, well, I don't have a sheet rope anymore, so... What a jerk. He didn't break anything useful, he just broke my sheet rope. Just being annoying.
And now it was an even worse plan, because I didn't have a safe way to get up to the roof without going up the stairs. The stairs that were currently blocked off. But that's a future me problem.
I know what you're thinking, it doesn't look that bad, but that's because all of them are probably in buildings, and you kill like a few, and then all of a sudden there's 100 coming out of one doorway. And that's not an exaggeration. I'm gonna be wary of my exhaustion here, same reason. Just sit down when I can. See, what's that, 6 zombies? And I'm exhausted.
At first, I meandered through the streets, picking off any wayward zombies. But after a little while picking them off with my axe, I found the exact vehicle I was after. Finally, it was time to travel to Ram Ranch, because I'd be ramming the zombies. I think you get it. Oh my god. This is a bad idea. Raccoon, I would stay away if you know what's good for you. 50% engine. Okay. Be a little bit more careful now. 44%. Uh-oh. The fuck was that? My tire just blew. Oh shit. All right. I think we might be cooked. But I like that. Listen, we didn't build our rooftop fortress for nothing, okay? Oh my god. Oh, this is such a terrible idea. I miss my fucking airport. Ooh, now things are getting exciting, huh? And now we pull the ultimate escape. Maybe. Yeah, it was fun, and it was a nice change, but it nearly went very wrong. Stop me if this sounds familiar, because I have a habit of this. And if that wasn't enough, after I snuck away, worriedly running up floors of the office building I lived atop, I was reminded of a small problem I had forgotten about. Oh, I got a little... Oh, shit. Oh, shit, what have I done? Oh, no. Think about that. Yeah, I did not think about that. Please don't attract those 1,000 zombies. And even as I read this script, I recognize I could have just jumped over the wall. So, yeah, I'm still forgetting things, even up to this point. Now, it may seem at a glance like I escaped unscathed, but remember this site, because the butterfly effect of leaving that engine on, well, you'll see. But in this case, I followed my normal strategy. When a problem appears, ignore the problem and deal with a different problem. So I turn my eyes back to Spiffo HQ. I mean, there's still a lot, but like it's manageable. Should I have brought my sledgehammer? I probably should have, because I kind of want to try and break those stairs, because I have actually cleared out most of the ones inside of there. So if I can get in safely and break those stairs, then we're good. Then we can clear out the top of the building and we'll have full access over there. And we can worry about the rest later, you know? That's a future me problem. Now, I had planned on breaking out the stairs heading down, but once I got past the initial window grader zombies, I realized that it would require me to go down them. So instead of doing that, since I would have to run all the way home on foot through the giant hordes I just awoke, I just broke out the floor. I broke a bunch of floor tiles in every direction from the stairs. And believe it or not, this actually did do the job. But I had underestimated just how many zombies were in these upper floors. As if I haven't mentioned how many zombies are in these buildings 20 times in these journeys. I think I've closed it off. It's really hard to tell though. They can come from above though. I need to put my gas mask on. I'm not gonna know until they start coming from downstairs. Dude, look at the pile of them. You can't even tell what the bodies look like anymore. I have to be so careful around this area. If I fall down there, I'm cooked. I think I might insta-die, to be honest. Because I'm pretty sure that's one level, but I don't even know if there's a floor on that lower bit. It's really nice that I can reach them from here, though. Oh, they're coming. Yeah, they got no way up. Do they got a way up? See, this is what I'm worried about, because there's no... Shit. Just get... I'm gonna have to, like, run up there, man. Man, I'd love to get a generator in here. That's easier said than done, unfortunately. Well, geez, it wouldn't have been hard to have some chips or something, would it? As I checked out each individual room and found most of them to be clear, I fell into an unwarranted sense of comfort. I started to believe I had overcome the hardest challenge of this building, and soon enough, I was brought right back to reality.
Shit. I have the gun, I have the gun. If I need to shoot up here, I don't know how many more floors there are, but it's not the worst case scenario. Although this is very quickly going downhill. Jesus. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm injured. Oh my god. That could have gone really bad. In fact, that didn't really go well. I don't know if I got... I think it might have been the window. Yeah, I should probably have learnt this by now, to be honest. There's always a lot more inside buildings than you think.
Suffice it to say that yet again, I fell victim to my own poor planning. But in my defense, such was the nature of these buildings that it was extremely hard to tell how many undead were within. I mean, just on these stairs alone, I must have killed hundreds, so either most of those had come up from the street, or there were potentially almost 1,000 zombies in this, the smallest skyscraper on the block. Yeah, not exactly the most comforting knowledge when I had planned to take on the bigger ones down the line. It was partly because of the hearing distance through buildings like this that zombies on the highest floors didn't seem to navigate down despite the amount of shooting noise earlier. But after picking off the few that did come downstairs, I decided to head back home. And as if I wasn't on edge enough, the sight outside on the street was daunting to say the least. I fired off a few extra shots inside the building just to draw some attention back to the Spiffer HQ. That way they wouldn't wander back towards my base. After all, this was the purpose for this whole plan, draw the zombies somewhere other than my humble abode. In fact, after reloading some of my magazines, I even went back to Spiffer HQ to cause some more ruckus, just for the purpose of attracting zombies in the area away from my base. There were even some watch alarms going off in the meat pile next to the stairs, which would hopefully draw zombies away from my base. If you haven't noticed the repetitive nature of my language, I'm trying to drive home a point. You would think that after all this noise and chaos in this area within hearing distance from my base, there would be no zombies within my base.
It sounds like a lot. I don't like the sound of that. Shit. That sounds like a lot. Shit. Why are they... What? Shit. They're coming through, bro. I'm fighting them up here. I got no choice. And I can't shoot, because if I shoot, I'm going to attract way more. I'm going to have to let them through. I don't want to break the door. Please don't be like... It can't be that... Never mind, the door's gone. What happened? How? Why did they all come up here? I didn't make any sound. Oh my god. Why? Why are there so many? This is such a what the fuck? Dude, what? What the fuck? They're cooking my base right now, but I can't do shit. I don't know why. Apparently 300 zombies have decided out of nowhere to just come up the building. I just need to keep resting. I need to be recovered.
And even though for a moment it looked as if I'd carved myself a safe position to defend from, things would go from bad to worse.
Now I'm drowsy. Now I'm in a real spot. Dude, what? 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 What the fuck? What? Dude, what is going on? I can't move seats. What the f has happened? All my keybinds are broken. What is going on? Oh my god. I can't bandage within the heli. Okay. Holy shit. What a shit show. Please tell me this is a roof I can land on. What the hell was all that about? Well, I guess I'll have to go back to the airport. Jesus.
This was a resounding failure from start to finish. And if my physical spiral wasn't enough, my mental spiral had already begun.
Like what, they can see me up 4 floors now and like track their way up there? All in a big group? I don't even understand. What a shit show, man. Thank God I got in the heli. My freaking fortress, man. I mean, I defended it pretty well, but like there was like 50 plus of them. Like I would have thought if that was going to be the case, I would at least have some notice about like what was going to happen. All of a sudden there's just 50 zombies on my roof from like the main building. Oh my God. I'm shocked I got out of that. I thought I was cooked. My radial menu is like cooked. None of my hotkeys are working, so I can't use the radial menu. Jesus. Thank God I have a place to come back to, man. Right. We have officially lost control of the roof. Our roof fortress has been commandeered. Jesus. They did a number on me. And it's infected as well. Awesome. Hopefully not an actual infection. I got scratched and lacerated on that arm, by the way.
So needless to say, now I was in a predicament because the whole purpose of this trip was to build a rooftop fortress. And not only had I failed to build a fortress that was defendable, I didn't even have control of the roof. But I wasn't going to go down without a fight because this place was a means to an end. If I couldn't at least take back the roof, then I would have no place to launch an attack on the skyscrapers. And the past few weeks of my life were all just wasted. Not today. I would not be a tree felled by the undead horde. I would go back and finish what I started. So if only for a few days, I prepared. I harvested my farm, preparing myself a new vegetable salad because I left all my fucking pans at the... So I had a salad and some gravy. I don't know why I had gravy, but I saw I could make gravy, so I made gravy. After a long night's sleep at the airport, I was feeling refreshed, unobstructed. So I traversed to my roof and set off for revenge.
Step 1, I'm gonna get to the roof, I'm gonna land on the roof, and yeah, because I'll be able to see them before I fully land, so I'll be able to drop down, see how many there are, and then make the call. If there's not that many, I'll jump out. If there's too many, I'll have to land across, and I'll have to land on the road or something and go from the outside in. But this is gonna be no laughing matter, huh? This is not how things were supposed to go, but that's fine. Life is full of surprises, right?
At first, I tried to land atop my roof. It quickly found that things were at best problematic. Not only were there around 20 zombies on the roof, but they'd torn through most of my walls and defenses, and I could hear even more on the lower floors. But after an attempted street landing made me aware that there was some climbing over and falling down, I attempted to land again on the roof in the hopes that I could pull a hit and run. However, as I hit the few outside my helicopter, it became clear to me that my injury from the night prior had done a lot of damage to my swinging abilities. For a while, I persevered, playing around the remaining windows and trying to abuse their pathfinding abilities. But with each swing, I grew more and more exhausted, with nowhere to rest. So as much as I didn't want to, I was eventually forced to flee with the helicopter once again, if only to recover my energy and treat my various conditions. But now I landed atop the roof opposite me, which I believe was a community center, and reassessed my strategy.
Moral of the story is this is what you get for building a staircase instead of just using the rope. Oh my God, dude. If I shoot, it just might get a lot worse. That's kind of the problem. And my backup ammo is on that roof. Gee, I don't even know what to say. Like, how did they... What happened? Could try and get a car and just run a lot of them over. It probably would work, but it comes with their own risks. And I don't have the fuel. It's on the roof.
So for now, I went for the less optimal but safer strategy. With my axe, I started chopping through the hordes on the street level. For the most part, this was pretty manageable. But from my view of the higher floors from earlier, it was clear that the real problem would be getting to the building itself. I continued to clear through what undead I could on the ground, making my way closer and closer to the entrance. And after enough time clearing through the excess hordes on the ground, I felt that the roof must finally be clear enough to return. And on top of that, my fire axe had just broken, meaning that I would have to get back to the roof and go inside that tiny death trap where I had left all my fire axes. Not the best place to leave them, to say the least. This would be my big attempt, my final attack to take back the roof, to reclaim my property.
But even if I can get in the room for a second and get an axe, I'll be able to clear what's up here. What if I land on him? What happens? Nope, that's death. That's how you die. That would be the death of me. And so now I have a problem because now the heli's only going to start hitting the heli. Okay, checks out. Checks out. Just appear out of nowhere, why don't you? Man, it sure would be convenient if I could just hit them. I need to heal my hand now.
Okay, that would be my penultimate attempt, is what I was trying to say. But now I knew the landscape. I knew how many were there. The state of the roof. Yes, you might say I now had another hand wound and fighting with an axe would be almost impossible. But no, I had to take back this roof. I would not give up.
Oh my god, I've got it. Hold on. I'm beginning to believe. Can I block that somehow? Build a wall at the top of it, maybe?
I gathered the nails and planks from the ground, enough to close up the gap. I was moments away from reclaiming my space. This was it, my final triumph.
Oh, there's more. Yeah, it's a lot more. Awesome. Awesome. Dude, some big hits would be really nice right now. Don't come around the corner. Don't come around the corner. Jump through the window. Oh my god. Okay. Cool. Cool. I can't even fight with this anymore. Oh, I think this is cooked, man.
I was exhausted. Brutalized. 2 more arm wounds. I couldn't fight anymore. This was over. I had failed.
Cool. Cool. I may be infected. I have an ampule. So that is not the worst case scenario. What is the worst case scenario is my base is absolutely violated. I have like 6 injuries on my arms, which are the only tools I have. And yeah, this one's going to be a pretty tough one. The rooftop fortress is dead. It's gone. Every bit of what made it a rooftop fortress has failed. And I have failed. And this, look, we can look at it any way we want to. The way I look at it, I've been pretty lucky in this adventure thus far. To not run into any serious failures and to be, you know, on the good side of some of these things. And I've killed 4,700 zombies. I'm pretty due for a big loss. And this one hurts. But it was all a means to an end. The rooftop fortress is a means to an end because I needed the rooftop fortress so that I could... Anyway, I don't know what I was saying, but the moral of the story is this is absolutely cooked and it's mostly my fault.
This is the most dangerous city in Project Zomboid, Louisville. And in the dead center of this city is the block from hell, containing 4 giant skyscrapers filled with endless zombies. But imagine for a second, you could somehow take control of one of these skyscrapers and use it as a new home. Just taking one of these buildings would be a challenge in and of itself, allowing me a platform to dominate this endless metropolitan sprawl. Our journey begins amongst my humble abode on the edge of the outskirts of the city, within the Louisville airport. Now rest assured that this was not the focus of our adventure. Once I got the foothold in the city, my goal was to live within it as much as possible. But to explain why we're here, I have to explain our first goal. Our first goal was to reclaim my rooftop fortress, which was a little foothold next to the skyscrapers that was supposed to be my safe haven, but it was currently sprawling with zombies. If I could clear this rooftop and survive long enough to secure it, our goal of living within the skyscrapers became a lot more realistic. Seems simple enough, right? Yeah, not really, but it was a start. If we could manage to complete our first goal, well then what came next would be simple. Goal 2 would be to take control of our new home base, the Spiffo HQ skyscraper. It was for all intents and purposes, the baby of the group, but that made it the perfect first target. And in my previous adventures, I had done some serious work clearing it out until things went horribly wrong. Yeah, I'm not gonna trauma dump, but I was already pretty messed up. And if we could accomplish both of those goals, well, goal 3 was simple. Take over this monster skyscraper and clear it of the undead within. This was the true final boss on the horizon, so until then, we would have to take things one step at a time. Over the few days I spent at the airport, I did a little bit of busy work, collecting some new collections to my vehicle stocks, looting some nearby buildings that I'd never got around to looting, and preparing some roast meals to keep my health improving as fast as possible. I didn't want to waste too much time in getting back into the city, since the further I was from the city, the further I was from my goal. So as soon as my injuries had healed, I climbed in my big metal bird and set off towards the hellish destination ahead, prepared for war. Once I arrived, I mulled over the options for my best approach. Making any kind of significant noise here would create a much larger issue ahead, since in a congested city like this, shooting a gun would arouse attention from hundreds, if not thousands of zombies. You should consider that foreshadowing, by the way. So I had 2 ways to go about this: land on the roof and hope for the best, or the option I went with in the end, land nearby on the ground and try and eliminate the excess zombies around the building itself. And all in all, this went without too much issue. The truth is that when in good health, my character was a zombie killing machine. Put a good axe in my hands and, as you can tell, I would go to town. This was a combination of many hours of fighting experience, an axe focused build, and a whole lot of strength. So after working my way through any zombies I could find in the street, I headed back to my helicopter and took the plunge, landing on my former fortress.
I think I've drawn most of them down. This is a pleasant surprise, but I need to break those floors as quick as I can. Okay, now just break the floors. That's all we need to do.
So believe it or not, as simple as that, goal 1 was complete. Because the truth of the matter is that the real challenge begins once we get a foothold amidst the skyscrapers. Goal 2 was a little bit more complex. Now granted, I had a way to access my new home in Spiffer HQ via this sky bridge that I'd built earlier. But this building was by no means clear. Because of the way zombie hearing functions in this build, all my work to clear the entrance floor would only have drawn the attention of the zombies from the next few neighboring floors. Now truth be told, I didn't exactly know that yet. So as I scaled my way through the building, hoping to clear every floor and make this place fully secure, I thought I was clearing out the last few zombies. But one kill in particular made me quickly aware of the reality of my circumstances. And for this one, just like I did, you're gonna have to use your ears. Most experienced Project Zomboid players have dealt with this feeling before. It's either the first kill, the first window break, maybe it's the first door you open. But when you suddenly hear numerous groans, doors getting hammered, or windows breaking, you become immediately aware that you are not alone. And if you're pretty experienced, you can normally quantify how big the problem is just from the symphony of sounds.
I'm gonna have to peek my head up. Hopefully this just works first time would be good.
So I snuck up the stairs and tried to move just far enough to attract some undead without being grabbed from the endless void. And finally, I was able to draw some eyeballs. Also, side note, I think there's a mod that makes this better and you can actually see above the stairs. I didn't have it for this run, but maybe check it out. Truthfully, this was less zombies than I thought, but you can see how just running upstairs into even this many zombies would be fatal, so caution was always the best policy. After clearing through the first little horde, the noises were a lot more comforting. I could still hear zombies above, but in much more manageable numbers. But it was getting pretty late, so I decided to return the next day once I'd had some sleep and cleared any exhaustion I was experiencing. I returned to my rooftop amidst the cold rain. It was certainly not much of a home anymore, but once I'd cleared the skyscraper, I'd be living within it for the remainder of this journey, so I made do with what I had. There was an exceptionally low but not impossible chance that a zombie could have followed me all the way home, but even if they made it past this ridiculous bridge that I'd constructed, they'd have to face my trusty sidekick, Mr. Brollo. We had shared this journey together for many months, and he had never once let me down. Although some people say that he keeps evaporating into thin air every few weeks and then magically reappearing, but rumors of his demise are greatly exaggerated. Suffice it to say, he did the job I needed him to. In the morning, I began my walk across the bridge to the skyscraper, but this time I was surrounded by a little bit more of a confronting sight. This was the first sight of snow since I started this larger adventure, and it was a gentle reminder that winter was coming. For most experienced survivors, you'll know that this means cold weather and limited farming abilities, which wasn't going to affect me too much now, but it was something to note down as a problem I'd have to address down the line. A problem for future me, as they say. Nonetheless, I re-entered the Spiffer HQ skyscraper feeling bolder than ever. Finally, I had a few success stories under my belt. Still, I acted cautiously, having made many mistakes prior from my endless ambition. I toyed with the zombies, attracting them down the stairs, peeking at the next floor to draw more in. One by one, I made quick work of them. After making my way hesitantly up 2 or 3 more floors, I started to lay eyes on new floors that I hadn't yet seen. And yes, they had some undead company, but with my injuries now healed, I was able to act with a bit more confidence, walking through and clearing out the zombies that approached without fear of miss swings or the like. This appeared to be some kind of executive floor, with more officers, each of them potentially containing a few zombies within, but nothing that couldn't be handled with caution. And so after more time patiently working my way through the stragglers, I cleared room after room. Some had more than others, but all in all, with my axe swings as strong as ever, I was finally able to take control of this floor. I wasn't aware of it just yet, but as I climbed to encounter the next floor up, I was pleasantly surprised by the sight of my surroundings. The cold air confronted my weary bones. A chilling reminder of the journeys I had conquered in the past. I looked out into the city. Finally, my first skyscraper was conquered. The first of many, I had hoped. And don't get it twisted, this place was as beautiful as it was confronting. If the sheer thought of overcoming another skyscraper wasn't enough, the fact I struggled to maintain a steady frame rate left cause for great concern. This would become a running theme in this area of the city. Could I overcome the struggling performance with my not so struggling performances? That would be the question. For now though, I could move my focus to the next chapters of my journey, making this skyscraper my home and cleaning up some of this mess. Okay, maybe not all of this mess. With hordes of the undead on the ground like this, it's best to just wait for them to despawn. But if I was going to make a proper home here in this Spiffo HQ skyscraper, I'd need some supplies. So step 1 of moving in was actually moving out, back towards the airport for a restocking trip. Once that was complete, I could turn my eyes towards the next beast on the horizon, because I was not happy with just one skyscraper. No, I wanted more.
Yeah, I've pretty much smashed it out the park. I'm not gonna lie. Over the last few days, I've been absolutely cooking. We are in a really great spot. We have claimed the Spiffo building. Our eyes are firmly forward towards our big goal, and that is the skyscraper. Now, the problem is easier said than done, because how long it took me to clear the Spiffo building is probably like half of what I would need to do for the skyscraper. There are a lot of things that I have to think about now, because to take the skyscraper is going to be a pretty big undertaking. I may need to spend a little bit of time preparing for the actual task of it. Also, it started snowing, which is not good.
So my initial plan was much as I mentioned. Commandeer Spiffo HQ as a temporary home, inhabit the first skyscraper so that I could attack the second. And this would be no small task. Do not underestimate just how much work would be required to attempt this mammoth feat. In Build 42, such a thing is not easily accomplished by one man. While I was at the airport, I spent time resowing the farm in the small garden space, deciding that one thing I'd need to be ahead of the curve on was stored foods. Any veteran survivor knows that winter can be extremely hard on your food stocks, so getting ahead of the cold by storing as much food as possible and having a bunch of non-perishables was pretty much a necessity. To that end, I set out a new side quest for myself, because I didn't have a lot of faith in my current stocks of non-perishables. I would need to restock. Having previously cleared out the strip mall nearest me of foods, that left me with some more ambitious but dangerous options.
Like, it almost wouldn't hurt to like hit some big loot locations, and there are many in Louisville, but they're going to be way too congested. They're just all very dangerous. These are probably supermarkets of some kind. That area that I looked at is a big shopping area. There's a big catch, which is that I don't know how many zombies are there. I mean, I could try and go in there and have a look. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty sound move. Nah, screw it, we'll just go.
So I had a shaky plan, and in the foggy morning, I geared up, hopped in my ute with a trailer attached, and headed off. I did have the Humvee here available, but it had taken some nasty hits on my previous journey, so I opted instead for a reasonably decent vehicle that was in a lot better condition, knowing that things could get a little cagey where I was headed. By this point, I knew the roads there quite well, at least the ones closer to the airport, so I ducked and weaved through any undead and headed towards my destination, not entirely sure of what awaited me. At this point, I'd become so accustomed to the disgusting hordes of undead filling the center of LV that I was a little worried anywhere on the outskirts would be much the same. Fields of hundreds or even thousands of them. But as I pulled up to the supermarket destination I'd set for myself, I was pleasantly surprised. Yeah, there was a fair few within the car park, but I was a capable survivor. It was nothing I couldn't handle with my axe. I drew the surrounding undead in and made quick work of them. So for the first time in what felt like eons, I began a big looting run, clearing shelf after shelf, focusing on non-perishables, but also anything that would come in handy. This eroded building had seen better days. But beyond the obvious rotten vegetables and meats, a lot of the contents were still in perfect condition, and this was just scraping the surface. I also found various other valuable items inside the deeper parts of this department store, but we'll get to that. With my new trolley, this was way easier than it was previously, and I just want to take a moment to say, this is honestly one of my favorite mods in the whole game. If you're gonna do a Project Zomboid run, make sure you have it. Just being able to move items directly onto it makes sense from an immersion perspective, but it also helps so much with lugging loot like this back and forth between places. You can load the items straight onto the trolley and then load the trolleys straight into the back of the truck, with all of the loot still stored, making the unloading process easy as well. Not only did I load up on food, but I found some books, magazines, and in the back corner, the mother load, an entire section dedicated to tools and building resources. I acquired more trolleys, various parts for different skills like masonry and carpentry, and a heap of nails, which I'd need for some future tasks. Tasks which, by the way, would almost be the death of me, but we'll get there, hold tight. And after loading the truck full to the brim, I headed home, driving through the darkness and getting home just before midnight, managing to keep my sleep schedule in check. After unloading the vast majority of my belongings, I headed back out, feeling bright and chirpy in the morning light. On my second trip to the supermarket, I cleaned the place dry, taking every last thing I could think of. More supermarket carts, cement bags, things that I didn't even know I'd need, but if I needed them, I would wish that I had got them when I had them. You understand, right? After another whole day of looting, by the time the afternoon came around, the supermarket was cleared. I took the ute across to the neighbouring car park, having seen a few decent cars around. It wasn't that my ute was in bad condition, but you should always take the opportunity to check for a better alternative. And it turns out this same yellow ute was in slightly better condition, so I decided to pull the old switcheroo. After trading out cars, I stopped at another nearby store, this one a tool store. And while it helped to beef up my supply just a little bit more, it was nothing game-changing. Overall, however, this was a hugely successful looting trip, one that would help set me up for many adventures ahead. Now, it's important to note my thought process here, because looking back, I had some pretty grand plans for how to approach the second skyscraper. But truth be told, in Project Zomboid, plans often go wrong. And what would become of my next days and weeks in this adventure would be a pretty distant relative of the stealthy approach I initially planned. In fact, things were going to spiral into more and more chaos as time went on. Finally, after several days of looting runs and preparing, it was time to move back to the center of Louisville. I spent several hours stocking up on all the loot I'd need. Non-perishable food, tools, weapons, whatever I felt would come in handy. Loading the trolleys straight into the helicopter, ready for my journey. After a short but laggy flight, I'd arrived at my destination. Now, full transparency, unfortunately this helicopter wasn't able to climb above like 8 floors. So if you're asking why I'm not landing on the very fitting helipad atop Spiffo HQ, now you know. But I had the rooftop base as an option either way, so it'd do the job. I began unloading and shifting all of my belongings to an office inside the executive floor of the main Spiffo skyscraper. Don't get too accustomed to this room because I'd lived in like 5 rooms across this skyscraper in this journey. And after doing a few runs back and forth, I realized that I wasn't yet alone inside this room. You might have noticed a little friend accompanying me in this very room. And frankly, I had been listening to this rat squeak so many times that we had begun to get more familiar with one another. For several months on this journey, my only friend had been Mr. Brollo, but he didn't really say much. Whereas this rat had quite the imagination. He would speak to me of his plans to buy a timeshare in Cuba when this was all over, and how he grew up as an accountant but secretly learned to dance. He had bigger dreams for himself, yet this apocalypse wouldn't shut down his chance to make it big on the Broadway stage. Like any good friend, I picked my friend up and he spoke to me. He told me his name was Pedro. Pedro, I said. A strange name for a small grey rat. My grandparents were Portuguese, he told me. What a peculiar tale. Anyway, I can't help but feel like all the leftover corpse fumes had made this place a little unstable. So I headed downstairs to forge a path into the open air. See, I had a number of plans to attack this skyscraper. Most of them are logical. And I'll save you the trouble of wondering when I say that most of my plans would not work. At this point in our adventure, I will be giving you the footnotes as we detail my long and complicated journey to my simple destination. At first I thought, heck, why don't I just bridge over again and break through the lower floor, removing the staircase access and then beginning to clear the building. And I know what you're all gonna say, don't build a sky bridge, it's breaking my immersion. Okay, only like 2% of you said that, but still, there's no need to be so critical, guys. Relax, touch grass or something, I don't know. So at first, that's exactly what I did. I spent several days forging a bridge over to the lower half of the building. At first to the open rooftop, which gave me a new place to land my helicopter. And then from that open roof, I bridged across to the nearest staircase that I could think of. But try as I might, I could not accomplish my goal without a whole lot of chaos. At first, when I created the bridge to the actual destination, I awoke a minor horde, which not only blocked my ability to break the stairs, but actually welcomed a whole bunch of undead back onto my bridge with me, which was to say the least traumatic. Fighting on bridges like this, that's a no-no, guys. We don't do that kind of thing around here. That's how you die and all that stuff. So after precariously dancing along my one tile wide bridge and removing the connection, I instead opted to go around the building, thinking a better access point was all I needed. And while I did manage to break a wall behind the stairs, the horde was now piled up to a disgusting extent, making my jammy attempts of clearing it ineffective at best. And it was pretty much a shit show, to put it nicely. And after all of that and me conceding defeat on the first skybridge plan, I took to the ground and started just popping head after head with my axe. Hey, maybe there actually weren't that many in there. Maybe I could work my way through over the next few hours. But no, that was wishful thinking to say the least. So instead I got exhausted again and again and had to bail out. That was plan A, and it was a bust. But I hadn't yet learned the folly of my ways. No, it would take far more chaos for that. So now I began the skybridge number 2. You're the 2% of you that hate skybridges. It's almost over, okay? Trust me. This is the end of my skybridge obsession. But you try clearing these skyscrapers, man, it's ridiculous. I headed to a nearby forest with my helicopter and gathered a disgusting amount of timber before returning to the rooftop of my Spiffo HQ skyscraper and sawing it all up, ready for plan B. And with that, I began forging the path, hovering barely above certain death. And after a few days of forging that very path and a trip back to the airport to resupply, finally, I reached my destination. There it was, barely out of reach. I'm sure nothing could go wrong from here, right? So if it wasn't already apparent, ideas like this come with a lot of risks. You can walk the wrong way, certain death. You can try to turn around and fall, certain death. You can place a tile connecting the window to the path and let through a horde of undead onto your platform, and that's probably certain death. You can break down the wall and let them through without being fully prepared, and, well, you'll see. Should have seen that coming. Okay. Alright, I don't know what I'm just losing it. Yeah, so things can get pretty cagey up this high, and there was no perfect plan. One other issue I discovered was that my gun didn't exactly work up here. It was incredibly buggy, to the point that shots just didn't connect. Now, I believe that some of this has now been fixed, but as of this build I'm playing in, guns are gonna be complete dead weight up at this height, and I wasn't fully aware of it yet, so prepare for some more chaos. Suffice it to say that my bridge plan had a few issues. So for now, I headed back to the Spiffo skyscraper and holed up in a temporary bedroom, a prison bed I had set up earlier. It had all the comforts of a nice, cool bed, reminding me of my younger days behind bars. In the morning, I finally breached the skyscraper, breaking the floor as quick as I could to secure this area. But this was not without its issues, because now I had no reliable way out without opening myself back up to danger again. And for a while, I wandered back and forth in this room, trying to shoot the horde through the hallway, which obviously did not work, and trying to figure out the best way to approach this issue. And this was a process that took me several days, attempting ideas, trying to cheese corners and dismantle walls, but eventually I reached breaking point. It was now blindingly obvious to me that there were only two options. I could combat the hordes with melee weapons in these disgustingly tight corridors, and there were hundreds of these zombies on each floor. That is a horrid, horrid task. Or I could accept defeat and move on to plan C. And trust me when I say I toyed with all options. I tossed up whether I could navigate through these rooms one by one, thought about building some kind of safe fence setup, but frankly, at this point, I'd started to feel tired of the grind. The cheese attempts to do this, the mechanical abuse of the nature of this world. Enough was enough. And that brings us to plan C, the most dangerous, most obnoxious, stupidest plan of all, but the one I think you'll probably like more than plan A and plan B. What if I gave up on the sky bridges, gave up on the cheese, the breaking of floors, stairs? What if instead of all of that, I loaded up on guns and ammo, dropped down to the ground and started blasting? in the most congested, most dangerous location in all of Project Zomboid. Sounds like a pretty stupid but fun idea, right? Well, that was exactly what I planned to do. But to do that would be a challenge in and of itself, because in order to do something that stupid and that fun, you would need a hell of a lot of guns and ammunition. More than you'd think would ever be possible to acquire from just one gun store. So what you're about to witness is the great hoarding of firepower. My best attempt at creating the most disgustingly large stockpile of weaponry capable of dealing with the worst horde in this game. Starting with probably one of the most dangerous gun stores in all of the game, the gun store inside the Grand Ohio Mall. Yes, we're really doing this. Bright and early in the morning, I flew to my destination, landing first on top of the roof to get my bearings and then heading behind the mall. This was no small task. To enter from the front of the mall would be a video in and of itself, and frankly, far more handsome creators have already attempted it. So instead, I'd enter from behind. You know me, I love entering from behind. Anyway, once I'd set the helicopter down, it was time to breach the walls, knowing that this could lead to all-out war if I did it incorrectly. My focus initially was on creating a large enough opening that I couldn't be caught off guard. Just one hole in the wall, walking through would be extremely risky. I could essentially walk past the dark barrier and be grabbed. So while dealing with the hordes coming out, I extended my entrance. I also broke a separate space further down the wall to allow me a safe exit if I got into trouble. With that dealt with, it was time to check my measurements. Guessing where the gun store would be located wasn't too difficult. I had a pretty good idea of the store locations in this mall from previous adventures, and fortunately I got it almost exactly right. My first foray into the gun store was met with significant interest from the undead, but because of the time I'd spent preparing the location, I was able to train them outside and clear them off section by section, and surprisingly enough, I didn't find myself overwhelmed. I had actually handily dealt with the vast majority of zombies that charged initially, allowing me a bit of time to start emptying out the back rooms. There were a few wayward zombies that charged through the doorway, but all in all it was simple enough, far less problematic than I'd anticipated. Since my fire axes were starting to dwindle in condition and quantity, I had opted instead to use a one-handed hatchet, a weapon that I thought was lesser in many ways, but I'd come to find out was actually pretty insane in the hands of an axe wielder like myself. With my arms in good condition, it was pretty much a consistent one-hit kill. And so this trip that I thought would be one of the more dangerous ones was going swimmingly. Over the next few hours, I cleared container after container, unloading them all into the helicopter. I even made my way into the front section of the store and quickly loaded up with what I could find, but if I was being honest, overall the loot I got from this gun store was disappointing at best. It was decent enough, but with the amount of zombies I'd envisioned in my future, it didn't exactly hit the spot. No big guns, no ammo crates. It was decent, but it wasn't enough. And so continues my journey to amass the greatest horde of firepower in this game. But this was just the beginning. With there still being room in the helicopter, I moved to my next destination immediately. There was no time to waste. Right across from the Grand Ohio Mall, in the strip of shops on the opposite side, was, you guessed it, another gun store. One that would be easily opened up with the sledgehammer I already had on hand. So that was exactly what I did, beginning the long process of unloading this gun store too. And this one was without much issue, since apparently this area was not nearly as congested as I initially thought. I managed to empty out the entirety of this building before it was time to head home. So in the evening, I flew back to the skyscraper and unloaded everything into the Spiffer HQ. It took me several hours to do so, even with the trolleys I now had access to. And also for some reason, I first unloaded into one room by the entrance, then unloaded some of it into another room, neither of which were on the floor of my temporary base, but hey, I don't know, man, it was getting late at the time, okay? So at this point I had a decent stockpile of weaponry, but I wasn't 100% confident it would be enough. How would I get more? Well, we'll get to that, but let me tell you that it would be one hell of an effort, so you'll want to stay tuned. Instead, after unloading everything, I decided I'd need to get some power back up and running at Spiffer HQ. Now, in order to do that, I would need a generator, and the best place for generators was actually somewhere I had already cleared, the LV airport. So for the first time in a while, I would head all the way back to my old home. And don't get me wrong, it was nice to be somewhere a little bit less chaotic, both on my frames, but also on my mental state. But things didn't exactly go to plan. At first, I collected the generators I needed and was preparing to head off. I spent a little bit of time cleaning things up, gearing for the trip back, and the like. However, while I was going through the motions, I came up with a far more stupid idea. A way that I could acquire the last bit of firepower I'd need for the war against the undead. because as most veteran survivors know, there is one hotspot on the map a long way away from me that held a lot of guns. A hotspot that I hadn't seen since hours and hours and hours ago. Because if it wasn't already apparent, I had been on this adventure for a while, and my journey started on the other side of the map. A journey that you can watch all of by starting with my resort video, by the way. That hotspot was called Guns Unlimited, an area notorious for two things: a lot of guns and a lot of zombies. This building had actually been a hotspot for player complaints, since it was so obnoxiously full of zombies that it didn't make any real sense. So instead of heading home, I decided, screw it, let's go cause some trouble instead.
Alright, man, I know this was a terrible idea, but we are doing it anyway, because that's how we roll.
The long journey to the other side of the map was made blissfully shorter by the fact I had a giant flying machine. It wasn't without its downsides, but getting around quickly was much more feasible this way. I left at around 6 AM in the morning, and by 1 PM that very same day, I flew over my destination, scouting it out vaguely, before seeking a secure landing spot in the fields opposite. Do not underestimate what awaited me within. From this high in the air, the undead would not render, but as we would come to see, the tales of this place and its congestion were not wrong. My initial plan was to work my way outside to inside, clearing with my axe and trying not to draw too much attention. With all the melee skills I'd accrued up to this point, doing things like this was much more feasible, and I plowed through all the undead on the road between my open field and Guns Unlimited. But it was hard to truly gauge my success, given that I wasn't really sure how many zombies were piled up inside the walls. Truth be told, I actually didn't want them piled up inside, since that would be far more dangerous than fighting them next to this giant open area. So I switched to a disposable weapon that I didn't need the ammo for, this pistol. I didn't want to use any big time weaponry because of course I was hoarding it for the fight at the skyscraper. Instead, I was using up ammo that likely wouldn't be my first priority anyway. I spent most of the afternoon out here, hoping to draw out a larger chunk of the horde and clear through them. But try as I might, I didn't arouse the kind of attention I was really looking for. Yes, there were zombies coming out of the forest and down the road in larger quantities, but I still had a feeling that this was merely touching the surface of how many were truly hidden inside. Still, it wasn't wasted ammo. These zombies needed to be dealt with either way. It wasn't until I headed back down the road after a rest that I realized my plan was working more effectively than I'd anticipated.
I can already hear that there's more of them. Yeah, yeah, okay. I think our plans are working now. It's gonna take me so long with this gun, dude.
This was more like it. The soft pitter patter of 1 or 2 trailing zombies every 10 seconds was replaced with a shambling horde. One that was a little dangerous, but at least they weren't waiting for me inside the walls. And with just this little pistol, I fired away, shooting again and again, dragging them into the open field, picking them off bit by bit. It took hours and hours. Even though I was reasonably good with a gun, it goes to show you just how ridiculous tasks like this were. If I couldn't clear out this Guns Unlimited, then what chance did I have at the skyscraper or on the streets of Louisville? After an entire day of clearing, my magazines were spent. I used my hatchet to clear through the last few, but the small horde I'd attracted had finally been cleared. With some space and time, and the night growing closer, I took my helicopter and landed on the Guns Unlimited roof, a safe spot to call it a night without causing too much trouble for myself. This may seem like a slam dunk now, but let me tell you, getting safe enough to actually climb into this helicopter was not always a guarantee. We'll get to that in a minute. In the morning, I made a bold decision. Having assumed I had cleared out the bulk of the zombies in the courtyard, I landed my helicopter closer to the building. Right next to it, in fact. I'm sure this is a decision that will not backfire horribly. But for the time being, everything seemed positive. I didn't see many big groups, and I was even able to check out this office building, looting it for any wayward valuables it had, which by the way were not significant. And finally, I rounded the corner to the front of the Guns Unlimited building, spotting that it was, strangely enough, quiet. Yet for some reason this place was mostly empty. That must mean it's safe, right? I spent some time loading up some of the loot from this army tent in front of the entrance before making my way to the doorway itself. This is where you will learn a valuable lesson about Project Zomboid, because zombie detection and hearing is not as simple to understand as you think. You might think that with all the sound I made outside, all the gunshots and the zombie killing, that a lot of the horde would have made their way out to me. Yeah, not exactly. Welcome to Build 42. Yeah, this is how it is now. You might think a building is not too congested, then you round the wrong corner and here, have 500 zombies. And this was a problem I'd encountered before at my skyscraper home. Just when you think you've cleared them, the hundreds of zombies on the floors above that were too far away to detect you suddenly wake up, causing you an issue. And now this giant horde that chased me was being led right next to my escape plan, my helicopter, which put me in a needlessly precarious position. So I did what I do best, clearing in the open field. I dragged as many away as was feasible and begun to work my way through hours and hours and hours of clearing. My ammo started to dwindle, but so did the pack. Except the truth of the matter is that this pack was only a small part of the actual horde. Yeah, there were a lot more where that came from, which would be easy enough to draw away if I had figured it out. But instead, I rounded back around to the road and started shooting again, drawing attention from where they were at the entrance down towards me, essentially surrounding the one thing I needed to get myself to safety. All the while, the clock ticked on, growing closer and closer to nighttime, low visibility and drowsiness. It's sometimes hard to comprehend just how much you're screwing yourself while you're in the process of doing it. And this was one of those times. Night fell and I fought and fought and fought, armed with my hatchet and a resilience I had developed over hundreds of days out here. But try as I might, they just kept coming. All the while I inhaled dangerous fumes from all the corpses, making me more and more ill. The exhaustion started to set in. Now I had no escape, nowhere to go. And my arms were starting to ache, making it harder and harder to fight. Enough is enough. I had to get out of here. I'd make a run for it, to the helicopter, a run that would turn out to be the worst decision of my entire adventure. I genuinely don't know how I survived this moment. At first, I ran fearlessly, but tried to double back when I realized it was too chaotic. But then my exit strategy was filled with the horde, and I had no choice but to commit, barely making it out. By far, this is the closest I've been to death in my entire journey up until now. Some part of me felt proud of the fact that I had enough experience and confidence in my skills to navigate through that horde. The other part of me knew that some of what just happened was luck. I slept through to the late morning, digesting all that had happened so far. And after I was done getting over the fear that had gripped me, I returned to the ground. The fight would have to continue. Swing after swing, kill after kill, it felt never ending. The tales of this place were not exaggerated. This rivaled even my worst experiences of zombie congestion. I sat and ate a pre-prepared stew and continued crunch after crunch after crunch. And after hours of doing so, I started to grow worried about a problem. A problem that I thought existed but really didn't. Listen, I'm just gonna say it right now. If you're the type of neurotypical commenter who freaks out when I act non-optimally in my videos, cover your ears. This is gonna hurt. For some reason, I thought that this fire axe was my last axe. I was convinced that all my melee weapons were almost gone. Now, in reality, I had 3 hatchets in the back of my helicopter, but I guess in all the panic from the day prior, my mind had kinda blanked. I wouldn't figure out that I had those hatchets until much later. So I ended up going on a huge detour. I left Guns Unlimited to try and scavenge any melee weapons I could, heading to a nearby forest house and working my way through it, killing zombies and looting any tools I could find. Since it was nighttime, I spent the evening in this house before returning to Guns Unlimited, armed with what I assumed were my last weapons against the horde. A horde that I thought I had begun to make headway on until I went to land and realized, yeah, there are really that many zombies. Now you have to put yourself in my shoes. You think you're only armed with a couple of hammers against hundreds of the undead. Hammers that you have no skill using, and frankly, they're terrible weapons in the first place. So what do? Well, you need axes, of course. So I hop back in the helicopter and head to a fire station all the way in Ekron. Yeah, if it wasn't apparent, just trying to clear out the skyscraper required a lot of work, a lot of side quests and a lot of batshit crazy decisions. So I get to Ekron fire station, I go to climb over the fence, and then I realize, oh crap, there are a heap of zombies between me and the axes, and I have no freaking weapons. Can I catch a break, man? I run around if only to try and give myself time to think. What's the logical way through this? How do I safely acquire these axes and draw attention away from the fire station? Well, it's simple, isn't it? I don't do any of that. Because of my weary, panicked state, I think the most logical thing to do is just run past them, break the window, and run into the fire station with them all chasing me.
This is like top tier of like bad ideas, but I'm just so degen at this point that it's just got to be done, man. It's just got to be done. I can't run around him here. I'm gonna have to just take what I can get. This is actually okay. This is not a good situation. This is not a good situation. Can I get another? I cannot get another one. I cannot get another one.
So from all of that chaos, I acquired one firefighter axe. One axe that I didn't actually even need. And you may say, oh, Kezza, just go back. Clear it out with that new firefighter axe and be on your way with 5 more firefighter axes. But you have to understand my headspace. At this point, my plan was to clear the skyscraper, which had been derailed so that I could get more guns, which had been derailed because I couldn't get enough guns. So now I'm halfway across the map at Guns Unlimited, which had been derailed because I thought I had no weapons, which had been derailed because my only weapon was a wrench, and now I'm in Ekron. I refused to get distracted by a side quest for a side quest within a side quest. No more. Suffice it to say, one firefighter axe would be enough. I returned to Guns Unlimited feeling encouraged by my meaningless success, the success that I didn't even need in the first place. And after hours and hours and more hours of swinging my axe, finally I entered Guns Unlimited and began the looting run of all looting runs.
All right, let's loot this bitch. I don't know if I'll fit that much in here though. I'm better to bring the heli over, to be honest, just because I might have to clear it anyway. I see, that's where the range is. Okay. Huh. Huh. Yeah.
Now, what you just witnessed was my game crashing. And my game has crashed plenty of times, many of them not being an issue. But this crash was important for a reason I can't exactly explain just yet. Because after I relaunched the game, things were quiet. Too quiet. And there was a reason for that. For some reason, when my game crashed, every remaining zombie in this specific cell got Thanos snapped. Not in a flashy kind of way, but more in a they're there and now they're gone kind of way. Now, truth be told, this wasn't the worst case scenario, since for the most part, I had cleared this entire building already. But it wasn't ideal, to say the least. This is part of playing the unstable build, I suppose. Now I will save you the burden of watching me slowly loot. Instead, I'll tell you that I stripped this entire building clean. Guns, ammo, some armor, more guns, more ammo. You get the point. I took everything, knowing that I wouldn't be coming this way again. By the time I was done with the firing range in the back, I was literally min-maxing my storage, dropping items on the ground that I didn't need, trying to make the absolute most of every single sliver of storage inside my helicopter. I was stacked, loaded to the brim. Now I was ready. After all my journeys, all my looting runs and preparation, I had what I needed to go to war. So I began the long trek home, across the entire world to return to Louisville. On the way, I stopped at the airport to unload, combine all my ammunition from the airport base, and then make sure I had the best of the best for my battle ahead. At the same time, I prepped my food, cleaned my clothes, did everything possible to put myself in the best position for success. This was going to be no small task. And finally, I took all the ammo, all the guns, the food, the armor, everything I'd need for this final encounter, and I returned to the skyscraper. Once I arrived, I spent time unloading all of my loot into the end room on my current floor. It was getting a little busy in here. But once I'd cleared out the neighboring skyscraper, I anticipated making it my new home and moving everything in. That was assuming, of course, everything went well and I was alive to inhabit it. And with all things said and done, it was finally time to bite the bullet, to confront the beast. Now, full transparency, I guarantee you that you cannot guess how this story ends, but I can tell you that I had alluded to something a while ago that was a very important building block in the narrative to come. Keep that in mind as you watch the war that I had promised.
Well, Mr. Brolo, this is it. All the time we've spent together, all the battles, they've led to this. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm talking to a manic and I'm losing it out here.
Hey man, don't be so hard on yourself.
Mr. Brolo? You can speak?
Nope, I'm just a figment of your imagination.
Fuck.
Hey, don't sweat it, man. Somewhere out there, I'm surviving too.
I think this might be it, Mr. Brolo. I'm about to do something real stupid.
If I know you, then at some point this entire narrative is going to take a sharp left off the cliff, and something will happen that no one will expect. All of this anxiety you're experiencing doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Mr. Brolo.
Good luck out there, my little country pumpkin.
Hey, thanks, Mr. Brolo.
Thanks for being my buddy on this adventure.
Well, I mean, you literally kidnapped me and,
Shh, quiet, Mr. Brollo. I'm shushing you in my imagination now. There are wars to fight, Mr. Brollo. We don't have time for fake news. I gotta go now. Hopefully, see you soon.
It's starting to swarm and I haven't even shot yet, man. This is gonna get dicey. Problem isn't even the ammo, it's like the problem is exhaustion and drowsiness and all these other things. Also ammo, also it's ammo as well. But I mean, just how much I can hold. Alright, my exit routes are starting to get smaller and smaller. This is not ideal. I'm gonna try and get back to an open space. Oh my god. This is just I gotta go, man. I gotta go back up, reassess. Like, if I can... Okay, all right.
Yeah, even though I thought I had this under control, things got really bad really fast. And even with the best guns, with high level aiming, good athletics, a character in good health, there were so many that I had to run for cover and take a breather. But I had not given up. I was going to go again. I looked down into the infinite hordes, hardened, ready for another shot at greatness. And as I ran across into my spiffo skyscraper to eat some food, the story took a twist. No, your video isn't paused. This is my actual footage. Because my entire game locked up in this moment. Remember I said to you that I had alluded to something a while ago that was relevant in this story. Unfortunately, this was not a good thing. Do you remember all the way back at Guns Unlimited when my game crashed and all the zombies strangely disappeared? Well, yeah.
We've been building up to this attack. I spent hours and hours of time. I don't know what to say about that. There was legitimately like, if I remember correctly, there was like 700. I mean, you could see the cell counts. Man, this sucks. Like, I don't think I can roll it back either. There's no crash save. And the lag is still here. This place is hell, man. I got no challenge left here, man. There's nothing left. I just got Pedro. Pedro? Oh my god, I had a heart attack. I thought it despawned Pedro. Oh my god. I failed, buddy. I fucked up.
Look, this is not the ending I wanted. I had been screwed by Build 42 before. Despawning loot, reset tiles at the resort, but this was the worst of them all. I had spent literally 15 hours of my life grinding out the biggest arsenal of firepower, only to have that battle robbed from me. Stolen from under my grasp. And truth be told, dear viewer, this is one hell of a journey we've been on together. From lowly beginnings, to beautiful lake resorts, to plentiful farms, from nude concrete pastures, to airport homes, to rooftop fortresses, and now, after it all, to here, the center of Louisville, and the 4 biggest skyscrapers in Project Zomboid. It has been an incredible journey. But with this final fight taken away from me, I fear I have no fight left to give. I have explored it all, journeyed through the greatest, most dangerous areas, fought the most fearsome hordes there is to fight. The one hurdle I had left had been slid out of the way as I began to leap. Not all stories have happy endings. But after all this time, I've had moments, memories enough to last me a lifetime. A journey worth having. Friends like Pedro and Mr. Brollo who shared it with me. Damn, we had fun. And if this is Journey's End, I hope you enjoyed sharing it with me too. Not all stories have happy endings, but I think this was a pretty good one, all things considered. Goodbye, and good luck out there, survivors. I will see you in whatever is next.